Chapter 15. The Sentence She Won't Say. Sevath had brought the readings, which meant Sevath had already decided what they meant. The leaves went out across the low table in the far Concord's east annex the way her grandmother's line had set out grief names, in order, unhurried, each one given its own space so that none could pretend to be a different one. Not a screen. Sevath had printed them, a sheaf of the thin Null record leaf that took ink and held it and could be burned, and the choosing of leaf over the seam ledger was itself a sentence, spoken in a grammar the humans 2 corridors over could not have read at his elbow. This does not go in the public record. This stays between standing people. Imeth sat across the table from him and held Vesh, and did not reach for the leaves, and let the room stand silent for the length the silence was owed. The annex was Null kept. The light came from the long slot windows at standing height, and fell across a floor of fitted stone laid by hands that had not hurried, and there were no chairs. The far Concord had been built by people who understood that a chair tells a body it may stop attending. Imeth had stood this room before, liaison at 3 accord sessions in 2 years, and she knew its sounds, the slow human delegations arriving down the outer hall, the click and settle of the translation furniture that no one here needed and everyone here used. The particular silence the building kept around the Null annex, which the humans believed was respect, and which was in part respect and in part the older one, the standing quiet that humans found restful and could not have held themselves for an hour. Sevath waited until she had read the room before he spoke, which was courtesy and which was also pressure. "You have seen these," he said, in Null. The annex permitted it. "I have seen the human board." She kept to English a beat longer than she needed to, because it was the language of the choice she had made, and she did not let herself forget the choice. "Hold, window, margin. I have seen what the lantern's controllers see. I have not seen yours. They are the same readings, a held beat. We have read them longer." That was the whole of it, set down between them on the fitted stone. The humans had a status board 2 years old and a controller's eye and the honest fear of people who loved the crossing and did not want to lose it. The Null had the same numbers and a memory the length of the standing quiet itself, and the difference between the two was not data, it was recognition. Imeth looked at the topmost leaf without touching it, a column of margin figures, the buffer the lantern kept in hand against a bad transit, walking down across the days since the node breached, and she did not need Sevath to tell her what shape it made. She had grown up with the shape, the way the Moontown's children grew up with the line their feet would not cross. A cooling was not on the leaf. The cooling was in the relationship between the leaves, the margin walking down, the window shutting harder than the holds said they should, the overpush the combine had laid on the junction to keep the lane open, eating the slack, and under the overpush a second cooling, slower, that the overpush only made legible, as a tide shows you the shape of a sandbar by going out. The lantern was getting colder. Not failing, a failing machine you could mend. Colder. And the cold had a profile, a curve her people would have named in a word that was not for this room, and not for these allies, and not, above all, for the seam ledger, where naming a thing meant it had always been named and could never be unnamed. "You are looking at it the way I am looking at it," Sevath said. "I am looking at numbers. Kel," he did not raise his voice. The Null distress went downward, always, and his voice had gone down a register, which was how she knew he was not playing the procedural face today. "You are not. I have stood beside you at 3 sessions. I have watched you read a human room in the time it takes the human to clear his throat. Do not tell me you are looking at numbers. You are looking at the curve, Emeth, and you know what curve it is." Emeth set her hands flat on the cold stone, one over the other, and held the beat. The Naru Sa beat, the "Will you listen" frame, even now, even with one of her own, and Sevoth, who knew the frame, gave her the silence to fill, and did not fill it for her. "What I know," she said, "and what I will say, are two roads. You are asking me to stand on the second." The human came an hour later, because the human had asked to, and she had let him. What was on the leaves she had not told Cross. She had told him only that she was meeting her Nhal contact in the annex, and that, if he wished, he might come at the turn of the watch and sit a while, in human clothes, and not the gray, and let her speak first. Cross had agreed to all of it without asking why, which was one of the deliberate things in him, the knowing when a question would be a trespass, and also, she had learned across 2 years, a tactic. A man who does not ask is a man you eventually tell. Cross came in soft civilian dark and stood inside the annex door until the room gave him leave to enter, which she had taught him, the first session with 2 sentences. He had learned it in 1. That was Cross. He learned the shape of a room faster than any human she had served, and used the learning to be welcome in rooms that had every reason to shut against him. And the using was so warm and so well meant that it took a long acquaintance to see how much of the man was strategy laid over something true. The strategy and the true, grown into each other, now past any clean parting. Sevoth had gone. The leaves had gone with him, burned in the annex's small ash bowl before the human's footstep reached the outer hall, because what was on them did not belong in a room a human would enter, and the burning had been its own small grief, carried out properly, while Sevoth held the apart-standing form, 2 Nhal a long way from their own people, observing the destruction of a record that should never have needed to exist. The ash bowl still held the warmth of it. Cross would not smell record leaf burning and know it for what it was. He would smell only that something had been here and was gone. Lieutenant Commander. He used the whole rank, his signal when he wanted her to know he had come as a man and not a captain, and he lowered himself to the stone across from her with the care of someone who had decided not to mind that there were no chairs. "You wanted me to let you speak first. I'm letting you." "I know," she said. "I am deciding what to say." Cross stayed silent, which surprised her, and the surprise told her something about where the human had got to in himself this fortnight, that the man who had once filled every silence with warmth had learned, since Pell, to leave a silence standing if someone else needed it to stand. He sat with his forearms on his knees and his hands loose, and his eyes on the slot of light across the floor, and he waited, and it cost him, and he paid it. "The crackdown is wrong," she said at last. "You know this. I am not here to tell you the crackdown is wrong." "Good. I've got Petrov for that, and Ackerman, and the inside of my own head at about 3 in the morning. A short breath that was almost the working laugh, and was not quite. Tell me the thing nobody else is telling me. That is what I am deciding whether to do." Cross turned his head. In the standing light his face was very tired and very open, the openness that had carried 1,000 rooms, and she watched him decide not to deploy it, watched him set the warmth down on the stone between them, as Sevoth had set down the leaves. The human had also brought his readings, and also already decided what they meant, and come here to have her tell him he was right. "The window that collapsed," Cross said, "the first day, up corridor, the one that shut harder than the board said it should. Emeth, I have had Delgado in the logs for a fortnight, and he keeps finding the same thing, and he keeps refusing to round it away. And Bex Orsa felt it in her hands before Delgado could put a number on it. And now I've got a null delegate who burns his notes before I can read them. He nodded at the ash bowl, and she did not flinch, and the not flinching was its own admission, and they both heard it. I'm not a scientist. I don't need the number. I need to know where it goes, the cooling. You've seen this before. Your people have seen this before. And I need you to tell me where it goes. There it was, the sentence, sitting in the human's mouth, waiting for her to put the words in it. Emeth held Vesh. The sentence she had known for 2 years, the shape of it, longer, had grown up inside the knowing, a thing the body learns before the mouth is given leave to say it. We have seen this. The lane will not come back. 8 words in English, and she had built them in her head 100 times on 100 night watches, fitted them together and taken them apart, because a sentence you refuse to say is a sentence you must understand completely, or the refusing is only fear. It was not fear. Emeth let herself, for the length of one held beat, see where the sentence went if she spoke it. Cross would take it to Ackerman, and Ackerman would write it down. Once written, it would want the ledger. A true thing of that weight could not be left in a notebook. The proof would climb hand to hand toward the public record where it would prove its own authorship forever and could never be made untrue. And the moment it touched the ledger, it stopped being a warning and became a weapon. The Combine would read it and know the lane they were over-pushing was dying anyway, and push it harder to wring the last years out before it shut, and call the pushing necessity. The Frontier Bloc would read it and know Geneva had let them build their colonies on a road that was closing, and the Cold War would have its match. And the Anchorage, the main line, the disciplined ones, Varid and her charter and her no hand on the hull, proven right in real time, the proof arriving as catastrophe and not as a hearing. Every splinter cell from here to the far dark, holding the ledger up and saying, "We told you, Tarry was right, the lane is being killed and they knew, and more nodes would breach and more people would die under the words." That was the human road. The sentence said plainly into a public record where every faction could pick it up by the wrong end. And there was the other road, the one Savoth had asked her to walk, which was worse because it was hers. To say the sentence was to break null discretion, not a rule, a discretion, the standing quiet itself made into a way of carrying knowledge that could harm. His people had seen spent space. They had seen what came of telling a young, fast, frightened civilization that its road was closing before the civilization could hold the knowing without breaking on it. They withheld the sentence because they had learned in their own long sundering that some truths must be arrived at and cannot be handed across a table, that a truth given too soon is not a gift but a wound, and that the giver of such a wound owes a core she will carry the length of her line. If she said it, she broke that. Sevoth would not forgive it, and Sevoth's not forgiving would be the least of it. Her own would not forgive it, the line that already did not entirely forgive her the leaving. And she would have spent the last of her standing among her own people on 8 words spoken to a human who would only have arrived at them himself in another year. "I cannot give you the sentence," she said. Cross did not move. "Can't or won't. They are the same word in my language." That was not quite true, and she let the not quite stand. The gap between the flat refusal and the longer refusals her people kept was not a gap a human needed to cross tonight. You are asking me where the cooling goes. The answer is a sentence I will not say, in this room or any room, and my not saying it is not ignorance and not loyalty to a faction and not, Captain, a failure of nerve. It is the most careful thing I know how to do. People are going to die because you won't say it. Yes. She let it stand bare. She did not soften it, the way her grandmother's line did not soften the grief names. And more will die if I do. I have walked both roads in my head every night for 2 years. I am not protecting myself, though it will cost me more than you have the language to read. I am telling you that the sentence is a weapon, whatever hand holds it, and that I would rather you arrive at it slowly, late, with your own people around you, than have me put it in your mouth tonight, where you will carry it badly and spend it worse. Cross stood. He went to the slot window and stood in the standing light with his back to her, and she let him, because a human who turns away is a human deciding something, and the deciding was his to do. "You know what I have to do at the Accord," he said to the window. "Halson wants the main line kept out, the voided safe conduct, the whole machinery of it, and Geneva's leaning the same way, and the easy road is to let it happen. Veyrid barred from the table, the one faction that's been telling the truth shut out of the room where the truth might matter." He turned. The tiredness on him had gone past tiredness into the country beyond it that she had seen on him in the medical bay after the moon, after Pell, the place where the charm did not reach. "And I came here tonight half hoping you'd hand me the thing that would make the choice for me. If you told me the lane was dying, really told me so I could prove it, then keeping the people who know shut out becomes obviously wrong, and I get to be the man who let them in, and I get to be right and warm, and I get to not lie awake. You see it. You see exactly what I came here to get." "I see it." She inclined her head. "It is why I asked you to let me speak first. I knew the shape of your want before you crossed the door. You read rooms, I read the people who read rooms." "And you're not going to give it to me?" "No." Cross laughed. The short one, the real one, no comfort in it. "So I make the choice blind, with my own conscience and no proof, and a man like Halson across the table who's done the arithmetic and decided the lie keeps more people alive than the truth, and I half think he's right, and that's the part that scares me. And you sit there knowing the answer, and you let me walk into it carrying nothing?" "I let you walk into it carrying what every human carries into every choice. Less than they want. Enough if they are honest." She rose. This part she would not say sitting. "Captain, hear what I am doing and do not mistake it for cruelty. If I gave you the sentence, you would make a better choice this week and a worse civilization next year. You would save the people in front of you and hand the people behind them a weapon they cannot put down. I have watched a fast people get a true thing too early. I have stood in the after of it." A held beat, and the cost of it came up in her, despite the discretion of her whole life, despite Sivoth, despite the own, because the human in front of her was about to do a hard and honest thing alone, and she could not give him the one help he wanted. "I will not be the hand that does it to yours, Gel. I will not." The null word came out before she had leave to spend it, the flat one, the closed door, and she heard herself spend it and did not take it back because it had come from the true place, and the true place did not lie, even when the rest of her was being careful. Cross caught it. He did not know the word. She had never glossed her own slips and would not start, but he knew she had reached past her acquired English into the language she kept for what mattered, and he knew it in the feet, before the mouth, the way the moon boy had known the breach was lit, and his face changed. "That cost you," he said, quietly, not a question. "Everything in this room costs me, Captain. That is the standing quiet. It is not restful. You have all decided it is restful." She set her hands flat, one over the other, and the small motion put the careful self back over the true one. "Go and make your choice. Make it from your own conscience, which is the only clean tool you have left, since the proof would dirty everything it touched. And when it costs you, it will cost you, whichever way you turn. Do not come to me for the absolution of having been told. I will not give you that either. I am giving you the harder gift. I am letting it be yours." Cross looked at her a long moment in the standing light, the human who learned rooms, finally in a room he could not learn his way out of, and she watched him understand that the silence across the table was not withholding, but a kind of love practiced in a grammar he had no word for. Understanding it changed nothing. Understanding a closed door does not open it. "You'll lose standing for this," he said. "With Savath, with your people, whatever I do." "Yes." "And you'd lose more if you said it." "Yes." "So you lose either way." "That is the shape of it." She moved to the annex door and stood beside it, the leave-taking position, and the ash bowl was cold now between them, the burned record gone to nothing. "You are not the only one in this building making a choice tonight that costs whichever it turns. You only think you are because you are the loudest. Go, Captain. The session opens at the second hour. Let me speak first there too, if you can bear it. I am better in a room than you are, and I am about to need to be." Cross went to the door and stopped at the threshold as the human always stopped, gathering some captain-shaped sentence of thanks, and she watched it fail him, watched the warmth reach for words and find none worth the room, and what came out instead was broken off the front of something larger. "I won't ask you again," he said. "The sentence. I heard you. I won't ask." "I know. That is the second gift. A beat. You will not need to. You are nearly there." Cross went out into the human hall, into the click and settle of the translation furniture, and the slow arrival of the delegations, and the annex gave its silence back to her, the standing quiet, the wrong still, and the willing still, both. The door that could be answered and the door that could not. Emeth stood in the slot of light a while longer, alone with the cold ash and the sentence she had carried for 2 years and not set down. And she did not weep, because the null did not. She held the vesh that was not rest, and let the core settle on to the long account of her line, where it would sit and not be discharged, not this week, not soon. A debt unpaid compounds. She had chosen, again tonight, the debt over the wound. 2 corridors away, the Reach Accord was waking for its session, the blocks filing in to fight over a chair, none of them knowing the chair was on a road that was closing, the lane already being taken from all of them by the same cold the overpush only made you able to see. Emeth would go and stand among them and read the room better than any of them and say nothing that mattered most, and it would look, to the humans, like diplomacy. Emeth put out the last of the standing light herself with her hand the null way and went to be a thing they could understand. Chapter 16. Cold Lane Weather. The board went amber at 04:11, and Delgado was the only one awake to see it do it, which was the kind of luck he'd learned not to want. Delgado had the gantry feed up in the science bay, not because anyone had asked for it, but because the night ration had emptied the wardroom, and the curves on the wall had stopped telling him anything new, and a man could only copy the same rising line onto so many maintenance sheets before his hand started arguing with him. So he had pulled Lanehead Control's public board, the operator's view, the one the whole crossing flew by, and put it on the wall beside his own green curves, and sat with a cold cup and watched the lantern hold its door open in the dark, as it had held it every night since the Lodestar raised her. 3 lines and a color. Hold, steady. Window, the slot each ship threaded, opening and closing down the lit corridor, opening and closing, the long patient breath of the crossing. Margin, the buffer under all of it, the slack the lantern cupped in hand. The board read it out as it read it out at every junction in human space, plain enough for a tired man at 4 in the morning, and Delgado had watched it read "Come ahead" 1,000 times this fortnight, and trusted exactly none of it. He had laid the raw points beside the published trend. He knew what the color was sitting on top of. The color had been green. At 04:11, the window line turned. Not the whole board, not the alarm and klaxon amber a layman pictured. One number, the next window's width, cued for an ore tender at the foot of the inbound line, came up on the operator's view a shade thinner than its neighbors, and the board flagged it for a human to glance at. And a human on the warden's floor would glance and clear it, as they'd cleared 40 of them in the 11 days Delgado had been counting. A window flutters, the board recovers it a dozen times a day. Delgado put the cup down. The raw draw sat beside it on his own wall, hour by hour off the ledger, honest and permanent and rising. And Delgado set the amber window against his own curve, as he set everything against everything. And what he felt was not surprise. He had stopped being able to be surprised by this curve. It was the small, cold drop a man feels watching a number he predicted arrive on time. Worse than surprise, because surprise at least lets you off the hook of having known. The window had not fluttered. It had shut a half-second early, and the draw under it had spiked to make the next one, the way Aru had said the door flinched and then shoved, and the spike was not on Delgado's smooth 2-year slope. It was off it, above it. The slope was the junction dying on schedule. This was something else laid on the slope, steeper, newer, the overpush and the broken Vane, both still in the machine, and the machine starting to spend what it didn't have to cover for them. The board recovered the window. Green came back. The ore tender threaded clean, and the queue moved on, and the color sat there saying, "Come ahead," as it was built to say. Delgado timed the next window. It came up amber, too. Delgado was 3 windows into timing them, 3 ambers in 11 minutes, where there had been 40 in 11 days, when the gantry channel opened on its own, and a voice he knew came through it. Not on the operator's calm board register, but raw off the handset, breathing hard, the breath of someone who has climbed. The gantry feed came up her helmet light, a hard white cone in the dark of the Vane housing, swinging across the great bowed arm of Vane 6, where the splinter had put his hand on the hull 11 days back. The Vane carried its scar still, a welded seam where the repair gangs had held it together enough to keep the corridor lit. Bex's light walked the seam, slow, as Delgado walked a curve, and stopped. "There," she said. "Lower third, off the old brake. You see it?" Delgado saw it. A line in the Vane's skin, a finger to the left of the welded scar. Fine, pale, the kind of line that on any other night a gang chief would log within tolerance, monitor, and walk past, except this one had a faint bloom around it where the metal had been flexing, a haze of stress the light caught when she held it just so. "It's cracking," Beck said, and her voice did what Delgado's hands did at the bench edge, wanting a job and not having one. Not where he broke her, next to where he broke her. The repair held, we held her, she held, and now she's tearing herself a new seam an inch over because she's drawing past the old break to hold a window she shouldn't have to hold this hard. And the old break can't take the share she's making it take, so the metal beside it's taking it instead, and—" The light went still on the line. "She's microfracturing, mister. The Vane. Live, while I'm watching her. And every amber window the board recovers, she pays for the recovery here, in this." The cone of light trembled, then steadied. She'd made it steady. "I climbed up to call it in. I've called it into the warden's floor twice tonight. You want to know what they wrote me back?" "Within tolerance. Monitor." A silence then. Wind in it. "You've met the office," Beck said. Delgado raised Cross at 0440 and had the captain in the science bay in the time it took Cross to put boots on, which meant Cross had not been sleeping either, which Delgado noted and did not say. Cross came in with the night still on him, no mug, no warmth banked up to put on like armor, just the man, reading the wall left to right as Ackerman read it, having learned this wall in 8 months and a fortnight, whether he wanted the literacy or not. 4 layers up now. Delgado's slope, the published board, the gantry strings, and Bex's feed live in the corner with her light on the cracking Vane. "Walk it," Cross said. "Plain. I've got the night in my eyes and I don't want to be clever. I want to be right. The windows are collapsing faster than they're scheduled to." Delgado set his finger at the foot of the gantry strings and walked it up as he'd walked Bex's curves for Ackerman. 3 things in this machine, and you know all 3. The lane's cooling, the long, slow slope, 2 years deep, the junction getting harder to hold every year. That's the floor, and the floor doesn't have a clock, it just goes down. On top of the floor, the combine's overpush, the margin they spent to keep the crossing busy. And on top of that, the bomb, Vane 6, the broken arm we welded back together enough to keep the door lit. He moved the finger to the steep new spur climbing off his smooth slope, the one that had come up at 0411. Floor plus overpush plus a broken Vane holding too much. 11 days the welded Vane carried it, and the margin covered it, and the board recovered every window and called it weather. Tonight, the welded Vane started to give beside the weld, and the margin's not there to cover the windows anymore, because the margin's been gone since before we boarded that hall. So the recoveries cost the machine real metal now. And the windows, he tapped the strings, the shortening gaps, are coming faster than the board can paint them green. Cross looked at the 4 walls of it a long moment. "How fast?" he said. "That's the part I came to you instead of the commander with, the same as last time, because the answer's about people and not about the curve." Delgado pulled the projection, his own, hand-derived, off the gantry strings and the Vane bloom, and Bex's eye, none of it certified, all of it true. A line, falling. "I can't give you a certified clock. Nobody can. The certified picture is the flat one, and the flat one says she's fine, and the flat one is the lie I showed you Tuesday. So this is mine, and it's wrong at the edges, and I'll stand on the shape of it. The windows are narrowing on a curve, not a slope, Every recovery shortens the next gap. The vane's tearing a new seam under the load, and the new seam will run. And when it runs, the window line goes through amber and into red and stays there. And the board stops being able to recover. And the door... He made himself say the operational word and not the prophet's one. The door stops being a door. It can't hold a navigable window. The lane closes. When? Days on the slow version. Hours if the Vane runs. Delgado kept his voice in the flat register, the frightened clinical mode, the one Cross could probably tell from the cold one by now. I'd plan for hours and pray for days. Bex would say the same. Bex did say the same an hour ago, with her hand on the metal, which is a better instrument than my wall. Cross crossed to the corner where Bex's feed sat, her light still walking the fracture, the high Vane node bleeding faint through the channel. He watched it a moment. On the public board behind him, another window flickered amber and slid back to green before a tired warden could blink at it. And the far side, Cross said. He already had it. He'd had it in a holding pen 3 days ago with kids asleep in a queue, but he made himself say it, as he made himself say the things he believed, the count out loud. When the door stops being a door. Saltires on the far side, Delgado said. The colonies down corridor that thread through here. The Greenwood bells through. Imeth told us. She threaded. They're across. But the rest of Saltire's migration window runs through this crossing, and there are barges in the queue right now full of the same people we held in a pen, and a town on the far end that eats off this lane, and a colony that loses its migrants and its medicine and its families if the door shuts with them on the wrong side of it. He left it in the room because it deserved the room. If this lane closes, Captain, it doesn't close like a road. It closes like a wall coming down between people. The far side's marooned. Not stranded for a season, marooned. Bex's voice came back up off the handset, closer now, the wind gone. She'd come in off the gantry to somewhere with a door. "Lodestar, you still got me?" "We've got you," Cross said, and crossed to the corner and took the channel himself, the warm, even register, the one Delgado had watched him win rooms with, banked low for a woman a few kilometers off with her hand still on a cracking Vane. "It's Cross, the captain. My science officer says you read the overpush before he could prove it, and I read his curves Tuesday, so I'm inclined to take your ears over my board. Tell me what you told him, plain as you like." A breath down the channel. When Bex spoke, she spoke to him as she'd spoken to Delgado, a working woman to a man who's finally arrived where she's lived for a year. Not deference, not heat, just the relief of a witness. "She's tearing, Captain, Vane 6, off the weld, an inch over, live while I watched her. The board's recovering windows it shouldn't be able to recover, and she's paying for every one in the metal. I've called it in twice. The floor writes me monitor." A pause, and then what she'd not wanted to say on an open channel, said anyway. "I've worked her 9 years. I know her moods better than her certified spec, and I'll tell you what I'd not put in a slip, because a slip gets combed flat. I don't think monitoring's a thing you can do to her anymore. I think she's going. Days if she's kind. And the office'll have me logging with intolerance right up to the hour the light goes out, because the day the number says she's dying is the day the lane shuts, and the day the lane shuts is the day the warden's floor can't pretend it isn't. Wind, faint, through a door not quite closed. I'm not a curve person. I'm a hands person. My hands say hours." Cross was quiet a beat. Behind him, a window held amber a heartbeat longer than the last, then let go green. "Bex," he said, "where are you?" "Right now? Vane housing 5-6 junction. Why?" "Because you've called this in twice and got monitor twice, and I'm a Geneva captain with a chair, and that's worth exactly one thing tonight, which is that when I call it in, they have to write something back that isn't monitor." The warmth had gone forward in him, the motion Delgado knew. Except it wasn't the motion of belief defending itself this time. It was the motion of a man who'd run out of room to disbelieve. I'm going to put your reading and his curves on the warden's floor with my name on it inside the hour. And I'm going to ask Warden Halson, with the whole crossing's queue listening, how many windows his boards recovered tonight that it didn't log. And I'd like you to stay near a Vane while I do it, because if he tells me it's weather, I want to be able to ask the woman with her hand on the metal whether it's weather. A silence. Then, dry. The working shop dry that was Hartley's kin. You want me as the awkward question? I want you as the true one. That I can do. A scrape, the high note, her settling somewhere. I'll stay near her, Captain. The dry going off it, just for a line. Nobody's asked me to stay near her on purpose before. They've only ever asked me to keep her quiet. I'm not asking you to keep her quiet, Cross said. I'm asking you to tell me exactly how loud she gets. Delgado wrote it while Cross worked the floor, because writing it was the job, and the job was the thing his hands could do. Delgado took the 4 walls and made them one. The slope, 2 years, the floor going down on its own honest record. The overpush, the margin spent, corroborated by a gang chief's ears and 40 filed flags closed monitor. The Vane, welded and now tearing beside the weld, micro-fracturing live with a helmet light on it and a timestamp. And the windows, the gantry strings against the public board, the gaps shortening, the recoveries costing metal, the board painting green over a thing that was running out of green to paint. He laid the points side by side, as he'd laid them side by side his whole life, and he committed the raw set, the strings, the bloom, Bex's attested reading, his own uncertified projection, flagged as uncertified, to the evidence store with authorship sealed, so that whatever the warden's floor wrote back, the floor that was actually under the crossing would be on the record beside it, permanent, where nobody could comb it flat on a Monday. It would not change the color on the public board. The public board would read, "Come ahead," until the Vane ran, because the public board was the office's, and the office had 2 years of practice. But the raw points were the raw points, and they were rising, and now they had a slope and a spur and a curve and a crack with a photograph, and the curve was falling toward a number that was a wall coming down between people, and the only thing left to argue about was the hours. Delgado looked at the projection on the wall, the falling line. He had drawn its like before over a corridor of falling mountains, a green train, fat and innocent and on time. A thrown thing knows only the throw. This wasn't a thrown thing. This was a dying one, and dying things don't keep a schedule. They keep a curve, and the curve was steepening, and he could not tell the captain the hour, and he hated that with the part of him that kept things. Cross came back from the floor with the night still on him, and the warmth nowhere in evidence. Halson's logged it. My name's on it now, not just hers. He wrote back, a short breath, almost the captain's old dry, "The junction is operating within its certified envelope and the situation is monitored. Word for word the slip Bex gets, except he can't write it to the warden's floor and pretend the Lodestar didn't ask, because the ledger's got the asking now, and the asking's got your curves under it, and that's what he has to stand beside, whatever happens next." Cross looked at the wall, at the falling line, at Bex's light still walking the fracture in the corner. "So we've made it real, on the record, the thing nobody could unfile. We've made it real. We haven't made it slower." No. Cross stood looking at the projection a long moment, the line coming down toward the number that was a wall. Behind him, the public board recovered a window and held and said, "Come ahead." How many barges in the queue right now, far side bound? Delgado pulled it. The inbound line, the manifests, the columns. Families by the column, half of them children. The count that would not stay an abstraction because people spoiled your figures by having faces. 6, he said. 6 barges saltire-bound in the queue tonight. Call it 400 people. And the town's migration windows open another 9 days by the colony's own calendar. So behind the 6, there's more coming, because they don't know the door's got hours in it. They're flying for a door the board says is green. The board says green, and the door's got hours in it. On my curve, which is wrong at the edges. On your curve. Cross turned from the wall. Whatever had been left of the man who stood at the rail of his chair a fortnight ago and could not for the life of him see the lie in the door, Delgado watched the last of it go quiet in him. Not break, just go quiet. A man who'd finally heard the number he'd spent a fortnight arguing with. Get Ackerman up, get IMETH, get me the Q, the window curve, the Vane, and every hull within a hard burn of this crossing, on the table aft in 20 minutes. He was already moving. We're not going to make the door slower, so we're going to have to get 400 people through it before it stops being a door, with a board that says we've got all the time in the world and a Vane that says we've got till it tears. At the hatch, he stopped, the way Delgado always stopped, with one more true thing in the room. Pin it, Cross said, nodding at the wall, at the falling line. Paper, the way you do. I want the curve where the office can't reach it, and I want to be able to look at it and remember the board was lying while I was making the calls. A beat. And keep her near a Vane. She'll stay near a Vane. She climbed up to find somebody who'd believe her. She's not going back down till somebody does. Cross went to wake a crew and build a plan around an hour nobody could give him. Delgado pulled the night's draw, the newest point, just committed, fresh on the ledger, honest and permanent and rising, and watched it sit a step higher than the point before, and the public board sit green beside it, come ahead, and on the back of a maintenance sheet he copied the falling line by hand, the window curve coming down toward the number that was a wall, and pinned it above the bench where the others hung. Then he put Bex's feed full on the wall, her light steady now on the cracking Vane, the high note of Vane 6 bleeding faint through the channel into the quiet bay, and he sat with the cold cup and the curve and the crack, and timed the windows and counted the gaps, and waited to see whether the door had days in it or hours, while 400 people he would not let stay abstractions flew toward a wall the board kept painting green. Chapter 17. The Dirty Number. There is no good move on a board where every square costs lives. The trick the chair never tells you is that you have to make one anyway, and you have to make it while it is still your fault, rather than the sky's. Cross stood at the rail of his command chair in the small hours of a watch nobody had wanted and looked at 3 options that were all the same color. The strategy table aft of the chair had the lantern on it, not the postcard to forward display gave the cue, but Delgado's working plot, the cathedral of Vanes rendered down to the only things that mattered tonight, the anchor array, the windows, and the margin that was no longer there. 8 Vanes lit, 1 dark, the sabotaged one, drawn in the cold gray the plot used for a Vane gone dead. And the corridor down the middle, the lit throat the whole region threaded through, narrower on the plot than Cross had ever seen it, a door 3/4 shut by hands no one could see. The status board stood up beside it in colors that had stopped being amber. Hold, unsteady, the junction solution wandering now where for 20 years it had sat like a held breath. Window, collapsing, the slots opening narrow and closing early and sometimes not opening at all. Margin, gone, not low, gone, the line that had been green 4 days ago, flat against the bottom of the scale. A buffer spent down to nothing while the combine kept the crossing busy and a junction cooled on a schedule nobody had written down. "Walk it," Cross said. Ackerman walked it. The XO had the board as she always had it, every branch grown and every cost totted, and she went down the dying options at the flat, even pace she kept for things she hated, like a woman reading weights off a scale she didn't trust. Option 1. We shut the lantern. A cursor touched the anchor array, the 8 lit vanes. We stop threading, we drop the draw, we let the hold settle into whatever stable, low state it can find before the overpush tears a second vane. The crossing survives, dark until somebody can recertify it. And the lane closes. For a day, a week, nobody can say, and on the far side of it, Captain, is Sawtire, and the migration window, and a barge full of families we walked back onto their line on the morning we arrived. Shut the lantern, and we strand every soul who hasn't threaded yet, and we do it tonight by choice, with the door still technically open. She did not dress it. And the vane that's already failing doesn't care that we've stopped. It lets go on its own clock. We get the clothes, and we may get the debris, too, the worst of both. Option 2, Cross said. We leave it running. We do nothing. The cursor moved to the windows, the slots stuttering open and shut along the lit corridor. We let the lantern's people thread as long as the lantern will let them, as they have for 20 years, and we escort and we stand by and we trust the crossing to hold the way it always has. The display ran it forward. The windows narrowing, and then one of them, mid-thread, with a marker in it, gone. And we get this. A window collapses on a ship that's committed to it, with the families aboard, in the throat of the corridor where offline is dead. Not a risk, a schedule. The board's been showing us for 3 days that the windows shut harder than they should, and Beck's Orse has been telling us for longer than that, with her hands on the gantry, that the old girl's drinking power like it's the last bar open. Leave it running, and we repeat the collapse that's already killed people at this crossing. We just do it bigger and to more of them, and we call it letting the professionals work. Nobody at the table said anything. Salazar had his knuckles on the table edge and the swagger nowhere in evidence. Vinter, at the relief station, had gone still as the ensign went still now, the wonder in him grown a harder edge across this last fortnight. Imith stood with her hands flat and her head tilted, listening to the room and the channel both. "There's a third," Cross said. "Say it, so we've said it." Ackerman's cursor went to the dark vein. "We fix it." She left the words there a second, because she knew what it cost him, and she was not in the business of softening costs. "We stop the overpush. We make the combine take their hand off the draw, which means making Halson do a thing he has built his whole crackdown on not doing. We brace the failing anchor instead of abandoning it, and we get the windows back wide enough, long enough to thread the far side through before the hold drops below navigable. And to do that, Captain, we need to know exactly how that vane was broken. Not roughly, not from the outside, but the way a man knows the charge he set with his own hands. Which means we need Tarry, the one who put the charge on the array under load and crossed the line his own people swore they'd never cross. The bomber. We hold the door open on the diagnosis the anchorage had been screaming, and we get there by asking the man who killed people at this crossing to help us save the rest of them. Ackerman squared the corner of her slate against the edge of the table, the small tell, and looked at him straight on. Every move on this board kills somebody, or strands somebody, or makes us partners with the worst man in the brig. I can't bound a version where everyone lives and we keep our hands clean. There isn't one in the gear we have. Cross came around the table to the plot, slowly, like a man approaching a fire he has decided not to flinch from, and stood in front of the dark vein. Cross knew the shape of this Not that the choice was hard, but that he had stood inside its exact outline before, on another deck, with a different sky falling, and had got it wrong, and the wrong had put a man's name in the wrong column of a ledger forever. The audited answer and the dirty one, laid side by side, and every reflex his whole life had built into him, leaning toward the side with the seal on it. Shut it down. Stop threading. That's the safe call, the certified call, the call a serious captain makes with a failing junction and a brig full of people who broke it. Option 1 had the entire weight of doctrine behind it. Option 1 was what the manual said. Option 1 would strand a colony and possibly drop a Vane on the debris of the families it stranded, and it would do all of that with a clean conscience and a signature. Hard experience, at a price he was still paying, had taught him that safe and certified were not properties of the sky. They were properties of who you trusted to clean your numbers. And the only numbers in this corridor worth a life tonight were the ones that Corridor had spent 4 days refusing to certify. Delgado's draw curves with the overpush written all through them, Bex's hands-on read that the old girl was being killed, and the diagnosis a splinter cell had detonated a station to force into the light. Every source he'd been ordered to scorn had been right about the danger. Every seal he'd been ordered to trust had said the board was healthy while the margin bled out underneath it. Cross didn't have to be talked into it this time. That was the maturing of it, and the bitterness of it both. In the box, 60 hours from the worst fortnight of his life, the clean number had nearly had him even after he'd seen the trap. Being reasonable, his mother's whole gospel underneath it, the hardest habit a man ever breaks. He had to throw a name across a bridge like an anchor to keep himself from being sensible while people died clean. He didn't need the anchor now. He'd broken the habit, or the habit had broken on him somewhere out here, and what was left in its place was worse, in a way, for being quiet. A man who looked at the dirty number and reached for it without the fight. The fight settled in him already. What remained only the cost. Delgado, he said, the overpush. If the Combine takes its hand off the draw tonight, if Howson pulls them back to rated load this hour, does that get us the windows back?
On its own, no. Delgado had his slate face up, 3 days into a state past tired, and he answered fast because the data steadied him when nothing else would. Pulling the overpush stops it getting worse, it stops the margin going further negative, it takes the strain off the 7 good vanes. But the 8th one's the problem. The hold's wandering because the array's lost a quarter of its grip, and you can't hold a window wide and steady on 7 vanes carrying a load tuned for 8. Drop the draw and ease the strain, yes, but the windows stay narrow. They stay early because the geometry's wrong now. There's a hole in the array where a Vane should be pulling and isn't. His hand went flat on the slate. We don't get the windows back by being gentle, Captain. We get them back by making the 7 good vanes do the 8th one's work, retuning the array around the dead one to spread its load. And I can compute that. I can tell you what each Vane has to pull. What I can't tell you is whether the array will take it, because the array's tuning isn't in any spec I can pull. It's been improvised on that gantry for 20 years, and half of what holds it together is in Bex Orsa's head and not on any sheet. So Bex retunes the 7? Bex retunes the 7, if anyone can. Delgado's jaw worked. But she's tuning them blind around a hole she can't see the shape of. She knows the array. She doesn't know how the 8th Vane failed, whether it failed clean or whether it's still half attached and fighting her. Whether there's a charge seat in it that'll shear the moment she loads the neighbors. The retune is built on top of the break, and the only person alive who knows the exact shape of that break is the man who made it, Cross said. The bridge had gone quiet around the two of them. He let it be quiet a moment. the room feeling the turn before he made it an order, the moment where the diagnosis the anchorage had been right about, the diagnosis he'd argued against in a holding cell 3 days ago with the certainty of a man who'd never lost an argument, stopped being something he could afford to disbelieve. It hadn't become true tonight. It had become load-bearing. He could not save the crossing without it, the truth he'd scorned, the only ground left to stand on. "Imeth," he said, "Halcyon first. I want him pulled back to rated load inside the hour, and I want it from his own mouth, not the corridor desk. Tell him the overpush is killing the crossing he's trying to protect. Those words. And tell him I have the curves to prove it, and I would rather show them to him in private than enter them anywhere he can't reach." He heard himself building the offer as he built everything, all forward motion and a hand held out, and did not stop. Charm was a tool, and the tool still worked, and he was past being too proud to use it. He's afraid the truth shuts his lane. Tell him the truth is the only thing that keeps it open another week. "He will hear it as a threat, Captain," Imeth said. "The curves. He will hear, 'I have the thing that exposes you.' He'll hear it as a threat because it is one, and then I'm going to spend it on saving his crossing instead of on burning him, and he's going to notice that, because he's not a stupid man, and he's got family on the far side, same as everyone. Tell him exactly that. I'm not here for his head tonight. I'm here for his draw." "And if he refuses?" Cross looked at the margin line flat against the bottom of the scale. "Then he's chosen option 2 with the rest of us, and I'll have it on the record that he chose it." A beat. "But ask him properly first. He's brave when it counts. I'll give him the chance to be brave for the right thing once." Ackerman came and stood with him at the contingency board while Imeth worked the channel, neither of them speaking while she pulled the night into columns only she could love. "You're proposing," she said at last, conversationally, as though remarking on the weather of him, "to keep the busiest crossing on the frontier lit through a failing array, by retuning 20 years of improvised engineering around a hole nobody can see the shape of, on a diagnosis sourced from the people who blew it up, with the man who set the charge talking your repair gang chief through his own sabotage over an open channel, while a Combine warden you've spent 4 days enforcing for either helps you or doesn't, and a null delegate watches us all decide whether the lane's worth a war." A column advanced under her hands. "By every doctrine I hold, you shut a failing junction. You don't run it harder on numbers no authority will stand behind. The safe call is option 1, and you know it's option 1. The safe call strands Saltire and drops a Vane on them while they're stranded. Safe for who, Ruth? Safe for the manual? Not safe for anyone with a name on that far side manifest." "I know." She did not square anything on the board. Her hands had gone still, which from the XO was its own kind of statement. "I'm saying it so it's said, as you taught me to. I told you the box was the answer I could bound once, and a man ran out of air in the sky I bounded. I've spent this whole run waiting to be the brake on you again, and what I keep finding is there's nothing to brake toward. Every option I can stand behind ends with me handing you a number of dead. So I'll build your plots. I'll test every weld in this twice and tell you loudly where it breaks at the worst possible moment, because that's the only honest use anyone's been to you all week." A flat beat. "But I want one thing on the record before I plot a single Vane. We are about to make ourselves accomplices to a bombing in order to undo it. There is no clean version of that. Whatever the finding says afterward, that is what we did tonight, and I'd rather we both knew it going in than discover it in the writing up." "It's on the record," Cross said, "and it isn't only yours to carry." Cross took the contingency board's edge under 2 fingers and tapped it once, and across the bridge, Imeth's head came up from the channel. "Halcyon has pulled the draw to rated load," she said, "as of this minute.
He did not argue as long as I expected. The smallest pause, a measurement taken twice. He asked me to tell you one thing, in his own words. He said, "I know what the curves say. I've known longer than you. Tell your captain I'm not pulling the draw because he frightened me. I'm pulling it because he's the first one out here who offered to save the lane instead of win it." Another beat. "He is coming to the gantry himself, Captain. He says if his crossing is going to be held together by a bomber and a repair gang, he will be on the array when it happens. He is brave when it counts. You were right about that." Cross let the breath go, the one he'd been holding since option 3. It changed nothing on the board. The margin was still gone, the window still collapsing, the dark Vane still dark, and somewhere in the brig, a man who had killed people at this crossing was about to become the most necessary voice on it. But it moved the one square that had been entirely shut. The overpush pulled, the strain off the 7 good veins. The bleeding stopped, if not the wound. "Then we've got the array to ourselves and a hole in it we can't see," he said. "Imeth, get me Beck's Orsa on the gantry channel and tell her what we need, all of it, the 7 carrying the 8th, and don't soften the part about who's going to be on the other end of the line, talking her through the break. She'll want to refuse it. Give her 30 seconds to refuse it, and then tell her the families on the far side don't have the 30 seconds. He paused. "Actually, don't tell her that last part. She knows it. She's known it longer than any of us. Just get her the channel." "And the man, Captain?" Imeth said. It was not quite a question. Cross looked at the dark vein on the plot a moment longer. The man who knew its shape. The man he'd argued against 3 days ago, certain he was right. The splinter who'd accepted the casualties as pressure, who'd cited a woman's old act as gospel to justify the dead, who was guilty in a way no diagnosis would ever wash out. The truth and the man were not the same. The truth was load-bearing tonight. The guilt was the bomber's to keep. He could use the one without absolving the other, and he was going to have to, and the part of him that wanted it cleaner than that had gone quiet, settled, and the settling its own small grief. "Bring Teray to the comms station," Cross said, "not to the bridge, the holds comms post. I want him talking Bex through that vein, and I do not want him watching the board while he does it. He doesn't get to see what he's saving. He gets to do the work, and that's all he gets." He took the rail back under 2 fingers, flat, 1 tap. "Tell him his diagnosis was right. Tell him it doesn't make him right. And tell him the only thing his being right buys him tonight is the chance to talk a woman he's never met through the thing he broke, fast, before the door he opened shuts on 100 families he's never going to meet either." "He may refuse," Imeth said. "He won't." Cross watched the window stutter on the board, narrow, narrower, one failing to open at all. "He's been telling everyone for 3 days that he did it to save the lane. Now we're going to let him." The lit mouth of the lantern hung on the forward display, dimmer than it had been on the morning they arrived, the Cathedral of Vanes working harder than ever to hold a passage that was dying under the hands holding it open. One vein dark, the door 3/4 shut, and down the narrowing throat of it, somewhere, a colony's worth of families queued to thread a window that was closing, whether they were on their line or not. Cross stood into the worst of it, and did not, this time, reach for the call that came with a seal. He had stopped reaching for it somewhere out here, and what was left was the dirty number and the people it might save, and the cost of having become a man who could pick it up without his hands shaking. "All stations," he said. "We're holding the door open. Let's go to work." Chapter 18. The door starts to shut. At 0602, the lower corridor's window opened narrow, held for 9 seconds, and shut while a grain hauler was still 2 ship lengths short of committing. And the hauler's pilot, who had threaded this crossing 400 times in her life, put her ship hard about on a burn that nobody had taught her because nobody had ever needed it, and came round white-knuckled into the holding stack with her cargo intact and her hands shaking on the channel. Salazar heard the shake. He was flying. Salazar had the Lodestar 100 meters off the lit mouth of the lantern, station-keeping in the worst water he had ever held a hull steady in, and he watched the hauler claw her way clear of a window that had betrayed her, and he did not feel the itch to go and help that he would have felt a fortnight ago. There was no helping that one. She had saved herself. What he felt instead was the cold, even nothing that had come over him some time in the night and not left, past swagger, past nerves, where the body simply flew and the man went quiet behind it. He had been here before, once at Tornell, over a river of falling mountains. He knew it now and did not fight it. "Hauler's clear," he said. "She aborted her own thread. Good pilot. Scared pilot." A beat. Level. "She's the third in 20 minutes. "I've got the count," Ackerman said from the contingency board behind him. The lit mouth of the lantern hung across the forward view, and it was not the cathedral of the morning they had arrived. 7 vanes burned where 8 had burned, the 8th a cold gray scar in the lattice, and the 7 that were left worked at it. Salazar could see them working, which was the wrong thing to be able to see. A junction held its passage by holding still. This one was not still. The lit throat of the corridor shivered down its length, the seam glow no longer steady, brightening and dimming in slow, ugly pulses as the array fought to keep a navigable solution it could no longer comfortably make. The mouth guttered. There was no other word that came near it. It guttered the way a flame gutters when the room is running out of air, and down the long throat of it the windows kept opening too narrow and shutting too soon. And behind the Lodestar, queued back past Lanehead's docks and out into the dark, the ships waited their turn to thread a door that was learning how to close. "Status," Cross said. Emeth gave it. She had the lantern's traffic feed and the warden's floor, both, and she laid the 3 lines down in the order the whole crossing flew by, plain enough for the holding stack to hear it on the open channel. "Hold. Unsteady. The solution is wandering, Captain. It has not dropped below navigable, but it does not sit. The lantern's people are nursing it back to center every few minutes, and it does not want to stay." A held beat. "Window. Narrow and early. The slots are opening to perhaps half their morning width and closing before the count finishes, 2 in 3. The controller is waving more ships off than she threads." Another. "Margin. Gone. There is no buffer under any of it. Every thread now is the thread with no second chance." And the retune? "Beginning. Bex Orsa has the gantry. She is spreading the dead Vane's load across the 7, vane by vane, slowly with—" the smallest pause, a measurement taken twice. "With the man in the brig talking her through the break over the hold's comms post. It is going. It is not fast. Each vane she loads, she waits to see whether the metal beside the old weld holds before she loads the next. She says she will not rush a thing that tears." "Tell her she's right. Tell her to take the time will give her, and not a second more." Salazar kept his eyes on the mouth and his hands present on the yoke without gripping it, a yoke held to be flown, not strangled, and he listened to the bridge build the operation around him, and waited to be told what his hands were for tonight. He already half knew. The retune was Bex's and Delgado's, and the man in the brig's. The door was the lantern's. But there were going to be ships threading a window that wandered, and when a window wandered, somebody had to be the hand that walked a stumbling hull back onto its line before the throat shut on it. And that was the oldest thing he knew how to do, and the only thing tonight that was his. "Captain," he said, "whatever you're going to thread through that, you're going to thread it through a window that won't sit still. Somebody's going to wander off corridor in there, same as the Saltire barge wandered off her approach on the first morning, except this time the wall moves too." He said it flat, no edge on it, a man reporting weather. "I can be the shoulder, same as the barge. I get under a hull, I match, I walk it back to the center of the corridor while the corridor is busy moving. I can do that for one ship at a time, in a window I don't control, with no margin to be wrong by. A beat. I'm telling you the cost up front, one ship at a time. I can't be everywhere in that throat at once, and the throat's the whole problem." "Understood. That's the job. One at a time, the right ones, in the right order." "The right order," Salazar said. "Yeah, that's the part that isn't mine." The right order arrived at the strategy table aft of the chair as a list nobody wanted to be the one to make, and Cross made the bridge make it out loud, in the open, where everyone heard the cost go on the scale. That was how he made the bad ones. Salazar came off the flight station only as far as the rail would let him, half-turned, one eye on the mouth and the holding stack, and one ear on the table. Delgado had the cue up on the shared plot, not the postcard ribbon of the morning, but the working version. Every hull in the stack rendered down to a mark and a manifest and a clock, and the lit corridor down the middle of them all, narrowing. "This is what's behind us," Delgado said, and walked it. "Inbound stack, far side bound, the ones who lose everything if the door shuts with them on this side of it. 6 Saltire barges, families by the manifest, half of them children, the Count Imeth read us at the holding pen." His finger touched the marks one by one. "Behind the barges, cargo, a combine ore train, a bonded grain run, a medical consignment for 3 colonies that thread through here and have no other lane. Behind the cargo, transit, independence, a pilgrim sloop, a courier or 2. The finger stopped on a mark at the foot of the stack, set apart, running its drives hot on the plot. "And this one came in off a hard burn an hour ago and joined the stack at the bottom, and she's not waiting her turn quietly. She's a private hull, no manifest filed, flagged by Lanehead control as fleeing, running from something up corridor she won't name, asking to thread out of order, paying for it, leaning on the controller hard." A flat beat. "She's somebody's bad night. She is not Saltire's bad night." "How many windows have we got?" Cross said. "Nobody can give you a number." Salazar's jaw worked. "Bex is retuned by his window. Every vane she gets loaded clean, the next slots open a little wider, hold a little longer. But the dead vane's still dead, and the cooling is still under all of it. And the more we thread, the more we draw. And the more we draw, the harder the 7 work. And the harder they work, the faster the metal beside the old weld pays for it. There's a curve. It's falling. I can't give you the hour. I can tell you the shape. And the shape is, we have got enough windows to get the people through, or enough to get the cargo through. But I do not believe we have got enough to get both, and I would stake the wall on us not having enough to get all of it, and the fleeing hull as well." Nobody on the watch spoke for a moment. "Then say it plain," Cross said. "We can't thread everyone before the door shuts." "We can't thread everyone before the door shuts," Delgado said. Somebody in that stack doesn't get through tonight. The only choice you've got is who."
Salazar watched the captain take that as he took the bad ones, not flinching off it, not dressing it, standing in front of it like something he had decided not to look away from. There had been a time, 8 months and 1 very bad fortnight ago, when Salazar would have offered the old line into the silence, the most boring miracle, a hand across the bridge to take the weight off. He did not offer it now. The warmth had not gone out of him, but this was not a weight you took off a man. It was one a captain carried alone in front of his crew so they could watch him carry it and know it had been carried by a person and not a manual. He kept his mouth shut and let Cross hold it. "Walk me the order," Cross said. "Worst first. Tell me who I strand if I'm wrong." Ackerman walked it, flat and even, weights off a scale she didn't trust. "Families first is the call you want to make, and it's the call that costs the most window." The cursor went to the 6 saltire barges at the head of the inbound stack. They're slow, far-side haulers, reaction mass tubs, 40 years old, no end-haul assist. The barge we walked back on the first morning is one of these 6 by registry. They thread badly. They wander the way old heavy ships wander, and a wandering ship in a wandering window is the worst marriage in the sky. Every one of them is going to need the lieutenant under her quarter, walking her onto her line, and that's minutes a hull. 6 hulls in windows that won't hold the minutes. Thread the families first, and you spend your widest, earliest, best windows on your slowest ships, and you may run out of door before the cargo or the fleeing hull gets a look at it. Which may be the right call. I'm telling you the price of it, not arguing it. "The cargo," Cross said. "The cargo threads clean and fast. Modern hulls, end-haul assisted. They hold their own line. The lieutenant barely has to look at them. Thread the cargo first, and you get the most ships through per window, and you save a medical run 3 colonies are waiting on, and a grain run that feeds a town that eats off this lane." The cursor moved. "And you do it by making 400 families with children's names on the manifest watch the door shut while ore goes through it. There's no version of that you can say out loud at the talks. There's a version of it that keeps more colonies alive next winter. They are not the same version." "And the one at the bottom," Cross said, "the runner." "The fleeing hull is nobody's call but yours," Emeth said, before Ackerman could. She had her head tilted to the channel, and the not changing of her voice was the heaviest thing she could have handed the table. "Lanehead Control has had her on the line for the last quarter hour. She is leaning on the controller to thread her out of order, past the barges, past the cargo now, this window, because whatever is up corridor behind her she believes is worse than the door shutting. The controller has refused her twice. She is offering," the held beat, "she is offering money the controller cannot take, and reasons the controller cannot check, and she will not file a manifest, which means she will not say who is aboard, which means we are deciding the worth of a ship whose worth she will not let us weigh." A pause. "She may be a smuggler running a debt. She may be a hull full of people more frightened than the families. We cannot know, and she has made certain we cannot know, and that is its own kind of answer, and I do not trust it." "So she goes last," Cross said. "She goes last unless you choose otherwise," Emeth said. "And if the door shuts before last, she does not go at all, and we will never know whether we were right." Cross stood at the table a moment with the 3 weights on the scale, and then he did what Salazar had watched him do over a corridor of falling mountains, which was to stop weighing and start choosing. "Families first," Cross said. "All 6 barges, head of the stack, in order of how full they are. Fullest first. The slowest,
The worst threading, the ones with the most children's names on them, they go through my widest windows while I've still got my widest windows, and they go through with the lieutenant under every single quarter. They can't fly themselves, and they're the ones I will not lose." He let it land. "The cargo threads in the gaps. Anything that can hold its own line goes through a window the barges aren't using. Salazar doesn't touch them. They thread clean or they wait. The medical run jumps the cargo queue. 3 colonies waiting on medicine is a far side problem, same as the families, and I'll not save grain ahead of medicine. The rest of the cargo takes what's left." "And the runner," Ackerman said. "The runner waits." Cross looked at the mark at the foot of the stack, the hull leaning on a controller 100 kilometers off, who could not thread her and could not make her stop asking. "She threads when the families and the medicine are through, and not before. If there's door left, she gets it. If there isn't," a flat beat, "then she's a ship that wouldn't tell me who was aboard, asking me to put her ahead of 400 children I can count, and the count wins. Imeth, tell the controller that's the order, and that's Geneva's order, and she can put my name on the refusal if the runner pushes. The controller's been carrying this stack alone all night. She doesn't carry the no by herself." "She will be grateful for that, Captain," Imeth said. "She has refused that hull twice already, and has nothing to refuse it with except her own judgment, and judgment is a thing they appeal. Your name is a thing they cannot." "Then she's got my name." Cross came back around the table to the rail of the chair and took it under 2 fingers and tapped it once, the old tell, and the whole bridge read it. The man had committed, and the talking was done, and the work was about to start. "Salazar?" "Captain." Salazar was already back in the flight seat, the table forgotten, the eerie cold nothing fully on him now, his hands present on the yoke, and his eyes on the lit, guttering mouth and the first barge swelling huge at the head of the stack. "First barge, fullest. Walk her in." Cross's voice came down level, every word load-bearing, the floor the room needed. "You don't own the window. The controller owns the window. Bax owns whether there's a window at all, and the barge's pilot owns her own hull until the second she can't. You own the barge from the second she can't, same as the first morning, except the window moves and the margin's gone, and you only get the one pass at each of them. Clear?"
"Clear," Salazar said, and there was no swagger in it, none, drained all the way down to the flat register that meant it was real. The inverse of the man who had threaded the world's nicest queue in his sleep on the first morning and complained about being bored. He flexed his fingers once on the yoke, steady, the part of him that flew gone to work and the rest of him quiet behind it. "Lanehead, this is Lodestar. I have station off the first Saltier barge. Request the slot and tell me the second your window opens. I can't see it open from out here. I'm going to have to trust your ears." A pause, the small usable lag of the world. The controller's voice coming back through Emeth's relay, dry even through 2 layers and the worst night of her working life. "Lodestar, the slot is yours when I've got one. I'll call it. And, Lieutenant, this window's going to be ugly. Don't fly it like the morning. The morning's gone." "The morning's gone," Salazar agreed, almost gently, to a woman he would never meet who could not hear the gentleness. "Going to fly it like the night, then. Here she comes. Easy. Tell me when." The barge came on at the head of the stack, fat and old and full of names, and the lit mouth of the lantern guttered ahead of her, 7 vanes working at a passage that did not want to be held, and somewhere on the gantry a woman with her hand flat on the singing metal loaded another vane and waited to see whether it would tear.
and somewhere in the brig a man who had broken the door talked her through the breaking of it, and Salazar Harco put the Lodestar under the first barge's quarter and held her there in the worst water of his life, and waited for a window to open in a door that was learning, slot by slot, how to shut. "Hold's coming back to center," Emeth said. "Bex has the third vane loaded. The window's building." "Building," Salazar said. "I've got her. I've got the barge. The barge has got nothing. She's heavy and she's old and she's frightened and she handles like a wet barn, and slow I can work with." His hands moved, present, unhurried, the body doing what the body knew. "Lanehead, walk me in." "Lodestar," the controller said. "Window's open. It's narrow and it won't last. Walk her." "Walking her," Salazar said, and walked her, the Lodestar coming up under the fat old hull and giving her a shoulder, a few centimeters a second of nudge off the port lifters, a hand on the small of a stumbling back, and the barge leaned with the vast reluctance of 40 years of reaction mass toward the center of a lit throat that shivered and pulsed and would not sit still. And Salazar held her on it with his hands and his eyes and the cold, quiet nothing where the swagger used to be. And behind them the stack waited, and the door guttered, and one window, narrow and early and bought with a woman's hand on tearing metal, held just long enough. "She's on her line," Emeth said. "She's committed. The window's holding." "Hold us off," Cross said. "The second she's through, we're back for the next one. 6 barges, then the medicine, then whatever the door's got left." "Threading," Emeth said. And the first barge went at the heart of a window that should not have held, and did, on her line, a fat old colony hauler full of families and children's names, gone between one frame of the plot and the next, folded clean through a guttering door to a far side she would otherwise have been marooned from. Salazar did not let himself feel it. He had counted the saved off a plot before and learned not to spend the first one. The door always made you pay it back. He put his eyes on the second barge, swelling huge at the head of a stack that did not get any shorter for the one he had just sent through. And behind him on the status board, the window line built and held and built again, narrower each time, while the margin sat flat against the bottom of the scale where there was nothing left to spend. "Second barge," he said. "Lanehead, when you've got me a window." The door starts to shut slowly at first. That was what nobody told you about a door this size. It did not slam, it guttered, and it narrowed, and it made you watch it learn how, one window at a time, while you handed people through the gap that was left and counted the ones still waiting. And Salazar Marco, who had once flown the prettiest machine in the galaxy in his sleep and called it a Q, sat in the worst water of his life with the swagger gone out of him and his hands quiet on the yoke, and reached for the next barge and the one after that and held the door. Chapter 19. Who Threads First? 3 ships at the mouth and 1 window, Emeth said, and the window will not hold all 3. Emeth laid it on the board the moment Cross came back to the chair, and he took it standing. The watch had stopped being one where a man sat down. The forward display had the lit corridor, narrowed to a slot a fraction of the width it had worn on the morning they arrived, a throat of steadied seam glow guttering at its edges, the cathedral of veins around it pulling harder than the eye could see to hold a door 3/4 shut. The status board stood up beside it in colors that had no green left in them. Hold unsteady, the solution wandering, window collapsing, the slots opening narrow and closing early, margin flat against the bottom of the scale, a buffer spent down to nothing and borrowed against now, vein by vein, second by second. And in the approach, 3 marks, Cross read all 3 at once. "Saltire," Imeth said, and put her finger on the first, a fat, ungainly hauler at the head of the inbound stack, the kind of barge a colony built to last 40 years, and pretty bedimed. The migration barge, 140 aboard by the manifest, families, the far side's window people, the ones the crackdown sealed and the lane is about to seal again. She has lined up, she is committed. She has been committed for 6 minutes, and the window she committed to has not opened wide enough to take her. A held beat. Her pilot will not break off. She has children's names on her manifest and a closing door in front of her, and she is holding her line because breaking off the line is the only thing on that barge that is certainly death. The second. A combine grain cluster on automated thread, 4,000 tons, no souls. Halson's own consignment for the far side settlements, the food that keeps Saltire fed through the season the barge is trying to migrate into. Her hand moved. And the third, Captain, is the Caro, a black fast packet, registered to the Cress line, 60 crew and passengers, running for the mouth at a speed that says her master has read the board and decided the next window may be the last one this crossing ever opens. The smallest pause, a measurement taken twice. She is right, it may be. Whose is the window? It is the next window the array will give us. Bex has it building on a retune, narrow, early, and it will open once. Ima's hands went flat. One of the 3 threads it. The other 2 are still at the mouth when it shuts, and the one after it is not promised. Delgado will not promise the one after it. Delgado.
I won't promise it. The science officer had his working plot up at the strategy table, the lantern rendered down to the only things that mattered, the 7 good vanes, the dark 8th, the load Bex was spreading across them with her hands, and Tari's voice in her ear. The retunes holding the array together, but every window costs the 7 vanes some of what they've got left, and there's no spec that tells me how much. There's no spec for any of this. It's Bex reading the singing and guessing. She can give me 1 good window in the next 4 minutes. After that, I'm guessing on top of her guessing, and I won't put 140 lives on a window I'm inventing. His jaw worked. Captain, 1 thread. Maybe a second if the array forgives us. Don't plan on the second. The chair's worst arithmetic, laid on the board with no clean square anywhere on it. Cross looked at the 3 marks and the 1 slot and the dead line at the bottom of the margin scale, and did the sum the chair existed to do.
"Get me Halson," he said, "and Marchetti, both at once, now." "Both reaching for you," Imeth said. "Halson from the gantry, Marchetti from the Vrogny, off the near sector. She's been holding the mouth clear of stray hulls since the overpush pulled. Channels open." It carried voice, the 2 bridges and the gantry breathing under it. And Halson came first, the clipped frontier authority of him scoured down to something flatter by the array he was standing on. "Cross, I'm on the gantry with your repair chief and a singing Vane and a bomber in her ear, and I've got a grain cluster on automated thread that feeds 9,000 people through a winter I planted it for. You're going to tell me to wave it off." "I'm going to tell you the window takes 1 mark, and I'm going to ask you which." A silence on the link, the breath of a man who had already done the arithmetic and hated the answer he'd got. "You know which. You've known which since you read the board. The barge is 140 warm. My cluster's 4,000 tons of grain and not 1 heartbeat." The warden's voice dropped a register and stayed there. "I'm not going to be the warden who threaded his own consignment over a barge full of children to keep a ledger clean. Wave my grain off. Thread the barge." "Your grain feeds Saltire, the same far side the barge is migrating to. You wave it off, and the window doesn't open again. Those families thread into a winter with no food in it. You're not weighing grain against lives. You're weighing the lives at the mouth against the lives at the far side that the grain keeps alive. I know exactly what I'm weighing. The warden's voice did not rise. It had never once risen across 4 days, and it did not now. I've been weighing it for 20 years. Every threading, every window, every season I push this crossing past what it's rated for, so the far side doesn't starve. That's the arithmetic that built this lane cross. Somebody's always on the far side of the number. I'm telling you to thread the barge and feed nobody, because the barge is in front of me with 140 faces on it, and the winter is 6 months off, and a thing 6 months off is a thing I can still fight for. Thread the barge. I'll find the far side food some other way, or I'll answer for not finding it. A beat. Don't make a brave thing into a hard one. Some of them are just brave. Marchetti.
The Carrow. The Kresk voice came in fast, with the warden scoured out of it, the one she used when she'd stopped performing. Cross, listen to me before you settle this. The barge is committed, and the barge cannot break off. Fine, agreed. You don't waste breath on the one mark on that board that has no choices. But the Carrow's running for your window at a speed that says her master will take it whether you give it to him or not. 60 aboard, and a Kresk registry, and a man at her helm who has decided he is not going to be the ship that didn't try. If you thread the barge and the Carrow's still inbound when that window shuts, he doesn't stop. He threads anyway, offline, into a slot that isn't there, and you lose 60 in the throat of the corridor, and you maybe lose the corridor with them. A hull offline in a collapsing window at handshake speed is 4,000 tons going somewhere the array didn't plan for, with your repair chief holding the array together by her fingernails. I'm not telling you to thread him over the barge. I'm telling you the barge isn't your only problem. You've got a ship coming whether you choose him or not. Can you turn him? I can try. Flat, fast. I'm Combine Gray, and I'm faster than he is, and I can put myself across his approach and tell him the window's promised. He'll hear it as a block warship pulling rank to thread its own, and he'll burn around me, but I can make him late. I can cost him the speed, walk him off his line, buy you the seconds where the window's already shut, and even a desperate man can see there's no slot to thread. I can stop him killing himself in your corridor. A beat. The Kresk voice gone very level. I can't make him a mark you save. I can only make him a mark you don't lose. That's the most I've got, Cross. Tell me to spend it, and I'll spend it. Cross looked at the board. The barge committed, no choices, 140 warm. The grain cluster, 4,000 tons and no heartbeat. The Carrow running for a window her master had decided to take. One slot, opening once, and a science officer who would not promise the one after it. Emeth, he said. Wave Halson's grain off the thread, hold it at the mouth, log that the warden asked for it waved. He took the rail under 2 fingers. Marchetti, go and make the Carrow late. Don't thread him, don't shield him, don't lose the Vrogny doing it. Walk him off his line until the window's gone and the choice is made for him, and then bring him back into the queue alive and furious. I'd rather he hated me from a deck I didn't kill him on.
Threading the barge, Marchetti said. Not a question, a confirmation, set down so it would be on the record in both their voices. Going to make him late. The Vrogny's your wall, Cross. He's not getting past me into that window. The link to her bridge breathed once and was gone, the gray mark on the board peeling off the near sector and burning toward the Carrow's approach, a warship putting itself between a desperate man and a door that would kill him. Barge threads, Cross said. Hansen, your grain rides the queue, and if the array gives us a second window, it's yours, and if it doesn't, I'll find your far side food if I have to push it there myself.
You waved it off for the barge. I'll have that on the record in your favor, because it's the bravest thing anyone's done at this crossing today, and I won't have it filed as a loss." "File us however you like." The warden's voice came rough now, the array loud behind it, Bex's people calling load numbers under his words. "I'm on a gantry watching your repair chief tune 7 vanes around a hole a bomber's describing to her. And I'll tell you the truth, Cross. I don't care this minute what column lie grain goes in. Get the barge through. Then get the next window for whoever you can, and pray the old girl's got another one in her." A grinding came down the channel, far and structural, and the warden's voice cut off and came back. "She's not happy. Your chief says she's not happy. Get the barge through now." "Window building," Delgado said. "Bex has it. Narrower than the barge's beam allows for by the certified numbers, and Bex says the certified numbers are for a healthy array, and this one isn't healthy, so don't read her the certified numbers." His hand went flat on the slate. "She's threading the barge through a slot that's officially too small for it, on her own read of how much the corridor walls will give, and she says she's done it before in Cold Lane weather, and the old girl held. Captain. That's the diagnosis we boarded a hull to deny 3 days ago, and it's the only thing keeping 140 people alive in the next 90 seconds. "Then we fly her read," Cross said. "Salazar." "On the barge." The lieutenant's chair was forward, his hands on the board, and the swagger was nowhere in it, the eerie quiet that meant it was real now, the inverse of the man who'd narrated his own brilliance at this crossing on the morning they arrived. "I'm under her port quarter, same as the first day, giving her a shoulder if she walks. She won't walk if her pilot holds her nerve. Lanehead control, Lodestar, I have station under the Saltire Hall, and I will not push your window. Say when the slot's mine." The controller's voice came back through Imith's relay, the dry of it worn thin tonight. "Lodestar, the slot's yours, and it's the only one I can swear to. Walk her in. Don't push my window. I haven't got the margin to forgive you." "Not going to push your window," Salazar said, almost gently, to a woman 100 kilometers off, and a junction's worth of trouble between them. "Going to give her a shoulder. Here she comes. Easy." On the gantry channel, Bex Orse's voice came across the bridge for the first time that watch, blunt and working shop, and threaded with a strain that had nothing to do with fear and everything to do with 20 years of knowing a machine's moods. "Lieutenant, you hold her center, you hear me? Dead center, because I've got the walls in as tight as they'll come, and there's no slop in this one. Left wall's the dead Vane side, and the dead Vane side is where she'll bite. Center her and keep her centered, and tell her pilot to stop fighting the helm. The helm's not the problem. I'm the helm tonight." A grinding under her words, a thing in the array complaining. "Come on, old girl, one more wide one. You've got it in you. Sten, the seat. Talk me the seat. Is it shearing or holding?" And another voice far down a hold comms post, flat and stripped, a man talking a woman he'd never met through the charge seat he'd broken. "Holding. The seat's holding. Load the 3rd vane harder. It'll take it. I set the charge low on the spar. The spar's still good. Load the 3rd. She'll give you the width." Loading the 3rd. And she did not say his name again, and did not say anything to him that was not the work. Cross watched the barge's track on the plot, watched the window open ahead of her, narrower than a barge had any business threading, the left wall the dead Vane's side, and the bite waiting there. Watched Salazar hold her center with a shoulder no layman would have called an event, a few centimeters a second of nudge off the Lodestar's port lifters, a hand on the small of a stumbling back. Watched the barge find the line and hold it, a fat old colony hauler full of children's names, holding steady in the guttering throat of the corridor, while a repair chief tuned the walls in around her by hand, and a bomber talked the chief through the break, and a combined warship somewhere off the mouth walked a desperate man off the door that would have killed him. She's centered, Inamet said. She's committed. The controller has the count. A beat. Threading. The barge went at the slot's heart, on her line, through a window too small for her that a woman's hands had made just wide enough, and between one frame of the plot and the next, she was gone, folded clean through to the far side, to the colony she'd take 40 more years to die on by choice, 140 souls handed through a dying door by a chief and a bomber and a shoulder the Lodestar lent her in passing. Delgado said, "Barge is through," and his voice cracked on it, the frightened end of him all the way out. "She's through. All souls. The far side has her." The bridge did not come off it cleanly. No two of them in the same instant. Venter's breath thawing at the relief station, a thing he'd plainly held since committed. Salazar's frame dropping half an inch as the tension let go, and the swagger not flooding back this time, only a long, unsteady exhale. Cross let it be there for the length it earned. 140 souls were through. Then the window shut. It shut harder than the board said it should, the old wrong sign again, and it took the array down with it for a sickening half-second, hold lurching on the status board, the lit mouth on the forward display guttering nearly to dark before it caught. "Bex." Cross was off the rail. "Delgado, what happened? Talk to me." The dead Vane bit. Delgado had it on the plot, the dark eighth flaring gray on gray, a dead Vane finding a last way to do harm. The seat sheared when the window closed. The charge seat Tari built, it held through the thread and let go on the close, and it's taken the spar with it. "Captain, the inner cradle." His hand stopped. "The inner cradle's compromised. There's a Vane mount coming apart at the array's spine, and the gantry's on the spine. Bex's gang is on the spine." "Halson," Cross said. "Halson, report." "Bex." The gantry channel was a wall of grinding for 2 seconds. 3, structure giving somewhere close to the pickup, and under it voices, Bex's gang calling clear, calling names. And then the warden's voice came through it ragged and present, and not on a desk. "Mount's gone on the inner spine. We've lost the gantry's outer span. It's peeled back toward the cradle. 2 of her gang got clear up the spine. Bex didn't." The grinding swallowed him and let him back. "She's not clear, Cross. She went toward it. The third Vane was shearing, and she went to the manual coupling to hold the load by hand, and the span peeled while she was on it, and she's pinned in the cradle throat with the array screaming over her, and a coupling in her fist she will not let go of, because if she lets go, the 7 good Vanes lose the 8th's load, and the hole drops below navigable, and the lane shuts with the carrow and the grain, and everyone left on this side of it." His breath came hard. "She's alive, she's pinned, and she's hurt, and she's holding the coupling, and she is not coming off it while there's anyone left to thread. Do you hear me? Your repair chief is holding the door open with her own hand, in the cradle, where nobody can reach her, and she'll hold it till it kills her, or till you tell me the queue's empty." The bridge had gone still around the channel. On the plot, the inner cradle flared its damage, the gantry's peeled span, the small mark somewhere in the cradle throat that was a woman with a coupling in her fist. The status board stood up beside it, hold, steadying because she had not let go. Cross looked at it, the hold steady on the strength of a hand in the cradle, the carrow coming back into the queue off Marchetti's wall, the grain cluster waiting, a colony's families through and a colony's food still on this side of a dying door. "Petrov," he said, "med team to the inner cradle, through the gantry's good span, however Halson can get them in, now." "There's no way in, Captain," Halson said. "The good span's the one that peeled. The way to her is the cradle dock, and the cradle dock's a full hull coupling. Nothing reaches her but a ship that can dock into the array itself, and there's no ship at this crossing built to survive that." And Cross stood into the worst of it, a woman holding the door open with her hand in a place no ship could reach, and what he reached for was not the safe call the manual would have signed. "There's one," he said. "Hartley, the inner cradle. Can the Lodestar couple into the lantern's anchor cradle and hold the array's load off Bexorce's hand long enough to cut her out? A silence on the engineering channel, the kind Hartley filled only when she'd already run the thing and didn't like the answer. "She can dock it," the chief said at last, dry and 4 decks down and not pretending. "No older cruiser could, and she can. She's built for planetfall, and a full-hull coupling's the same animal, uglier. I can put her into the cradle. Holding the array's load through our own keel while somebody cuts a woman out of the coupling she's holding it with? Captain, that's the ship becoming the dead Vane, taking the 8th one's work onto our own frame. And I can't promise you the frame, not after the dorsal, not as tired as she is. I can promise you she'll say yes. She always says yes." The dry thinned. "Whatever you're choosing, choose it once. She'll only do it the one time." "Then we choose it once," Cross said, and took the rail under 2 fingers and tapped it, and did not let his hand do anything but the work. "All stations, we're taking the door onto our own keel. Hartley, dock us in. Petrov, your team rides the coupling and you cut Bexorce out the second the load's ours. Salazar, the Caro, and the Grain ride the next window if the old girl gives us one, and we hold her open with our own frame until they do." The lit mouth hung guttering on the display, dimmer than it had ever been, one vein dark and a woman in the cradle holding the rest. "And somebody get me Bexorce on a channel. She's not holding that coupling alone another minute, thinking nobody's coming. Tell her the Lodestar's coming into the cradle to take the weight. Tell her to hold on. We've got her."
Chapter 20. Enemies on the Same Line. The number came up on Delgado's plot at the worst possible hour, and it did not care whose side anybody was on. Cross had been watching the door hold for 3 hours by then, the lit corridor narrower than it had any right to be, and stuttering open one window at a time. Bex and Halson out on the gantry, retuning 7 vanes to carry an 8th's load. Tari's voice somewhere in the hold, talking a stranger through the break he'd made. 5 salt-tire haulers through already, threaded clean on windows held open a half-second longer than the board said they had. It had been working like a man works who's bleeding from a cut he's tied off with his own hand, not well, not for long, but for now. And now was the only currency the corridor was paying in. Then Delgado said, "Captain," in the flat, clinical voice that was the frightened end of him, and Cross knew the now had run out. Science. The retunes holding the vanes. Delgado had the working plot up, the cathedral rendered down to the only things that mattered. The 7 lit vanes pulling, the dark 8th, the corridor threading through the middle of them. Beck spread the 8th's load and the 7 are taking it. That part's good. But the array's grip is a solution, not just a pull. The vanes don't only hold the mouth open, they hold it aligned. And you can retune the pull around a dead vane. You can't retune the geometry. There's a hole where the 8th one used to anchor the alignment, and the hold's wandering into it. His hand went flat. Every window we open, the mouth drifts a little further off true before it shuts. Bex is chasing it from the gantry. She's losing ground. The windows are narrowing because the alignment's slipping now, not the power, and there's nothing on that array to grab the alignment back. "Then we grab it from outside," Cross said. "We've got a ship." "That's the number, Captain." He pulled it up, and Cross read it off the man's face before the figure. That was how he read everything Delgado put in front of him now. "I ran it the second I saw the drift. To hold the mouth aligned from outside the array, to stand off the structure and pull the alignment back true while Bex holds the power, you need to brace it on 3 axes, 3 points of pull spread around the mouth, each one holding a third of the solution steady against the drift. One ship can't do it. One ship braces one axis, and the other 2 walk off true, and the door shuts on whatever's in it." A beat. It's the flaw the test found, the same one. One hull can't hold the whole mouth. It needs 3. Cross looked at the plot. 3 points around a dying mouth, and one ship 200 kilometers up corridor with a port coupling held together by Hartley's prayers.
"We don't have 3 ships," Ackerman said, from the contingency board, flat in the voice she kept for what nobody else would say. "We have 1 cruiser, a combine warship that's under orders to keep this lane open at any cost, and is going to read 'Brace the array' as 'Park yourself where the bomb went off', and a patchwork hull vessel in the impound berth at Lanehead, whose crew we arrested 4 days ago for blowing a Vane off this exact machine." She squared her slate. "Those are your 3 hulls, Captain. A cruiser, an enemy, and a prisoner. There isn't a 4th. "No, there isn't." Cross stood at the rail and let that be true in the room for a moment, so the bridge could take it in before he made it an order. The 3 hulls within reach of the dying mouth were the 3 flags that had spent 2 decades at each other's throats, the Center's fist, the Combine's warden, and the movement they'd both been hunting. Geneva's law, the block's gold priority, and the charter. Put any 2 of them in the same volume on an ordinary day, and somebody filed an incident. Now he was about to ask all 3 to fly wingtip to wingtip around a guttering door and pull, together, in the one direction that kept it open. "Imouth," he said. "The patchwork hull at Lanehead, the one we impounded. Is she crewed?" "Skeleton, Captain. Held under guard. The smallest pause. A measurement taken twice. Their pilot is aboard, the one who flew her into the impound berth without scratching it, which, given the berth, I noted at the time." Another beat. "They will not want to fly for us. We put their cell in our brig." "They put a charge on this array under load, and right now they're the only people on the frontier who will understand exactly what we're asking, because they're the only ones besides Bex who've had their hands inside this machine. Get me their pilot, and get me Marchetti." He took the rail under 2 fingers and tapped it once. "Captain to captain, both of them, and I want them hearing the same thing at the same time. I'm not running this twice." Lena Marchetti had been holding the Vrogny on the up-corridor flank for 3 hours with her orders sitting on the console where she could see them, and she had not once let herself like what she was doing. The orders were clean. They were always clean. That was the trick of them. Maintain lane security at the Vantor crossing. Combine gold priority. Cooperate with ISCAFC security operations under Warden Howson. Use of force authorized against anchorage interference. She'd flown 100 orders shaped like that across 11 years, and most of them had been, in the end, the right thing wearing a hard collar. Keep the lane open. Keep the colonies fed. Keep the frontier free of Geneva, which was the only freedom her people had ever been offered, and the only one she'd ever believed in. She had a niece on Saltire. The orders kept the door open for the niece. That was the whole of it, on a good day. This was not a good day. She'd watched the crackdown move through Lanehead for 4 days. The sealed berths, the families held at the checkpoints, the warden's bulletins coming out a shade too tidy. Anchorage terror stamped on people she could see from her own deck were terrified of the splinters themselves. She'd watched Howson void and haul safe conduct with a stamp and call it security, and she'd watched the lane keep dying underneath all of it. The windows narrowing on the board, Cross's science officer flagging each one, and the warden clearing it. She'd run the numbers on the overpush her own way, off her own sensors. A year of flying beside Cross had taught her not to take a man's arithmetic on faith. The numbers said the Combine was killing the crossing to keep it busy. Her orders said, keep it busy. Vrogny, Lodestar. The channel opened voice only, the way Cross always took it with her. Her choice the first time, his courtesy ever since. And the impound vessel at Lanehead. Captain Marchetti, can you hear the other party? I can hear you, Cross.
She kept a warden out of her voice. "I can hear breathing on a third channel that I'd bet good money is an anchorage pilot, and I'd love to know what kind of night you're building." A second voice came on, rough, young, wary as a cornered animal. "Skell, Greta Voss, whoever's listening, my crew's in your brig, and I'm flying under a gun, so say what you want fast." Marchetti almost laughed. Almost. A cruiser, a warden's warship, and a bomber, all on one line. Kessler would have sealed the channel and arrested the lot.
"Here's the night," Cross said, and laid it out the way she'd watched him lay things out before. No warden's costs and consequences, no Geneva certainty, just the shape of it, flat and whole. The alignment slipping, the 3 points of pull. One ship can't hold it. It needs 3. The saltier haulers queued behind a door narrowing faster than one hull could brace. He didn't soften it, and he didn't sell it. He just put it down on the line where all 3 of them could see it. "You're asking me," Marchetti said, when he'd finished, "to fly my Combine warship into the wreck of the station the anchorage bombed and pull on it, in formation with the people who bombed it, while my orders tell me to keep this lane open and keep that pilot in irons?" "I'm asking all 3 of us," Cross said. "Yes." "My orders say keep the lane open." "Then keep it open." His voice didn't change. "That's the whole of what I'm asking, Captain. Keep the lane open. There's just only one way left to do it, and it's got an anchorage pilot on one of the 3 points." On the Vrogny's console, the orders sat where she could see them. Cooperate with ISCAFC security operations. Not fly wingtip to wingtip with a bomber. The order had a shape, and the shape did not include this, and she knew, as she'd known the night she came down Cross's flank in the foundry and hated knowing, that the gap between the order and the wreck in front of her was exactly the gap Kessler had built his whole career in. The order is the order. The lane is the order. And these are the only hands that hold the lane, and the order tells her to put one of those hands in irons. She'd spent 11 years believing men who told her a road was inevitable. She'd stopped once, in a falling mountain range, and it had cost her a certificate she'd got back on a technicality and a reputation she hadn't. She told herself after that she'd done it because Cross was right and the arithmetic was plain. The truth was simpler and less flattering. She'd done it because she was tired of being the captain who kept a road open across people, and she had not, in the year since, found a way to become the other kind of captain, except by doing it again. "Skell, Greta Voss, you bombed this array." A silence on the 3rd channel. Then, "My cell did. I drove. I didn't set it." A breath. "I'd take it back if taking it back meant letting the lane kill the colonies slow instead of the warden killing it fast. So no, I wouldn't. Ask your real question." "My real question is, can you fly a third of an alignment around a mouth you helped break without putting the rest of us into the array?" "I flew this hull into an impound berth a meter wider than her beam. I can fly the point. The question's whether your warden's going to let me get close enough to try before he reads me as a second attack, and your Geneva friend has to choose between us."
And there it was, the actual gap, the one that wasn't on her console. Not, "Will the order let me?" The order would never let her. The order was Kessler's, and Kessler was wrong, and she'd known he was wrong for a year and flown his orders anyway on every day that wasn't a foundry. A foundry was a once. The rest of it was a career. Marchetti looked at the plot, the dying mouth, the 3 points, the saltire haulers with her niece's colony on the manifest of the one she could see, and made the call that was hers and not the Combine's. "Lodestar Vrogny." She reached over and moved before she said it, saying it first was how a person talked themselves out of a choice. Her hand went to the board and she keyed the Vragni off her holding station and onto a vector that put a Combine warship nose down into the impound approach at Lanehead, alongside a patchwork anchorage hull, in plain view of every Combine sensor on the crossing. I have the third point, the upmouth axis. I'll brace the alignment from above the mouth and pull it true against the drift, and Skell can have the low axis where I can see him, and you can have the one in the middle that needs a hull that won't come apart, which is yours, not his. No offense, Skell. None taken. Yours is held together with what, exactly? Spite, said Skell, and Marchetti heard her own bridge make a sound it had not made in 4 days. Captain Marchetti. Cross's voice had something under it she chose not to name. My orders say keep the lane open. She watched her own vector lock, the Vragni committing, the choice done now and not undoable, a warship doing indeed what it would never have been allowed to choose in word. I'm keeping it open, Cross. If the Combine wants to read it as keeping it open, they can have my report. If they want to read it the other way, they can have my certificate. They are not getting my hands. I made that decision a year ago in a foundry, and I've been waiting ever since for the day it cost me something. I think this is the day, and I'm not as frightened of it as I was. A flat beat. The warden scoured out of it entirely. Tell your science officer where he wants me. I'll pull where he says, and I'll pull as hard as the Vragni's got. And when the warden calls to ask what I think I'm doing, I'll tell him I'm keeping the lane open and let him work out the rest. Cross took the deck off the rail and stood up into it, and for half a second spent something he had no business spending. The picture on his board was the one his mother had raised him to believe in, and the Cold War had spent 4 days teaching him was a fairy tale. Not the null physics, not the lantern. This. 3 flags at each other's throats for 2 decades. 3 halls with every order and every grievance, and every dead body between them, telling them to fly apart, coming together around a guttering door. A Combine captain spending her certificate. An anchorage pilot flying the array he'd helped break. The center's fist in the middle, asking. He had argued for the institutions every day out here, and lost the argument to the facts. And at the bottom of it was the one thing the institutions had never built. People refusing the arithmetic the flags handed them. Then he put it down. The door was still shutting. Delgado, you've got your 3 hulls. Where do they pull? Sending all 3 now. Delgado was already moving, the data steadying him as it always did. Marchetti high on the upmouth axis, Skell low, us in the middle. But the middle axis is the bad one, Captain. It's the one that needs to brace the alignment closest to the array, inside the Vane field, where the drift's worst. Marchetti and Skell can stand off and pull from outside the structure. The middle point can't. To hold the center of the mouth true, you have to get in among the vanes, close enough to... He stopped, and Cross watched him arrive at it. Close enough to couple. You can't pull the center from outside. You have to be part of the array to hold it. Hartley, Cross said, to the open channel, and 4 decks down the engineer had plainly been listening, because the dry Mancunian came back before he'd finished her name. I heard him. A pause. The far note of the Lodestar's drive folded under it, and then a sound Cross knew. Hartley running a hand down a frame she could feel through her boots. He's right, and I hate that he's right. The inner anchor cradle. The lantern's got a dock seat in the middle of the array, built for a tender to brace a Vane during a recert. It was never built for a cruiser, but she's Aurora class. She's got the spine and the coupling collars and the shielding to take a full-hull dock into a live junction structure, which no older boat in the fleet could survive, and I'd thank whoever specced her in a yard somewhere for it later, when we're not about to find out the hard way. A breath. I can fly her into the cradle. I can hold her in it. What I can't promise is the port coupling. It's already gone once this week, and the cradle's going to ask her to hold against a drift that wants to tear her out of it. And she's tired, Captain. I can hear it in her. But she'll hold if I ask her right. She always does. Then ask her right, Chief, and I'll buy her a refit she'll be ashamed of. You said that last book.
And I meant it last book. The yard was busy. A sound came up the channel that from Hartley counted as a laugh, and then was gone, and the dry was back. Coupling collars charged, bringing her round to the cradle approach. Tell the helm to keep his hands off her on the run-in. This one's mine, and I'll not have a flight officer second-guessing a dock he can't feel. Salazar, Cross said, the chief has the cradle run. You've got the volume around it. The queue's still threading. The windows are still live, and there's about to be 3 braced hulls and a queue of haulers in the same sky. Keep the lanes clear for Hartley's run-in, and don't touch the cradle. That's hers. Keeping my hands off the cradle, Salazar said, and Cross heard what it cost him. A pilot watching another pair of hands fly the impossible run, and heard him spend the cost without complaint, which he had not always been able to do. Marchetti, Skell, Lodestar Tactical. You two pull the alignment. The chief brings us into the middle. I keep the sky off all 3 of you. Anybody throws a window collapse my way, I'll walk the hauler in it clear before it commits. Welcome to the worst job in the galaxy. Again, in your case, Captain Marchetti. It's not my first cathedral, Marchetti said, and the Vrogny came down onto her axis above the mouth, gray and certain, a Combine warship bracing the wreck the Combine's overpush had helped make. The plot drew it as it happened, and Cross stood at the rail and watched a maneuver nobody had designed and everybody meant. Marchetti, high, pulling the upmouth axis true, her point defense flaring in soft taps off nothing visible, fields no eye could see reaching across vacuum to hold a third of a dying solution steady. Skell, low, the patchwork hull, salvaged plates and other ships' bones, the energy weapon scars of a fleet that wasn't supposed to exist, flying her point with a precision that made a lie of every bulletin Howson had filed, the bomber's pilot holding the array he'd broken. And in the middle, swinging round onto the cradle approach with her port coupling gone and her framing singing a note Hartley didn't like, the Lodestar, coming in to dock into a live junction and become, for as long as her tired hull would let her, a Vane. 3 points reaching. Marchetti's pulling true on the up axis. Skell's locked low. The drifts... A held breath. The drifts slowing. They're holding it between them. The mouths coming back toward true. Window, Imeth said from operations, and her voice did the small null thing it did instead of relief. The next window opened wider than the last, Captain. The first time it has opened wider since the array went dark, by the alignment coming back. They are buying it back, a third at a time. On the forward display, the lit mouth of the lantern hung dimmer than the morning they'd raised her. One Vane dark, the cathedral working harder than it ever had to hold a passage that was dying under the hands that held it open. But it was holding. 3 hulls that should have been firing on each other braced it on 3 axes. A repair gang retuned the 7 living Vanes from the gantry. A man who'd bombed it talked a stranger through the break, and down the slowly widening throat of the corridor, a saltier hauler with families on the manifest, lined up on a window that was, for the first time in 3 hours, getting wider instead of narrower. "Beck's on the gantry channel, Captain," Imeth said. "She wants you to know, her words, whoever you've got pulling on her from outside, tell them not to stop, because for the first time tonight she stopped fighting my hands." Tell her the people pulling are a Combine warden's captain and an Anchorage bomber's pilot, Cross said, and they're not going to stop. He took the rail under 2 fingers and tapped it once. And Imeth, log it, all of it. Who flew which point and under whose orders and against them. Marchetti's going to lose something for this, and I want it on the record, exactly what she lost it doing. A beat. Skell, too. Whatever the finding says about that cell in the end, I want the part where their pilot held the door open, standing somewhere it can't be smoothed. Logged, Imeth said. And, Captain, Halson is calling. From the gantry. He has seen the Vrogny on his sensors, on the array, pulling. The smallest pause, a measurement taken twice. He is not asking what she thinks she is doing. He is asking which axis he should tell his own platforms to brace, so that she does not carry the upmouth alone. Cross looked at the plot. 3 hulls becoming 4. The warden's own people coming onto the line beside the captain who'd just spent her certificate to get there. The door coming back open a third at a time, while a colony's families threaded through it. And let the breath go. The one he'd been holding, since one ship can't hold it. Tell him the upmouth, Cross said. Tell him to brace it with her. And tell him... Cross stopped. There was a sentence he'd been about to say, some warden's arithmetic line about how the lane stayed open, and he found he didn't need it. Halson had already chosen the same square the rest of them had, and a man who'd chosen it didn't need to be sold it. Tell him welcome to the worst job in the galaxy. He'll know the rest. And the 4 hulls held the dying mouth between them, enemies on the same line, pulling the same way, and the door came open wide enough to let the next ship through. Chapter 21. Into the Cradle. There was a move to brace a failing anchor that nobody had ever flown, and Hartley had it drawn in her notebook in pencil, and she did not believe it. Hartley had drawn it 2 nights ago when the board first went amber and stayed there, by hand, on paper, on a ship that could have rendered it for her in light and lied in the rendering. The drawing showed the lantern's lit core in cross-section, the great anchor cradle at its heart, where the vanes rooted into the structure that held the fold mouth open, and a flat slab, the wrong shape for any of it, nosing into the cradle's throat like a key into a lock it was never cut for. The slab she'd labeled Lodestar in block capitals, so she'd believe it, and under it, smaller, the line the design lived or died on. Couple full hull. Brace the root. Hold while the door holds. Now the board was past amber, and the move she'd refused to believe was the only one left on it. Hartley. Cross's voice came down the engineering channel, with the warmth pressed thin, the undertide under it. Bex says the cradle will take us. Marchetti and the Patchwork Hall are holding the outer vanes between them, and it isn't enough, and it won't be. And the only thing that braces the root is a hull rigid enough to be a vane for an hour. That's you. I'd not ask if there were anyone else. You're not asking. You're telling me the maths. Hartley had her hand flat on the drive monitor station, the readout washing the bulkhead amber, the burn running busy 4 decks down and complaining already, and she hadn't even put a load on it yet. And the maths is right. I checked it twice. I hate it twice. Get me Bex on the cradle and Imeth on this deck. I'm not flying a coupling I can't read on a frame I can't read, with nobody holding the half I can't hold. Bex is in the core. Imeth's on her way down. The smallest pause. Esme, the windows are collapsing faster than the queue can thread. There are people on the far side who don't get through if the root gives. I know how a door works, Captain. Drier than she meant, and she let it stand. The dry was the armor, and the armor was all she had. I'll hold the root. You hold the door. Engineering out.
Ameth came down the ladder without hurry, which was the worst thing on the deck. The operations officer crossed to the drive station, set her hands flat on the rail beside the trace, and waited the beat she always waited before serious speech. And Hartley, who'd broken the only rule that ever protected her by showing this person a page she showed no one, found the beat steadied her. "You will couple the hull into the cradle, not a question. I have read the structure with Beck's Orsa. The cradle is built to hold a vane against the fold's pull. A vane is rigid, rooted, patient. The Lodestar is none of these. She is a fast hull on a null-assisted frame, and the frame is the part of her my people built, and the cradle will ask of that frame the one thing it is least built to give, which is to hold against a pull that does not let up, not a load that comes and goes, a load that comes and stays, the whole of the door." Ameth turned her hands palms up on the rail. "On the train the loads came and went, and the listening had time to recover between them. In the cradle the load never goes. The frame holds its answer the smallest moment, decides how to spend itself, and is asked again before it is finished, and again, with no gap." Hartley's stomach did what it did when a junior hand said, "I think it's fine," about a coupling that wasn't. "It'll bank. It may. No one knows because no one has done this." Ameth set her hands flat, still. "I will not tell you a comfort. Banking in the cradle is not a whipped tether with a tender on the end. It is the Lodestar spending herself all at once against a structure she is bolted into. There is no slack to cut. If the frame banks in the cradle, the ship and the cradle become one problem, and the problem is solved by whichever yields first. And the cradle's 1,000 years of null engineering. We're 8 months out of the yard. Yes, so we yield. Unless you hold the frame under the ceiling, as you held it on the train. The ceiling is lower here. The load never lets you recover, but it exists, and beneath it the frame will hold against a steady pull as long as you ask. A steady pull is the one thing it listens to easily. The danger is not the holding. The danger is the change. Every time a window collapses out on the vanes, the pull through the cradle jumps, and the jump asks the frame for the whole of its answer at once. You will hold steady for an hour. You will nearly die in the half-seconds." Hartley stood with that, finger on the trace, and did with the true thing what she did with all of them. Wrote it down. On the kill list, under the 4 items she could price, she added the jumps, and found it had earned its place. "Right. Then I don't fly the hold. The hold near enough flies itself. Steady pull, frames happy. I keep us under the ceiling, and the cradle does the work. I fly the jumps." She closed her eyes a moment, where no one on the deck could see, and opened them. "Every time a window goes, I've half a second to bleed the frame's answer out before it banks it. Same as slacking a tether, only there is no tether and no slack, and I'm doing it with the drive itself. How many windows go in the next hour?" Emeth was quiet, a held beat. "Beck's Orsa believes 9 of the outer vanes are past saving, and will shed their windows as the cradle takes the load off them. 9 collapses, perhaps more if the root shifts. 9 jumps, 9 half-seconds, where I bleed her clean, or she eats the cradle and us with it. Well, I've had worse Tuesdays. Get on your station and read me the frame. You see it bank, you don't wait for the trace. You tell me now, 3 words, like you did on the train. I'll have moved before you finish the 3rd. "I will tell you now." Emeth set her hands on the rail. "Esme, you held the train on a frame you could not read, and you did it because you let me hold the half you could not. I am going to hold that half again. Hear me say it before we begin, because once we begin, there will be no room for anything that is not the frame." "Heard." Hartley keyed the captain's channel and the core channel both. "Engineering set. Bex, Talk to me about your cradle. Captain, when you're ready, we'll go put your ship in a hole." "She'll take you," Bex's voice came up the channel from inside the lit core, warm and frightened and entirely her own. "The cradle. She took a Vane before, the old way, when they rerouted Solveig in the bad year. Backed a whole spar into her and bolted it, and she held it 60 years. She knows how to hold. She just doesn't know how to hold you. You're not shaped like anything she's ever... Esme, she's going to feel wrong to you. I want you to know that going in. She's going to feel like she doesn't fit, and you're going to want to back off, and you mustn't." "I'm not backing off." Hartley had the cradle on a feed off Imith's board. A throat of structure at the lantern's heart, ribbed and lit, the Vane roots reaching up into the dark like the inside of a bell. Beautiful. Wrong for them. The only door left. "Tell me what she sounds like happy. You're the one with her moods." A short, astonished sound came up the channel that, on a better day, would have been a laugh. "You're asking me her moods? You? Manchester?" "I've an engine I can't read either. I've learned the hard way to ask the one who can. What's she sound like happy, Bex? Quick, before your captain runs out of patience and mine runs out of nerve." "Low," Bex said, and steadied. "A low, even hum all through the housing, like a slow thing breathing. You won't hear it. I will. I've a bare hand flat on her root and I'm not moving it. When she holds right, she hums even. When she's fighting, the note climbs and goes hard. Maeve did it for a month before tonight." A pause. "If I tell you the note's climbing, it's not the window failing. It's the cradle failing. That's the one that ends us, and I'll know it a breath before your boards do, same as I always have. Then I've two of you reading me what I can't read. Imith on the frame, Bex on the cradle. That's more than I had on the train, and the train worked barely." She did not say barely. The deck did not need the kill list read aloud. "Captain, we're as set as we get. Bring her in." "Bringing her in." Cross's voice, and under it Salazar's, low and burned clean of all its clever, flying the Lodestar, the gentlest she had ever been flown, broken already, a Vane of her own gone to the Cold War weeks back, nosing a fast cruiser into a hole cut for something 1,000 times more patient. "Salazar's got her. The moment we seat, she's yours." "The moment we seat, she's mine." Hardney put her hand flat on the drive monitor station, felt the long note of the burn run up through her palm, and waited for her ship to be bolted into a cathedral. The seat went into the deck like a tooth into a socket, a long grinding settle Hartley felt in her boots before the feed caught up. And then the cradle had them, ribbed structure closing round the Lodestar's flanks, and the trace took the load. It listened. The whole of the readout held a hair flat for the smallest moment, as it had on a write-off pod at the dead edge of a corridor a lifetime ago, while the fold's pull came down through the cradle and the root and onto the frame, and the part of the engine Hartley's hands had never been allowed inside decided how to spend itself against a pull that would not let up. Then it answered. The trace settled, the load swallowed whole and held, the bulkhead steady amber, and 4 decks down the burn changed key to a register Hartley had never heard it make and did not, for 1 whole second, know whether to fear. "Frame has it," Ethamet said, hands flat on the rail, eyes on the trace. "It listened, it answered, it is holding. It has reserved to listen again. You are under the ceiling, Esme." "She's seated," Bex's voice had a wet edge now. "Seated and holding, the daft brave thing. She's humming low, low and even. She doesn't fit, and she's holding anyway. 60 years, and I never thought I'd feel a ship hum in my cradle. Hold her there. Just hold her there." "Holding her there,"
Hartley let half a breath out and not the rest, because half was all the hold could afford, and there were 9 jumps coming. On the feed, the Cradle's throat had closed round the Lodestar and made her, for this hour, part of the lantern. A fast cruiser turned into a Vane, bracing a route she'd no business bracing, holding a door open for a queue of ships she'd never meet. The corridor board would be showing it, hold steadying, the route braced, the fold solution finding its feet on a slab of hull no older cruiser could have survived being asked. This was what the Aurora class was for, and nobody had ever flown it. Landing capable, they'd called her in the yard, rigid enough for planetfall whole. And on the spec sheet it had read like a convenience, a thing that saved you a dropship. Not like this, a hull stiff enough to be bolted into a junction and told to be a Vane. 8 months Hartley had flown her and loved her, and never once understood that the strangeness in her hull was the part that would, tonight, brace a fold mouth open. "Captain, she's holding. The route's braced. Thread your people." "Threading." The warmth came up under Cross's voice a notch, the chair affording the man 1 notch. "Best engineering I've seen all cruise, Hartley. Now hold her there while I empty a town through a door you're being." The first jump came 11 minutes in, and Imeth had the 3rd word out before the trace moved. "No, it banks. No." Hartley's hand was already on the frame control, already bleeding the answer the way she'd have slacked a tether. Only there was no tether. Only the drive itself and the half-second Imeth had bought her. And she dumped the banked answer into the one place that wasn't the Cradle. Out through the hull's own attitude jets in a hard, cold cough that did nothing useful and saved everything. A pressure valve cracked on an engine about to spend itself at once. The trace spiked, caught, settled. The Cradle ground once, hard, a noise that went up Hartley's spine and out the top of her head, and held. "Window 6 is gone," Beck said, fast, all method now. "Maeve, she shed her window, and the load came down on the Cradle, and the Cradle took it. The note climbed and came back down. It came back down. You bled her clean." "I bled her clean." Hartley's finger was white on the control. 1, 8 to go. Imeth, same again. 3 words. Don't wait for the trace." "I will not wait." The second jump came at 14 minutes, and the third at 15. 2 windows shedding almost together as the outer vanes gave up their share. And Imeth called them both, and Hartley bled them both, and the Cradle ground and held and ground and held. The burn 4 decks down had climbed into a register Hartley would have shut the engine down for on any ordinary shift. A held breath gone on too long, and she did not shut it down. The engine was not failing. It was working, harder than her people had built it to work, and the only one aboard who could tell working too hard from breaking was a Null officer with her hands flat on a rail, reading a trace no human chart could read. "You are holding," Imeth said between the jumps, low, even. "Hear it. The frame is well inside the rate between the jumps. It listens, it answers, it recovers. You built it a ceiling on the train, and you are flying beneath it in a place no one has flown. It banks for a half-second when a window goes, and you bleed it, and it recovers. This is what your people said the drive could not do, and you are doing it." "Don't," Hartley started, and the 4th jump came. It came wrong. It came without Imeth's 3 words, because the trace did what it had never done on the train or anywhere. Held flat for the listening beat, then held flat for a second beat, the banking beat, and then, before Imeth's mouth had the warning in it, held flat for a third, and Hartley's blood went to water before her brain had the word for why. 3 beats.
the drive taking 3 windows worth of jump and deciding to spend them as one against a cradle she was bolted into, with no slack and no tether, and a town threading through the door she was being. She's banking 3. Hartley's hand moved, and the dry was gone, and the method was gone. And what came out of her in the half-second before her hand reached the control was the thing that got out when the fear got past the armor and there was no armor left. The slip 8 months and a whole train ago, and here again at the worst instant she could have picked. She's going to spend it all. Get her off the route. She's going to... The drive gone in one breath from a thing she ran to a thing with a will of its own. An animal she was trying to talk down off a ledge. And Hartley heard herself, and had no spare half-second to be ashamed, because her hand was already on the control, and there was no off the route, no backing off. Bex had told her going in, and she'd known it cold. You could not slack a cradle. You could only bleed it, or wear it. So she bled it. The attitude jets cracked all at once, every one the Lodestar had, dumping 3 windows worth of banked frame answer into the dark in a cough that shoved the whole ship hard against her seating, and for a quarter of a second the cradle and the frame were one problem solved by whichever yielded first, and the trace spiked red, a single vicious line Hartley would see behind her eyes the rest of her life, and the cradle ground a noise no structure should make, a deep tearing settle that went through the core and up the channel and into Bex's silence, and held. The trace came off the red. The grinding stopped. The burn dropped a register, ragged, complaining, alive. And on the channel, Bex Orsa let out a breath that was half a sob and half a laugh, and did not apologize for it. "The note came back down," she said. "The note came back down, Esme. The cradle's torn at the 3rd rib. I felt it go. She'll not take a Vane again after tonight. But she held you, you mad brilliant." The warmth broke clean through the method. She held. "Frame is intact," Imeth said, and her voice had something under it the Null did not name relief, but was near to it. "You spent it all, and it did not break. There is harm in the cradle. There is none in the drive. You asked the frame for everything it had at once, and it had enough by the width of the line you drew in pencil. That was the worst of the jumps. The 4th always is, when 3 come as one. The rest will be singles." Hartley stood with her finger white on the control, and the red spike glowing, and the slip hanging in the air where she'd set it, and found she had no spare breath to take it back, and would not have if she had. 5 jumps to go. Singles. A torn cradle holding a fast cruiser, holding a door. A town going through it, ship by ship, on a catch she'd drawn and refused to believe. 5 to go, she said, when she had the voice. Singles. Bex, keep your hand on that root and tell me the second the note thinks about climbing. Emeth, 3 words every time. Captain, the cradle's torn, and she's holding. How many ships still on the wrong side? 41. Cross. Level. The warmth pressed thin over the count. 41, and the Saltire families in the back half of them. Then we hold 5 more jumps, and you thread 41 ships, and we'll all of us have a proper cry about it in the morning. Engineering's holding. Go! The 5th jump came, and Imeth called it, and Hartley bled it clean. The 6th came, and the 7th. Bex calling the note, climbing a breath before the board saw the window go, Hartley moving before Imeth's 3rd word, the cradle grinding and holding. The 8th came at 51 minutes, a long, ugly one, a window dying slow instead of clean, the load coming on in a drawn-out lean the frame had time to brood on and decide it didn't like. Imeth talked her through it, 3 words at a time, across 9 seconds that felt like the whole night. It leans. Hold. It leans. Hold.
Bleed it now." And Hartley held and bled, and the tray stayed off the red by a hair she'd have called impossible on the train. And then there were no windows left to shed, the outer Vane spent of all of them, and the cradle held the whole of the fold's pull on a single torn root and a single seated hull, the trace level and the burn settled into the ragged, complaining register of a drive that had done too much and was still somehow doing it. "That's the last of the outer Vanes," Beck said, very quiet. "Nothing left to shed. It's just the hold now, just the steady pull." She hums low, low and even, the torn, old, brave thing. "She's got it." "She's got it," Hartley said, and did not slip this time, said she on purpose, of the cradle, of the ship, of all of it, and let it stand. "Frame, Imeth." "The frame is holding a steady pull, the one thing it was always built to do well." Imeth had turned the small null stillness toward the trace, where the line ran level and easy. "No more half-seconds. There is only the hour now. You hold, the door stays a door. The captain empties his town through it. The hard part is behind you, and what is left is long and dull is the gift you bought with the half-seconds." A pause. "My people built the part that holds steady, and built it well. But they never bolted it into a cradle and asked it to be a Vane. You did that. You and a torn root and a woman with her hand on it. Hear me say it before the night is over, and you decide it was the drive that did it." "It was the drive that did it," Hartley said, eyes on the trace, the old argument in her own mouth, and let it be there. "It was the three of us," Imeth said, and did not soften it, and did not embroider it. "You will argue with me later. I am telling you now." Hartley put 2 fingers on the cold edge of the drive monitor station, a habit she'd caught off the captain without meaning to, and watched the trace hold, and out past the hull, too far to be anything but a return on somebody's board, a window opened down the lit corridor, and a ship went through it clean, off through a wall and never spilled its tea, because a torn cradle held a fast cruiser that held a door. The kill list lay open on the bench, 4 items she could price and 2 she couldn't. IMF and the jumps, and every one had held. She did not look at the slip she'd made at the 4th jump, the she that had got out when the fear got past the armor. She'd carry it later. She carried everything later. Now there was an hour to hold, and 41 ships to thread, and a torn root humming low under a bare hand in the core, and a frame she couldn't read holding steady, because the one who could read it had come down to the deck uninvited and stayed. "Right," Hartley said, to the channel, to the deck, to the engine bolted into a cathedral. "We hold. Bex has the root, Imeth has the frame, I've the both of you, and the both of you have me, and the captain's a door to empty." She put her hand flat on the warm station and felt the long, ragged note run up through her palm, alive, complaining, holding. "Hold her there. Just hold her there. We'll find out what we've broken in the morning." The drive ran on under her hand, seated, torn-cradled, holding a door open across half a light-year, singing its too-hard song in a register her people had never built it to reach, and Hartley stood in the amber light and held it there, twice as prepared as anyone aboard, and the night asking for all of it. Chapter 22. The Vane Only He Knows. The dead Vane had to come back to half-life, or the last window would not open, and the only living hand that knew how to wake it belonged to the man who had killed it. Cross had the gantry feed and the strategy plot both in front of him at the rail, the Lodestar coupled hull-deep into the lantern's inner cradle, 2 decks under his boots. He could feel her in it, the long shudder of a cruiser braced into a structure she had been built to land on and never to be part of. Hartley somewhere below holding the coupling steady against the array's load.
On the plot, the Cathedral of Vanes had gone down to numbers, 7 lit, 1 gray, and the corridor down the middle, the lit throat the far side threaded through, narrowed to a slot Salazar had described an hour ago as flying a barge through a letterbox, and had not described as anything since. There had been no breath to spare for the describing. The status board stood up beside the plot in the colors of a crossing dying under the hands holding it open. Hold. Wandering, the solution Bex and her 7 retuned Vanes were dragging back into line by main force every few minutes and losing again. Window. The last cued slot, narrowing on a clock nobody at this crossing controlled. Margin. Gone, the line flat against the floor of the scale, spent before the Lodestar ever raised the lantern. 2 barges left in the queue, saltire bound. Call it 140 people by Delgado's count, and Cross had stopped letting Delgado round it. Bex. He had the gantry channel banked low and even, the register he flew rooms with, aimed at a woman 3 kilometers off with her hands on a retuned array that did not want to hold. Window won't open. Bex came back hard and level, no wind in it now. She'd come in off the gantry to a control blister somewhere in the housing, a working woman stating weather to a man indoors. Not the last one. The 7'll give me 1 more, maybe, and it'll be too narrow for a barge, and then they're done. They're carrying the 8th one's share, and they're tearing themselves doing it. 5's flat as a drop note, 6 is the cracked one, and she's running her new seam an inch a window. I can hold the door for 1 more thin thread, or I can hold it for none. I can't make it wide enough for what's in your queue. A pause, waited, the woman giving it the room it cost her. Unless I get a hand back from the dead one, Vane 8, even a corner of her grip and the 7 aren't carrying her whole share, and I can open it wide enough for a barge. But she's a hole, Captain. I'm tuning round a hole. I can't load a Vane I can't see the shape of. I know the shape of it, or the man who broke it does. They had Tari on the hold's comms post, 2 decks down, where Cross had put him at the start of this, so the man would do the work and not watch the board while he did it. Cross brought the post live on the rail and did not bring up the man's face. The voice came through it raw off the lower deck handset, that frontier flatness, roughened, unhurried even now. I'm here. I've been here. Your gang chief's been talking past me to you for an hour like I'm a fault in the line. Tyree said it without heat. Put me on her or don't. The window's narrowing while you decide which of us you can stand to use. You're on her now. Cross opened the bridge between the hold post and the gantry blister, the bomber and the repair chief on one channel, and stood between them at the rail with the board narrowing in front of him. Bex Orsa, repair gang chief. Sten Tari, who put the charge on Vane 6 and took Vane 8 with it. You don't have to like the introduction, you have to use it. He kept the warmth banked out of it. There was none in him for this, and he would not perform it. Bex needs a hand back from the dead Vane. She can't load it blind. You're the only one alive who knows how it's broken. Tell her. Silence on the channel, the 2 of them taking the measure of what they had been handed. Then Bex, dry, the working shop dryness that was Hartley's kin. You're the one bombed her? I'm the one bombed her. Tari did not soften it. I put a shaped seat on the inner spar at the 3rd anchor root, under load, while she was holding a window. You want to know how she broke? I'll tell you how she broke. I built the break. Then build me the part that still holds, Bex said. Cross let that stand without touching it. 2 people who would never sit at a table together, bending over the same dying machine. And he stood at the rail and watched the window line and stayed out of it until it needed him. 3rd anchor root. Tari's voice changed. The grievance went out of it and something else came in. A man bent to work he knew in his hands. The spar's gone. The spar sheared 1st frame. Don't waste a milliwatt on the spar. The root's still seated. I seated the charge above it on purpose so the shutdown wouldn't take the whole Vane and rack the array. I wasn't trying to kill her. I was trying to make her stop. There's a difference, and tonight it's the only thing on my side of the ledger. A breath. The third root still grips. You can pull through the third root. But the charge sheared the inner spar away from it clean, so if you load the root the way the certified tuning loads it, through the spar, sharing across all four, you'll load a member that isn't there, and the root will tear out and you'll lose the grip you've got. So I don't load her through the spar. Bex's voice had gone to the place a working voice goes when it stopped hearing the man and started hearing the machine. I load the root direct, single path, no share. Single path through the third root, and you keep it under a quarter or you'll pull the root itself out of the housing. She's not bedded for a direct pull. She was never meant to carry alone. Keep it gentle, and she'll give you the quarter. Push her, and you'll lose the root and the housing both, and then your 7 are carrying 8's whole share with a crater where the bracing was, and that's the door shut. Tari let the cuffs hang somewhere 2 decks down. Cross heard them click against the post. I know the number she'll take, because I'm the one who decided how hard to break her. I built the limit. Ask me the limit. What's the limit? Beck said. A quarter of her rated draw, no more and not steady. She'll take it in pulses. She'll let go between. And you let her let go. You don't fight the let go, or you'll start the root walking. Pulse and rest. She'll hold a window if you pulse her, and she'll tear out if you hold her. That's the whole of what I know that you don't, and it's worth 1 window, and after that, she's done whatever either of us does. Cross stood between them at the rail and made himself hold the 2 halves of the man apart, while the man saved 140 people. The halves had arrived welded, and the welding was what wanted to undo him. 1 half was on the record 3 decks down in the hold log, and in Petrov's witness, and in his own unrepentant mouth, a man who had taken Nor-Dewan's one careful act and forged it into a song to put frightened children on a hall full of welders, who had counted his 11 dead and slept. That half had not moved. It would not move if Teray held the door open with his teeth. Cross did not have to argue himself out of liking him. He didn't like him, and the not liking sat in him plain and useful, one clean thing in a night that had none. The other half was the hands 2 decks down, talking a stranger through a break with the precision of a man who loved the machine he had wounded, who had seated his charge above the root on purpose so the Vane would stop instead of die, who had built a limit into the breaking so there would be a quarter left to save, and who was spending the only knowledge no one else alive possessed to keep a door open for 140 people he would never meet on a lane he had bombed to close. Both true. Cross held them apart and did not let the second one buy off the first. To use the man fully and forgive him nothing, to need his hands and owe him no part of what they earned. Bex, he said, how long to seat the direct path? I'm in it now. Wind, faint. She'd gone back out to the metal. He could hear the housing's high note bleed through. Rerouting the third route through my own board. He's right about the spar. She's hanging open where it's sheared. I've a light on it. It's exactly where he says. That's the part I hate, Captain. He's right about her. He knows her better than the sheet does. A scrape, her breath, the cone of light moving on a feed Cross did not have up. Single path keyed, quarter limit set. I'm going to ask her for a pulse. Ask her gentle, Teray said from 2 decks down. I don't need you to tell me gentle, Beck said. I've 9 years of gentle on these veins. You've 1 night of breaking them. Then we'll do 9 to 1 and see whose hands she likes. There was no triumphs in it. If anything, the flatness had gone to something nearer grief. The grief of a man hearing his own ruin described back to him in the voice of someone who'd have died before letting it happen.
Pulse her now, before the 7 lose the hold trying to cover for what she's not giving yet." The first pulse went through the dead vein, and the hold line steadied 1/4 of a degree and let go, and steadied and let go, as the man had said it would. Cross watched it on the board, the wandering solution catching, slipping, catching, the 7 lit veins easing a fraction as the 8th took back a corner of her own share, not held, pulsing. A dead vein breathing once and resting and breathing once again, and the corridor down the middle widening on each breath and narrowing on each rest, the slot opening toward something a barge could thread and falling back from it. "She's pulsing." Bex's voice came up off the metal, tight, every word load-bearing. "1/4, then nothing, then 1/4, just like he said. I can ride the pulses. I can open the window on a pulse and hold it through one rest if I time to 7 to fill the gap. But I have to know when she's going to pulse and when she's going to rest, or I'll open a window on a rest and shut it on a pulse, and a barge will be half through when it goes." A breath. "I can't read her. She's not on my board. She's on his break. I need the rhythm, and the rhythm's in his hands, not mine." "Tarry," Cross said at once, level, the name and nothing under it. "Call her pulses. Bex flies the window off your count." A silence 2 decks down. Then, quiet. "You're going to let me time the door? I'm going to let you do the one thing your knowing is good for, and not one thing more. Call her pulses." And the man called them. 2 decks down, blind to the board, blind to the cue, blind to the 140 names he was holding the door open for, Sten Tarry put his whole attention into the break he had built and read its rhythm out into the dark. Pulse. Rest. She's long this time. Ride it. Pulse. Short. Short. Fill it. And 3 kilometers off, Bex Orsa took his count and flew the window on it, opening the slot on the breath and bracing it through the rest with 7 tearing veins. And on the rail, Cross watched the window line widen, hang, hold. "Windows a barge wide," Imeth said from the operations board, her hands flat, holding through the rest. "The first saltier barge is on her line." The smallest pause, a measurement taken twice. "Salazar has her, Captain. He says to tell you the letterbox grew a door." "Thread her," Cross said. The barge went. Cross watched her track find the center of the lit throat and commit and slide down it, a fat far side hauler full of families and children's names, the slot held open above her by a repair chief's 9 years and a bover's 1 night, welded into a single window neither of them could have made alone. And then, between one frame of the plot and the next, gone, folded clean through to the far side, to a colony she would take 40 more years to die on by choice. The bridge let a breath go, no 2 of them on the same beat. Winter, at the relief station, had his eyes on the plot harder than he'd watched anything in his short time aboard, the wonder in him grown an edge. Salazar's voice came short and even off the flight channel. "1 through, 1 to go, keep the count coming. The swagger nowhere, the work everywhere." And on the hold post 2 decks down, a man Cross would hand to the wardens within the hour, said nothing, having nothing to be told. "1 barge," Bex said, "1 left, and she's not going to give me a second the way she gave me the first." The hold line had gone worse on the board, the pulses shorter, the rests longer, the 7 lit veins carrying the strain of having held a barge-wide window through a dead vein's rhythm and paying for it now. On the plot, Vane 6's gray-edged neighbor had picked up a flag Cross had learned to read in a fortnight he had never wanted the literacy for, the cracked one, running her new seam. 6 is going," Bex said, before Delgado could say it. The cracked one. She held the first barge, and she's tearing for it. I've maybe one more window in the 7 before 6 lets go, and the dead one's resting longer every pulse, and I can't... A scrape, the high note, her breath gone ragged at last. Tarry, talk to me. Is she resting longer because she's done, or because I'm loading her wrong? 2 decks down, the bomber listened to a break he could not see, and found the answer in it. She's done, Terry said. Not wrong, done. The route's heating. You can't feel it. I can. I know the seat. She'll give you one more pulse, a long one, the last grip she's got, and then the route walks and you lose her for good. One pulse, long, and it's the last. A breath, even, a man laying down a card he'd held too long to enjoy. Open your window on it and hold it with everything the 7 have, and put your barge through, all of it, in one thread, because there isn't the second pulse behind this one. I built the break. I know the floor of it. This is the floor. One pulse, Beck said. One window, one thread. Salazar. Cross had the flight channel open before the name was done. One window, barge wide, one thread. No second pass. The far side hauler, you put her down the throat on the first opening and you do not wave off. There's no wave off behind this. The door shuts on the rest. Can you thread her clean in one? In one. Salazar's voice came back from the cold, flat place, certain, the inverse of the man who narrated his own brilliance. Give me the count. I fly the count, not the board. Terry calls it. You fly his count and Bex's window, and you bring 140 people through a door a dead Vane's going to hold open for exactly one breath. He took the rail under 2 fingers, flat, and did not let his hand do anything but stay still. Everybody on the count. Tarry, when she's ready. The silence on the channel was the longest of the night, the man 2 decks down with his whole self in a break only he could feel, the cracked Vane tearing on the plot, the rests stretching, the window flat and narrow on the board, and a barge full of families holding on her line in the lit throat of a crossing that was 3/4 dead. Cross stood into it and did not reach for anything that came with a seal. There was nothing in this corridor that came with one. There was a repair chief's hands and a bomber's break and a pilot's count and 140 names, and the only honest ground in the sky was the knowledge of the man he could neither hate enough nor ever absolve, and he stood on it. Now, Terry said, she's ready. Long pulse. Open it. Now. And the dead Vane gave its last grip, the long one, the floor of the break its maker had built into it, and 3 kilometers off Beck's, Orsa opened the window on it and threw the 7 tearing Vanes behind it to hold it barge wide through a rest that was not coming back. And Salazar put the far side hauler down the lit throat in one clean thread, on the count of the man who had bombed the door, through a window held open by the woman who loved the array, and the man who had tried to kill it, owing each other nothing and saving everyone aboard between them. She's threading, Emmett said, on her line. Committed. A held beat. Through. The last barge is through, Captain. The far side is across. On the plot, the dead Vane's grip went out. The route walked, as its maker had said it would, the gray going grayer, the last corner of her share falling back onto the 7. The window collapsed behind the barge that had already gone. The hold line dropped toward the floor, and the corridor down the middle guttered, narrowed, and held just on 7 Vanes with nothing left to give, and a margin that had been gone for days. 2 decks down, the hold post stayed open and silent. The man on it had nothing further to call. He had spent the one thing his knowing was good for, exactly as far as Cross had let him, and not a meter past it, and the door had held, and the far side was across,
and none of it had moved the hold log by the width of a welded seam. "Bex," Cross said, "you still with me?" "I'm with you." Wind, the high note, her breath coming back. "She's done, Captain. Vane 8's gone for good, and 6 is tearing, and the 7 are holding the dark on fumes. But your queue's empty, the far side's across. We held the door." A pause, and the dry came back into it, worn thin. "We held the door. Him and me. I'll not thank him for it, and I'll not forget he could do it, both at once. I don't know how to carry them both at once." "Neither do I. We carry them anyway." Cross took his fingers off the rail and looked at the dark Vane on the plot, gray now beside its tearing neighbor, the corridor guttering on 7, the board sunk against the floor of every scale it owned. 2 decks down, a man who had killed people at this crossing waited to be handed to the wardens, having just held the last window open with the only hands that could. The truth had held the door. The man was still the man. Cross had used the one and owed the other nothing, and the part of him that wanted it cleaner than that had gone quiet, settled, where the old fight over the clean number had gone quiet out here somewhere. And the settling was its own small grief, and he carried that too, up the rail, toward whatever the last window had left of the night. Chapter 23. The Last Window. The first of the Saltier families went through at a window 2/3 the width the board had promised them, and the window held, and that was the last of the night's easy crossings. Cross stood at the rail of his command chair with his 2 fingers flat on the cold of it and watched the lit corridor take the barge, the same fat old far side hauler he had walked back onto her line the morning the Lodestar arrived, or one near enough like her to be her sister, full of the same kind of people, children's names on the manifest, and a tired pilot fighting a tired ship. She lined up on the throat of the corridor under the Lodestar's shoulder and the lantern's hand both, and the window opened narrow ahead of her, and she committed, and between one frame of the plot and the next she was gone, folded clean to the far side, to the colony she would take 40 years to die on by choice. "She's through," Imeth said. Her hands were flat on the operations board, and her voice did not lift. Window held to the edge of the count and shut behind her. "The next slot opens in 90 seconds if it opens." A held beat. "The board no longer promises me the windows it shows. It shows me what it hopes." On the forward display the lantern was not the cathedral it had been 4 days ago. One vane stood dark down the long axis of it, drawn in cold gray, and the 8 that were lit were working too hard, hauling at a fold mouth that wanted to close. The status board stood up beside the corridor in colors that had quit being amber a watch ago. Hold, wandering, window, collapsing, the slots stuttering open and shut, and sometimes not at all. Margin, gone, the line flat against the bottom of the scale where it had sat all night. "How many left on this side?" Cross said. 9 ships in the near queue can still make it if the door holds the order we've set, Ackerman said from the contingency board. The XO had every branch grown and every cost totted, and she read them as she read everything, level, like weights off a scale she didn't trust. 6 Saltier, the families, 2 cargo, 1 a combine tender that put itself in the queue without asking. Behind those, the window closed to nothing the board can model. They thread in the order you set, Captain, or they don't thread. "They thread," Cross said. "Families first, the way we said. The combine tender goes last or goes home." He pressed 2 fingers to the rail and tapped once. "Salazar, get the 2nd Saltier barge on her line." "On it." The lieutenant's voice came back from the flat, cold place it had lived in since winter, and the swagger was nowhere in it. What was there instead was steadier, a man flying for the weight and not the win. Second barge, she's old and she's scared and she's a little fast on her approach, which is the wrong thing to be tonight, bringing her down to the window's speed. His hands moved. Lanehead, this is Lodestar. I have station off the second Saltire hull. Tell me the slot's mine before I touch her. The controller's voice came back through Imith's relay, dry even now, even at the bottom of a dying night. Slot's yours, Lodestar, but I can't hold it like I held the last one. Window's thinner than my count says it'll be. Walk her fast. Walking her fast, Salazar said, almost gently, to a woman 100 kilometers off who could not hear it. He gave the barge a shoulder off the port lifters, and the fat old hull leaned toward the lit center of the corridor, and the window ahead of her, narrow already, did what the windows did now. It shrank. Windows closing early, Imith said, on the second barge. It is not waiting for the count. Salazar. I see it. Flat, fast, every word load-bearing. She's heavy. I can't make her early. I can only make her straight. Lanehead, the window's eating my margin. Can you hold the slot? I'm holding it with both hands and it's still going, the controller said. Walker or Waver, Lodestar, I can't give you the count. And there it was, the first of the night's bills, and Cross read it off the plot before Salazar could say it. The barge committed, the window shrinking toward her, the math closing like a door on a hand. Salazar's flying could put her on her line, match her speed, steady her hull, give her the cleanest approach a tired colony pilot had ever flown. It could not make the window wider than the dying junction would open it, and the window was not going to be wide enough. It's not a flying problem, Salazar said, and Cross heard the cost in it. A man who flew for a living, arriving again at a wall no flying could cross. I can hold her straight all the way into a window that shuts on her nose. I need the window, Captain. I need somebody to make the door wider, and that's not me. It's the Vane, Cross said. Terry was on the engineering channel, where he had been for an hour, where he would be for whatever was left of the night, and the brig 2 decks down might as well have been on the far side of the lane. The east window won't hold, Cross said, into the channel, to the man who had broken the vane that was failing. Second barge committed. Window closing early. Families aboard. Talk to me. It's the Cross Vane. Terry's voice came up out of the channel, aggrieved and exact at once. A man helping save the people he had nearly killed and refusing, with every sentence, to pretend he was sorry the right amount. I told you which one, and I told you how. The east window draws off the cross vane, and the cross vane's running on the splice Hartley's people put across the break I made. And that splice can't take the draw the overpush needs to hold the window wide. You want the window, you have to lean harder on the cross vane, and the cross vane's gonna scream. And if you lean too hard, you finish what I started and you lose it for good. A breath, and under the breath the thing he would not say, which was, I know exactly how hard, because I'm the one who broke it. Tell you, Chief, I'll walk her through the splice. She won't like the number. Hartley, Cross said. Heard him. Hartley's voice came up from the cradle, from deep inside the lantern's own structure, where the Lodestar sat coupled, hulled to anchor, in a dock no older cruiser would have survived, bracing the failing array with her own frame. She was where she could not be replaced, and she knew it, and her voice gave none of it away. He's right, the bastard. That's the worst of it. The cross vane'll give me the east window if I push the splice past where I'd ever push a splice, and it'll hold for... Terry, how long does it hold? 1 window, Terry said. Maybe 2 if the splice loves you. It won't love you. 1 window, Hartley said. 1 barge. After that, the splice is the splice's business, and I won't promise you a second. A pause, and then, lo, the tell that the chief had stopped being clinical and started being afraid. I can give you 1 more window out of her, Captain. 1. She's not going to want to give it. Cross looked at the plot. The second barge, committed, the window shrinking, the dark vane and the 8 lit ones, and the cross vane somewhere in the middle of them, held together by a splice and the hands of the man who had broken it. 1 window,
one barge of the 6 that were families. "Take it," Cross said. "Push the splice. Salazar, the second she gives you the door, walk the barge through it, and don't be gentle with my feelings about the margin." "Pushing her," Hartley said, and somewhere inside the lantern, a Vane that had been screaming quietly began to scream out loud.
The window came back. Not wide, not the green easy slot the board had drawn at full glory 4 days and a lifetime ago, but wide enough, for one barge, for the length of one count, and into it Salazar walked the second saltier hall with the families aboard, straight down the lit throat of a corridor the chief was holding open with a splice past every number she trusted. And the barge committed and folded and was gone, clean to the far side. "Through," Imeth said. 2 of 6. And the cross Vane, which had given them the one window Tarry said it would give, did what Tarry said it would do. "Splice is going," Hartley said, and now the fear was all the way up in it, no clinical left at all. "I can lean on her too hard for that, and she's letting go. I've got the cross Vane coming apart on me, and if it goes where it wants to go, it takes the east window for good, and maybe the anchor with it." "Tarry," Cross said. I know. The aggrieved exactness cracked down the middle, the man finally inside what he had made. "The splice'll hold if somebody clamps the draw at the Vane root, manually, by hand, on the structure, while she rides it down. You can't do it from the cradle, you can't do it from aboard. Somebody has to be on the Vane with a hand on the clamp, riding the draw down by feel as she fails, or she takes the window and the anchor with her. And nobody knows that clamp's feel but me, because I'm the one who put a charge under it. Cut me out of the brig and put me in a suit. I'll ride her down." "You'll die on that Vane," Cross said. "Then I die on the Vane I broke. No heroism in it, nothing to bank, only a man stating a load. Send me out or watch the window shut on 3 barges of families. Your arithmetic, Captain. I've already done mine." Cross had 2 fingers on the rail, and the cold of it went through him like a current. The cross Vane failing, the clamp at the root under load, the only hands aboard or aground that knew its feel belonging to the man who had broken it, who was asking to go out and not come back, and the geometry did not care who he was or what he'd done. Beck's Orsa's gang is in the gantry. They have worked the splice from outside for an hour while Hartley worked it from inside. They are at the Vane root, Captain. They can get Tarry to the clamp. They are also at the clamp when it lets go.
"Get them off it," Cross said. "Beck's people off the Vane route now. The second Terry's on the clamp. He rides the draw, they clear the structure. I'm not spending the gang to deliver the man." "They'll not leave him to do it alone," Imeth said. "Beck says, put her on." "I'm at the root." Beck's Orsa's voice came up out of the gantry channel, rough and fast and unafraid, like a person too busy to be afraid yet. "I've had a hand on this Vane since she started singing wrong. I'm not handing your bomber the clamp and walking away. He doesn't know her like I do. I get him onto her and I stay, and we ride her down, 2 pairs of hands, or she throws us both." "Bex, get your gang clear," Cross said. He had not decided to say it. It came up out of him in the warm, fast register he used when he was bringing a room with him, and underneath the warmth was a cold, falling certainty that had a name now, and the name was, "I am about to watch this woman die at the root of my door. Terry rides her down. He's the cost, and he's already spent. You and your people are on tethers and clear the second he's on the clamp. Do you hear me?" "There's no time to..." "Bex." His own voice, the first name thrown across the bridge like an anchor, the warmth weaponized against his own panic, the way it had been in the box a lifetime ago. And he heard himself do it, the old slip, the one he made when control was going out from under him and the only floor left was a person's name. He had thought he was past it. He was not past it. "Bex, listen to me. You get him onto the clamp, and you get your people clear, and you do not stay. I am not trading you for this. Tell me you hear that." A half-second on the channel. Inside it, the Vane screaming, the splice letting go, a working gang at the root of a dying machine, and a captain on a bridge who could not reach any of them. "I hear you, Bex," Bex said, and the rough went out of her voice and something worse came into it. "I'll get him on her. Terry? Your hand here. Feel that. That's where she pulls. Hold there and don't fight her."
The third barge committed before the count was clean. The count was never going to be clean again. And the window for her was the one the Cross Vane was dying to give. "Salazar," Cross said, "third barge. This is the one Terry's holding the door for. Walk her through and do it fast. The second she's folded, everybody comes off that Vane." Walking her. The flat, cold, steady voice. The whole of the man in his hands. Third saltire hull, on her line, coming down to the window. "Lanehead, give me the slot. I've got one shot at this door." "Slot's yours," the controller said, and her dry was gone now, worn through to what was under it. "Walk her home, Lodestar." "Draw's coming up," Hartley said from the cradle. "I can't be gentle, she won't let me." "Then don't," Terry said on the open channel, and the aggrieved was gone, and nothing fervent had come to replace it, only a man with both hands on a thing he understood. "She's mine. I know where she breaks. Walk your barge." And Salazar walked it. The third saltire hull came down the lit throat of the corridor on the cleanest line a frightened colony pilot had ever been flown. Through a window a broken Vane was holding open by a splice past every number and the hands of the man who had broken it at the root, and the barge committed and held and folded and was gone, clean to the far side, families and children's names and all. "Through," Imus said, "3 of 6, clear the route." The Cross Vane let go. It did not let go as the plot drew it, with a clean gray marker changing color. It let go through the channel, the splice failing all at once after riding past everything it could ride, the draw coming off the clamp in the same breath the structure gave. Terry was at the root and did not clear it. He had not meant to. Beck's Orsa's gang were halfway off the Vane on their tethers, and one of them was not far enough. And the draw came off the root faster than 2 bodies still on the structure could follow it, and the channel that had carried Terry's last flat instruction carried instead a hard, fast sound, and then nothing, and then Hartley, very quiet, from the cradle. "2 down at the root," Hartley said. "Terry's gone, he's just gone, and one of Bex's. Petrov, gantry 4, the Vane route. Get someone there now. Bex is up and moving, and she's hurt. She's bad in one arm. She won't come off the gantry till her people are off it. Somebody make her." "Petrov's moving," Imus said. "The window," Cross said, because the chair asked it. 3 more families on this side of a door that was now 1 Vane closer to shut, and he hated the steadiness of his own voice, the way he had hated it on another deck with another sky falling. "Imith, is the east window gone, or do we have it?"
The Cross Vane is dark, a held beat, but the anchor held. Terry rode the draw down far enough that it did not take the anchor with it, Captain. We have lost the east window. We have not lost the door. Her hands were flat. 3 saltire hulls remain, and they thread west now on the 7 Vanes left, in windows that will not be kind. The man who broke this crossing held it open with his hands until it killed him, and a woman is hurt at the root of it, and one of her people is dead beside him. There was no time to stand in it. Cross had learned that on another deck, that the next window did not wait for the hurt ones any more than it waited for the dead, and that the grief had to go where he could pick it up later, or it took the bridge down with it. "West windows," he said. 3 families left. Salazar, where's the door?" 7 Vanes, no east slot. The corridor's narrower on the west, and it's all I've got." The lieutenant did not look up from the plot, and his hands were already on it, finding the door, as he had found it for Reuben in the heart of a coming-apart train a lifetime ago. Fourth barge can make the west window if Hartley gives me the draw off the inner vanes and the controller holds the slot and the junction doesn't sneeze. That's 3 ifs, and I'll take all 3. A beat. I can't do it for all 3 barges, Captain. The vanes won't hold 3 more windows. I can get you 1, maybe 2. I can't get you 3. The flying doesn't reach that far. Somebody has to tell me which 2. And there it was, the chair's worst arithmetic. 3 barges, 2 windows, and a captain who had to say which family folded clean and which one did not. Cross pressed 2 fingers to the rail and did not tap. He looked at the plot, at the 3 remaining saltire hulls, at the 7 vanes hauling a dying fold mouth toward navigable for as long as a splice past every number and a dead man's hands had bought them, and he made the call the chair made, on the windows the junction would actually give, not the ones the board still hoped for. The 2 with the most aboard, he said. Ensign, read me the manifests, and don't read them gently. We thread the fullest 2. The 3rd... He stopped, and made himself finish it, because finishing it was the job, and the job was the only thing the chair was ever allowed. The 3rd, we hold this side, and we keep alive, and we find her a window the second the junction gives us one back. And if it never gives us one back, then she's the cost, and the cost is mine, and I'll carry it where I carry the rest. Read me the manifests. Reading them, Ensign said. 4th barge on her line, Salazar said, flat and cold and steady, the whole of him gone down into his hands. Hartley, give me the inner draw. Giving it, Hartley said, from the cradle deep inside the lantern, while a woman who loved this machine bled on a gantry 4 levels up, and a dark vein stood where the man who broke it had been. And Captain, the inner vanes'll do this twice, and then they're done. I'm telling you now, so it's on the record before it's a surprise. Noted, Cross said, and took the cold rail back under his 2 fingers, and stood into the last of it. 2 windows where the junction had once given 1,000, 3 families and a door that would close on one of them, a chief in the cradle and a pilot at the yoke, and a Nall reading children's names off a manifest in a voice that would not bend, and Beck's Orsa down on a gantry with Petrov running to her, and the lie that would have her face on it not yet written, still hours off down a corridor Cross could not see the end of. 4th barge, Imeth said, on her line. The window opens in 30 seconds, if it opens. Then we've got 30 seconds to be ready for it, Cross said, before it shuts on nothing. Salazar, fly the door. Everybody else, hands on your keys. The 4th window opened on the 7 vanes left, narrow and unkind and open and held, and the barge went. Chapter 24. Scarred. The tally was the easy part. Ackerman had always found the tally the easy part, and she had stopped being ashamed of that a long time ago. Ackerman had the contingency board to herself for the first time since the windows began to fail, and she ran the columns down it without hurry now, since hurry was a tool for when the outcome was still in play, and the outcome was no longer in play. The door was shut, not closed against them, shut in the operational sense. The lit corridor dropped below threading, and the queue stood down, and the lanterns people letting the hold settle into whatever it was going to be from here. There was no window left to lose. That changed the arithmetic from the kind you did against a clock to the kind you did against a record, and she was better at the second kind. Most people, in the hour after, wanted to feel the loss. Ackerman wanted to know the number. So she got the number. Through the forward glass, the lantern hung where it had always hung, the cathedral of vanes at the mouth of the fold-junction, and her eye went to it the way an eye goes to a face it has known a long time and is not sure it recognizes. The shape was almost entirely the same, and that was the cruelty of it.
That a structure could take what this one had taken and look, at a glance, like itself. You had to count to see it. Ackerman counted. The outer ring of vanes, the great arch spars that held the fold mouth open and aligned, stood lit along their lengths in the steady amber they had worn since before she was born. All but one. The vein the splinter had breached, Vane 6, the one the warden's people had cut into and sealed, and cut into again across the worst day this crossing had ever given anyone, stood dark. Not drifting now, not bleeding its gray haze of plating and gantry into the corridor light. They had stilled it. They had got it back into something near its alignment and stilled it and shut it down, and it hung there along the outer ring, lightless and cold, a tooth gone from a familiar mouth, and the corridor that ran through the heart of all that machinery burned on without it. Burned narrower. That was the rest of it, and Ackerman made herself look at the rest of it before she let her eye come back to the dark vein, for the dark vein was what the town would mourn, and the narrower corridor was what would kill it slowly. And her job had never been to mourn the dramatic loss over the quiet one. The lit throat of the threading lane was thinner than it had been when the Lodestar came up out of the dark 11 days ago, measurably thinner. She had the measure on the board. She'd taken it the first morning, as she took the measure of every operational environment she was responsible for keeping people alive inside of. And she had it now, and the two numbers did not agree, and the disagreement was permanent. The lantern would reopen. The corridor would carry traffic again. It would carry less of it, through a narrower mouth, with a vein dark, and the margin shaved down to what the arrays people would spend the rest of their working lives nursing, and the cold lane weather that had once been a wrong sign, a window collapsing harder than the board said it should, would not be a wrong sign anymore. It would be normal. The crews would learn it the way crews learn a coast that has a reef in it now that did not used to. "You've got the look," said a voice behind her, and Ackerman did not turn. She knew the look the captain meant, knew it was on her face, and there was no use pretending otherwise to the one man aboard who read her as fast as she read him. "I've got the board," she said. "The look's incidental." Cross came up beside her at the contingency station, and for a moment neither of them said anything, which was itself unusual enough that she clocked it. Cross filled silences. It was the engine of him, the warmth that came up into a room and gave it a floor to stand on, the first names, the forward motion of a man who had never lost an argument because he never let one finish in a place he didn't like. He had come off the chair after the hold shut and gone through the ship as he always did, by name, by hand, finding people where they'd fetched up and giving them what he gave. And she had followed it on the internal feed and noted, as she noted everything, that the warmth was running on reserve. The crew read it as the captain's tired. Ackerman read a sharper edge under it, one she did not have a word for yet, and was not going to reach for before she'd studied it a while longer. Now he stood at her shoulder and looked at the same lantern she was looking at, and he did not fill the silence, and she let that tell her what it told her. "Vane 6 is dark," he said, finally. Not a question. "Vane 6 is dark. They've stilled it and shut it down, and it's not coming back this decade, if ever. The array's chief was straight about that, to her credit. They saved the structure. They couldn't save the vein." Ackerman ran a finger down the column and squared the corner of her slate against the console edge, an old habit, the one that surfaced when something was wrong and she wanted her hands doing something true, while her mouth said it. "And the corridor's narrower, permanently. I've got it against the survey from the morning we arrived. It's not a recovery curve, Captain. It's a new baseline. The door reopens, but it reopens smaller, and it stays smaller." "By how much?" Ackerman told him by how much. She saw him take it and saw what it cost him, which was more than it would have cost him 11 days ago when he had still believed the door was the kind of structure that healed. So we held it. We held it. She let the flat truth of that stand a beat, then put the rest of it down beside it, because half a tally was a lie, and she did not deal in half tallies. We held it long enough. The Saltire families are through, all of them. The last of them went through the window Tari kept open, and they're on the far side. And the far side is a marooned colony with a working lane to it instead of a tomb. That's a real thing. I'm not going to stand here and pretend it isn't. They're alive and home because the door held the extra minutes, and the door held the extra minutes because stopping was not like her. She finished sentences. It was the discipline she'd built a career on, say the whole of it, especially the part nobody wants said, precisely because nobody wants it said. And she had got to the edge of the sentence and found that the end of it was a dead man who would put a hand on a hall and killed 11 people, and then spent the last of himself keeping a window open for 100 more, and that she did not have a clean way to say that, and did not believe there was one. Because Teray knew the Vane, Cross said, finishing it for her, his voice gone careful in the way she'd learned to listen for. Because the man who broke it was the only one left who knew how to hold it broken. Yes, she squared the slate again. That's the sentence. I didn't much want to say it. No, nor did I. Petrov's first count came up the channel while they were still standing there, and Ackerman put it on the secondary display and read it without flinching, since flinching at a number was a kind of disrespect to it, and she had buried enough people to know the difference between feeling a loss and performing the feeling of it. The dead from the breach, the 4 from the tender that folded wrong on the first day, the names from the worst of the windows, the ones that had collapsed mid-thread before the crew got the order of it right, the ones Cross had chosen the sequence of and would carry the sequence of. Tari, near the bottom of the column, logged plain, a man who died holding a window open and would not be sorted into a clean category on Petrov's table or anyone else's. And below Tari, the line Ackerman's eye had been moving toward since the count began, because she had been on the contingency board through the whole of the Cradle work, and she had heard the calls come in, and she knew, more or less, what she was going to find. Lanehead Repair Gang. 2 names. 1 dead. 1... "Beck's 'orse is alive," Cross said. He'd found the same line at the same moment. Of course he had. "Petrov has her. She's—" He read it, and the warmth in him did what it did when it ran out of forward motion, which was to go very quiet and very kind, a low gear she'd seen him drop into over survivors before. "She's hurt. She's hurt badly enough that Petrov's keeping her, and she's lost one of her gang doing it. One of her own people in the Cradle when the Vane went." "I know," Ackerman said. "You knew before the count." "I had the Cradle calls on this board for 2 hours, Captain. I knew before the count." She looked at the line with the 2 names on it, one struck through and one not, and she did not soften her voice, because softening it would have been for her own comfort and not for anyone the comfort was owed to. She went in to hold the inner work when the gang's certified people were waved off. She didn't have to. The order didn't cover her, and she went in anyway, as her sort always do, because she knows the machine better than the people who are allowed to touch it, and she wasn't going to stand in a corridor and listen to it die. And she got most of it done. The coupling held partly because of what she did in there, and it cost her a man and damn near cost her herself. And she's going to live, and she's going to spend a long time learning to do her work again with whatever Petrov can't fix. A beat. "That's the keystone of your town, Captain. That's the ordinary person the whole crossing's supposed to be for." She held the door with her hands, and the door took its price out of her hands. Cross said nothing for a moment. Through the glass, the dark Vane hung lightless on the outer ring, and the narrower corridor burned its narrower amber. And somewhere on the far side of the crossing, 100 families who would never know Beck's Orse's name were arriving at the colony they'd take 40 years to die on by choice. "She lives," he said. "She lives. Because the door held." "Because the door held," Ackerman said. "Don't make it tidier than that. She lives, and she's maimed, and she's down a man, and the thing she loves is scarred. All of those at once. That's the count. I'd rather you had the whole of it than the part of it that lets you sleep. I know what you'd rather." He said it without heat, almost with affection, the closest the two of them came to it. "It's why you're in the chair you're in." They were a long time at the board after that, the two of them, while the ship went on settling around them as a ship does after a hard run, the channels filling with the small grievances of systems that had held under load and wanted, now, to complain about it, the long note of the drive easing down through the deck, the crew finding each other in 2s and 3s in the places crews find each other, which she could not see from the bridge, but could hear in the texture of the open band. She left it alone. That was Cross's province. She fed nothing living, only counted the cost of keeping it alive. Ackerman did not look at the clock. There was no clock that mattered now. The clocks had mattered for 11 days, the window on its count, the margin running out, the door on a timer none of them controlled, and the relief of having none sat physical in her chest, and she chose not to examine it, since examining it felt like spending a margin she'd want later. Instead, she studied the captain studying the lantern, and did the other half of her job, the half nobody put in the doctrine, which was to read the man in the chair before he did something she'd have to log. The captain was changing. Ackerman had tracked it across the whole of this crossing, the slow work of it, a structure taking a load it wasn't built for, and finding out whether it fails or holds, or, the third and worst option, holds but differently. 11 days ago, Cross had come up out of the dark believing the door was a moral good, near to a faith, the proof of his mother's whole life printed across half a light year in lit amber, and he had not been able, he'd told her once, to see the lie in it. The crossing had spent the day since showing it to him, the over-push, the smoothed data, the diagnosis that turned out to be right in the mouths of the people he'd been raised to dismiss, the dirty number he'd had to run the rescue on when the clean truth would have got the Saltire families killed. She'd watched him cross from the dreamworks to the dream is ugly but necessary to the diagnosis is right to what he'd said to her 2 days ago in the worst of it, in the dirty number hour, when he'd looked at the bad options table and said quietly that saving people was going to mean acting on a truth he'd scorned. That had been a hard place to watch a believing man arrive at. She'd thought it was the bottom of his arc. She'd thought, here is where the Golden Age captain learns the Golden Age has a cost, and now he carries it, and that's the lesson, and that's enough of a fall for one book. Ackerman had been wrong about where the bottom was. She was beginning to see that now, standing at the board with the dark Vane in the glass, and it sat in her with the cold she got when she was right about something she'd have given a great deal to be wrong about. "They'll want a finding," Cross said. His eyes had not left the lantern. "The blocks, Geneva, the town, Halson, they'll all want a finding on the record, and they'll want it soon, and they'll want it to say a clean thing." "They will." Ackerman kept her own voice level. "It won't say a clean thing. The truth of this crossing isn't clean. The Splinter did it, and the Splinter was right about the Lane being killed, and the Combine pushed it past safe, and a man who put a hand on a hull died keeping a window open. There's no finding on the record that says all of that and reads clean to anyone."
"No," Cross said. "There isn't." And there it was. She heard it in the single word, not the content, which was only agreement, but the weight under it, the load the man was carrying up toward the next decision, as she'd seen him carry every load up to the chair. Cross was not arriving at, "The golden age has a cost and I will carry it." He had been there 2 days ago, and he was past it now. Somewhere she could see the shape of, and did not yet have the proof of. A man working out, quietly, in the privacy of his own warmth, with the dark Vane in the glass and the count on the secondary display, that the true finding and the survival of everyone in his care were not, this time, the same outcome. That protecting the future the Saltier families now had would require a public record that did not tell the whole of it. That the people who had been right would keep the false colors, and the man who could clear them would decline to, and the declining would be a choice, his own, made with his own hand, for reasons he would call the right ones, and would be at least half wrong to. Ackerman did not say any of this. There was a discipline she ran on, an old one, the one that had made her XO of a ship she could not save the last people on by saying, "I told you so." And the discipline was that you do not log a man for the choice he is still deciding to make. You log him for the choice he makes. There would be a moment, she was fairly sure, when Cross sat down at a console with a finding ready to commit, and chose what to put on the record and what to keep off it. And in that moment she would do what she had done for 2 captains now, and would do for as long as she wore the rank. She would say her piece, plainly, for whatever it was worth, and then she would do what the immutable record let her do, and nothing more. But that was a moment that hadn't come yet. She held it where it was. She had learned, in a long career of burying people other men's certainty had killed, the difference between a fear and a fact, and she did not commit a fear to anything. "When the time comes to put the finding on the record," she said, and she said it carefully, because she meant it as a marker and not as an accusation, a flag planted at the edge of a place they would both have to walk into later. Cross turned and looked at her then. Whatever was working in him came up to the surface of his face for a moment. Neither the warmth nor the certainty, but a kind of recognition. The look of a man who has heard something said early on purpose by someone who wanted him to know it had been said early on purpose. "You'll be in the room, Ruth," he said. "You'll always be in the room. That's the arrangement. It's been the arrangement since the day I took the chair." A breath. "Whatever I do with the finding, you'll have seen me do it. I wouldn't have it any other way." "Good," Ackerman said, and meant it, and squared the corner of her slate against the console one more time and let it go. Ackerman stayed on the bridge after he went down to see Petrov's casualties for himself, which he would, since that was the engine of him, and the engine of him did not switch off for a man being tired and changing and standing at the edge of something he hadn't named. Alone at the contingency board, Ackerman did the last of the tally, the part she did for no one but herself and the record. She wrote down what had held. The coupling had held. Hartley had got the Lodestar coupled into the inner cradle and held her there through the worst of it, a strain no older cruiser could have survived, and the ship was scarred for it and flying. The crew had held. The order of the threading, the terrible arithmetic of who went through first, had held. Cross had chosen it, and it had been the least monstrous choice available, and the Saltire families were the proof of it. And she wrote down what had not held. The Vane, the corridor's old width. A man named Tare, in the most literal sense, had not held, had spent himself holding something else, one of Beck's Orsa's gang. The margin, gone for good now, a loss the array would nurse for a generation and never get back. And under all of it, the line she did not write, because it was not yet a fact, and she did not commit fears, the captain. Holding, but differently. A structure that had taken a load it was not built for,
and had not failed, and had not stayed the same. The lantern hung in the forward glass with its one dark vein and its narrower throat of light, and through that throat the first ship of the long stood-down queue lined up on the corridor, a fat, ungainly far-side hauler, the kind of colony built to last 40 years and pretty be damned, and held, and was taken by a window that opened smaller than it would have 11 days ago, and held just long enough and folded clean through to the far side. One at a time, through a smaller door, with a Vane dark on the outer ring and the cold lane weather settling in to stay. The busiest crossing on the frontier resumed its work, scarred, and went on holding the door, narrower now and dimmer, and at a price it would go on paying as long as it lasted, for the families who would thread through it and never count what the threading cost. And Ackerman watched it carry the next ship, and the next, and did not look away from any of it, because looking away from what you didn't like was the habit she had built a whole life on refusing. Chapter 25. The Bodies and the Word. The form for a death in transit had a field for the vessel, and the field would not take the lantern. Petrov sat at the corner desk of the Lodestar's medical bay and looked at the rejection invalid registry, blinking where she had typed the crossing's name, and understood that the people who had built the form, dirt-side, in some office that had never seen a fold-junction die, had not imagined a man killed by a piece of public infrastructure the size of a cathedral. The field wanted a hall, a registered keel, a captain of record, a flag. A man could die in a ship, and the form knew what to do with that. A man could die in a vacuum suit on the structure of the busiest crossing on the frontier, riding a sabotaged Vane down by feel until it took him, and the form had no box for it at all. She entered the lantern's formal name instead, Vanter Junction Anchor, which nobody alive called it, and the form accepted that, trusting a formal name over a true one, as forms did. Name, Tari S. The half a name the cell had ever given anyone, the rest of it kept back as they had kept everything back, and now kept forever. Cause of death, mechanical trauma, structural failure under load, anchor vane root. Place of death, a vane on a crossing, which the form had finally agreed to record. Time of death, she had it to the second off the channel log. That channel had carried his last instruction, then a hard, fast sound, then nothing. And Ackerman's board had stamped all three, no estimating to do. For once she had the exact instant, and the having of it was no kindness. It only meant she could not soften the edge of it with approximately. Petrov committed the record, and the console swallowed it, and Sten Tari was, on the only register that lasted, a man dead at the root of the door he had broken and then held open with his hands. The next name down the list had a hole. She was glad of the small mercy of it, a name with a ship to put in the field, and ordinary death she knew the shape of, the kind the form was built to hold. The bay ran on night cycle amber, although it was past any hour she could have named without checking, the clocks having stopped mattering somewhere in the last 2 days, as they always did after when the windows were no longer on account, and the door was shut, and nothing was left to lose against a clock, only the long arithmetic of the cost, which kept no time at all. 11 racks were full. The breech dead had not come to her. They had died at the node a watch into all this and gone to the lantern's own people and the town's. But the windows had sent her a steady freight across 2 days, and the Cradle had sent her its own, and she had them now, the living and the closed-out both, sorted along the bay in the order the work required and not the order the heart would have chosen. Petrov walked the row. The tug crews from the worst of the collapsed windows, splinted and sedated and breathing. The cold lane cases, the ones the rough threadings had brought in gray and shaking, recovering at the pace the body set, and no faster. And at the far end, behind the screen she had drawn herself, Beck's Ursa. The keystone of a town Petrov had never set foot in lay on her back, with one arm built up in a brace that ran shoulder to wrist, the limb under it 4 hours of work she was not finished thinking about. The arm would work. It would not work as it had. A repair gang chief flew her trade on her hands, and one of Bex's Ursa's hands was going to spend the rest of its life learning to do, slower and with help, what it had done all night without thinking. And that was the good version, the one Petrov had fought the 4 hours to buy. She had taken worse off the cradle. She had taken one off the cradle she had not been able to take off at all. Bex was awake. Of course she was awake. The ones who would not come off a dying gantry until their people were clear were not, as a class, given to sleeping through the aftermath. "You're going to tell me to rest," Beck said. Her voice came rough and low, the painkillers and the night both in it. "Save it. I rest when I know who I've got left and who I haven't." "You've got everyone but the one. A plain question got a plain answer, or it got nothing worth having. Your gang's whole. The cold lane ones are coming back. The arm will mend. It won't mend all the way, and I'll not pretend it will. You'll work again, and you'll feel the difference every day you do." She drew the stool over with her foot and sat, low, level, the only way to sit with the ones who'd earned it. "The one you lost was Davor Sale. He didn't suffer it. The draw came off the root faster than a body could follow, and he was gone before he knew the splice had let go. That's true. I'm not saying it to be kind." Bex shut her eyes. Down the row a machine ticked through its cycle, indifferent. "He had a fortnight left on the gang," she said. 2 weeks. He'd put in for a berth on a hauler, the Kestrel. Regular runs to the inner colonies. Home every 6 weeks to a wife who'd had enough of cold lane weather. I signed the release myself. He stayed for the overpush because I asked him to. "One more season," I said. "The old girl needs the hands that know her." And he stayed, and the old girl took him, 2 weeks off a soft berth, and a wife who'd been right all along. She opened her eyes, and they were dry, which Petrov clocked, because the dry ones were the ones to watch. "You patch that, doctor. You sew that up. I'd like to see the stitch." "There isn't one," Petrov said. "There's never one for that. It picks the cruelest cut it can find, and it doesn't apologize. The man 2 weeks off a soft berth, the woman who'd had enough, that's not a story going wrong. That's how it goes when it goes. I won't tell you it means something. It doesn't. It's just true, and you'll carry it, and one day you'll carry it without it being the first thought every morning. That's the whole of what's on offer." Bex looked at her a long moment. "You've buried a few," she said. "A few." Bex let her head go back against a rack. "I can tell. You don't reach for the nice version. The ones who reach for the nice version haven't done it yet." She fell silent, and then the dry held, and something underneath it moved, the same shift Petrov had seen in 100 people who had been right to stay and had paid for being right. "He died holding the door for 100 families he'll never meet. Somebody's going to want to make that mean something. You watch. Somebody's going to stand up and call it what it wasn't." Petrov did not answer. She had heard the same shape forming on the open band an hour ago, and knew Bex had the right of it. Knew, too, who was going to say the word and who was going to refuse it. The crew were arguing about Terry in the galley, and Petrov heard it before she reached the hatch. Grief on a small ship, not staying where you put it. It had the texture she knew, not a debate exactly. People working a wound with the only tool to hand, which was each other. Salazar had a tray squared and abandoned in front of him, the silence of 2 days still on him, but cracked now, the first words coming back through it. Hartley was off her own cradle work for the first time since the coupling, gray to the bone and not pretending otherwise, both hands wrapped around an untouched mug. Vinter sat upright on the bench, the posture the boy took when he was carrying more than his years could file, and Delgado, who should have been asleep and was instead saying what the data made him say, whether or not the room wanted it. The man was right, Delgado was saying, low, fast, the qualifiers stacking up as they did when a number scared him and he could not put it down. That's the part nobody wants. He put a hand on a hull and people died for it, and I'm not saying he was owed anything. I'm saying the lane was being killed, the overpush was eating the margin. What he tried to stop by the worst possible means was real. He was a murderer and he was correct, both. I can't make those two cancel, and I've tried. He killed 11 people at the node, Vinter said it, carefully, like a boy setting down something heavier than he'd carried before. And then he saved, 400? 6? More than 10 times what he... He stopped. Does that not... No, said a voice from the hatch behind Petrov, and Petrov stepped aside. She had felt the woman come up the passage and knew the galley was about to stop being the cruise, to settle. Wynne stood in the doorway with the working white of the corridor behind her and the amber of the galley ahead, a survivor of the node in clothes somebody had lent her. A memorial ribbon for the breached dead knotted at her wrist, and her face doing nothing at all, which Petrov knew for the most dangerous thing a face could do. She had come up from the town with the casualty manifests, as the bereaved came up, to put eyes on the record and on the people who'd kept it. Nobody had told her she'd walk into this. No, Wen said again, into the galley's sudden quiet. It doesn't not. Say the rest of your sum, son. Go on. Vinter's color went up. I only meant... You meant the book's balance. 10 saved for 1 killed, or 400, however your arithmetic runs. Wen came into the galley, and her voice did not rise, and the not rising was worse than any shout. My brother fixed the markers on the inner ring. 26 years. He was on Vane 6, the morning your terrorist put a hand on it, and there is no number you can put on the other side of that man's grave that turns him into something I have to be grateful to. None. You understand me? There is no total that comes out hero.
Nobody said hero, Salazar said, quiet, the first thing out of him in the room. Somebody will. Wynne looked at him, and then around the table, and then briefly at Petrov in the hatch and back. Somebody always does. He died doing a brave thing, so somebody stands up and calls the whole of him brave, and folds the 11 in with it, and rounds the man off into a shape you can put on a wall. I've watched it done. I came up here to make sure it didn't get done in the same week I'm still finding ribbon for. She set a hand flat on the back of an empty chair, the knuckles standing white. Your science officer's right, and it changes nothing. He can have been right about the lane. He can have held your door. He does not get to be a hero. He killed my brother for a reason he believed in, and being right about the reason is exactly what makes him worse, not better. It means he knew, he understood, and he did it anyway and decided my brother was the price. You want to mourn him? Mourn him. I'll not stop you. But you'll not give him the word. The word's not yours to give, and it's not his to have. Nobody answered her. Delgado had gone clinical and still, the talkative gone right out of him. Vinter was looking at his hands. Hartley turned her cold mug a quarter turn on the table and did not drink. He was unbearable to work with, Hartley said at last, into it, not lifting her eyes from the mug. I'll tell you that for nothing. 3 days on the channel with the man, and he never once said sorry the right amount. talked me through his own sabotage like he was proud of the work and ashamed of the result, and couldn't be made to separate the two. She did look up then, at Wynne, level, engineered to mourner. He held the splice past where it had any business holding. I couldn't have done it without him, and I'd not put his name on a wall next to your brother's if you held a torch to me. Both of those at once. That's where I've got to, and I've stopped trying to get further." Wynne looked at her a moment, and something in the rigid face eased a single degree. Not forgiveness, nothing so large, only the recognition of someone who had also refused the tidy version. "That'll do," Wynne said. "That's the most honest thing anybody said to me since the Node. He was unbearable, and I couldn't have done it without him, and I'll not give him the word. Keep it there. Don't let anybody round it up."
Cross came down to the bay an hour later, and Petrov saw at once that he had heard about the galley. He came in quiet, the warmth banked, the forward motion of him gone careful, and went first to Wynne, who had not left, who was sitting with the casualty manifests at the corner of the bay where Petrov had let her sit, the woman having earned a place to put her eyes on the record. Cross sat down across from Wynne, level, his whole attention given, and Petrov, running a diagnostic she did not need, at a console that gave her the sight line, watched her captain work. He took the woman's grief in with his head bent. He asked the precise questions of a man learning a name he meant to carry. And Petrov, with the particular dread of someone who had spent 30 years reading displacement, waited for the moment he would reach for the warm version, the moment the most fluent man in the fleet would try to give this woman some shape to the loss, some sentence that made the books come a little nearer to balancing. Cross didn't. The captain listened to Wynne say her brother's name and his years on the inner ring, and the marker he'd been fixing the morning the Vane was breached. And when she had finished, and the silence sat between them, Cross did not fill it. The man who filled silences for a living sat in one, and let it be what it was, and said finally only, "I'll see his name on the crossing's record before I see Tare's. In that order, the town first." "He doesn't go on the record as a hero," Wynne said. "Not a question, a line drawn. No, he doesn't." And then the only thing he let himself add, and Petrov heard him cost it out before he spent it. "I used him to hold the door. I'm not going to pretend I didn't, and I'm not going to dress it up as more than it was. He knew the Vane because he broke the Vane. I sent a murderer out to keep a window open, and the window stayed open, and your brother is still dead. I can't make those into one clean thing for you. I won't try." Wynne looked at him for a long moment, the manifests in her lap, the ribbon at her wrist. "You're the first one who hasn't," she said. Petrov sent for the captain on the medical channel when Wynne had gone down to the town, the one summons no chair outranked, and Cross came to the office off the bay, carrying a slate, of course, the boot fittings and the nutrition orders and the small acts of tending that were how the man paid down what he couldn't say. Petrov poured the second mug and put it in front of him, and got out the bottle behind the formulary, the Kharkiv habit with the medicinal label that fooled no one, and poured 2 measures, and sat down across the desk. He understood the grammar of it. She saw him understand it, and saw the careful come up another notch to meet it. "Bex Orsa's arm will work," she said. "Not the way it did. She lost a man 2 weeks off a soft berth he'd stayed past to help with the overpush she begged him to stay for. That's hers now, as the rest of it's yours and mine. I've signed Terry's record and divorce sales and 9 others, and I put a junction's formal name in a field built for a hull because the form couldn't hold what actually killed him. Cross had not touched the mug or the glass. I heard about the galley. They'll go on arguing it, Petrov said. Don't try to settle it for them. Delgado's right that the man was correct. Wynn's right that it doesn't earn him the word. Hartley's right that both are true and there's no further to get. Let them carry it unfinished. It is unfinished. A crew that argues over what a death meant is a crew still alive enough to mind, and the ones who stop arguing and agree on a tidy answer are the ones I worry about. She turned her glass a quarter on the desk. You did right by that woman. You didn't reach for the nice version. I know what it costs you not to. It's the one muscle you've got that never tires. The explanation began to build in him then, warm, fluent, each clause offering her a place to stand where he stood, the case for why he'd done what he'd done. She let it run 2 sentences. Then she put her glass down on the desk with a click that stopped it. Daniel. The name did what it always did. The few times a year she spent it, he went still. He knew her tells, all her people did. And the first name from Petrov meant what it had always meant. She was about to tell him something he would not want.
There's a finding coming, Petrov said. I can feel it the same as I feel weather in the bay. The blocks want it, the town wants it, Geneva wants it, and they all wanted to say a clean thing. And you already know it won't, and you're already working out what to do about that. I've watched you work hard problems across this whole crossing. I know the look of it on you now. She held his eyes. I'm not going to tell you what to write. That's not my desk. But whatever you put on that record, you'll be the one who has to live in the same body as the person who wrote it. There's no field on any form for the gap between what happened and what you let stand. The form takes whatever you give it and calls it true forever, and you'll know. Petrov finished the measure in her own glass and made herself say the last of it, the part she had summoned him here to say, flat and finished and older than her rank. Beck's Orse's going to live inside whatever you write, she said. She'll work the lantern again with that arm in the story you decide to leave standing. So will the town. So will Wynne, reading the record her brother's on.
You're not choosing between a clean record and a true one in the abstract, Daniel. You're choosing what those people get to live inside. That's the weight of it. It is what it is. The phrase came out of her as it always did, and she saw him hear the whole of what it carried, that she had already counted the cost and found it would be paid by someone, that she was past pretending otherwise. He heard it land. For a long time the captain did not say anything at all, the strangest part of a strange 2 days. Daniel Cross with no words in him, the charm not withheld but simply gone. The man it usually carried sitting in her guest chair with 2 untouched drinks in front of him. He held the door, Cross said at last, to the desk. And he killed Wynne's brother to put himself in a position to do it. And the families are through because he held it, and I sent him. His hand moved and stopped. I keep doing the sum. The boy did the sum wrong, and she took his head off for it, and she was right, and I keep doing it anyway. 10 times the dead saved, as if that were a quantity you could... He gave it up. It isn't, Petrov said. There's no exchange rate. The 11 don't get cheaper for the 400 getting home. The 400 don't get less real for the 11. They sit beside each other and they don't resolve. And the work is to carry both without letting either go light. She stood and put the stool back, the small, ordinary motion that ended the harder conversations in her trade. Wynn's got the right of it. He doesn't get the word, not for any failure of nerve at the end. He had the nerve. But brave wasn't the whole of him, and the word would round him off, and the people he killed are owed the unrounded man. Leave him unsorted. He earned that. It's the one true line on the record, and the form can't even hold it. Cross stood and did not drink either glass, and at the hatch he paused with his hand on the frame, his back to her, and what came out of him was nothing a captain would have said. His record's got half a name on it, he said. Tari S. That's all the cell ever gave anyone. I sat across from him 3 times, and I don't know what the S was. Neither will the record, Petrov said. It'll carry the half he gave and nothing more, forever, and provenance secure. That's the one mercy the form does him. It only ever has to hold what was true. Then he was gone, up the passage toward the lift and the bridge and the finding that hadn't come yet. And his footsteps did not sound like a man who had decided. They sounded like a man walking toward a decision he was going to have to make with his own hand, knowing it now, which was the only readiness her trade had ever been able to offer at this hour. Petrov washed both glasses and poured his untouched measure carefully back into the bottle, waste being waste, and stood a while in the night cycle hum with 11 breathing people and 12 committed records behind her. Then she went back down the row, past the cold lane cases and the splinted tug crews, to the screen at the end, and looked in on the keystone of a town she had never seen, sleeping, at last, the braced arm built up beside her, like work left half-finished. The form had taken the junction's formal name in the end, Vantor Junction Anchor. Nobody alive called it that. They called it the Lantern, after the light it held in the dark. And the light was dimmer now by one dark vein, and on the only register that lasted, it had killed a man whose record would carry half his name beside the names of the 11 he killed first, none of them sorted, none of them resolved, all of them true. Petrov sat down with her bay and did not want her bunk, and was not going to want it for a while yet. Chapter 26. The Concord opens. The main line took the floor at the 3rd bell, and the room that had spent 4 mornings pretending they did not exist had to stand and watch them walk down to it. Cross had a place at the floor's edge where a Geneva captain was put, not on the inner ring with the delegations, not up behind the rail with the children, but in the working margin between, where the people who ran the talk's machinery stood, and were neither of it nor above it. He had chosen the place himself when the steward offered him a seat in the center crescent. He had spent 11 days enforcing a crackdown he had come to hate, and he was not going to sit in the row that ordered it and call the morning a victory. So he stood at the margin with Imeth a half-pace ahead of him, as June Varid came down the curved inner stair onto the inner ring of pale stone where the channeled water ran, with her cousin behind her carrying the courier case two-handed, and the young courier behind him, and took the 3 chairs of the observer's bench that had stood empty in the public gallery for 4 mornings, and now stood, restored in the night by the same convening line that had not, 4 nights ago, been able to stop them being moved, on the floor. Not a vote. Cross made himself hold the size of it honestly. A man who let a small gain swell into a large one was a man setting himself up to be robbed of it later. The main line had a bench, not a voice in the binding sessions. A place inside the water's sound, not a hand on the language that would come out of the talks. The seating fight had been won as it was always going to be won. Not clean, not whole, a small concession pried loose from larger ones. But Varid sat down on the floor of the Reach Accord, in front of the center and the frontier and the colony compact and the convening line, with a charter pin on her collar where a frightened person would have hidden it, and the room saw her sit, and the seeing was the thing the 4 moved chairs had been arranged to prevent.
Savoth has it on the record, Imeth said, low, without turning. The seating. He laid it down this morning before the binding session, the 2 cards, the wound and the question, then Hallward extended twice and refused twice. The convening line could not unhear it once it was said in the open, and the blocks could not be seen to keep 3 chairs in a gallery after a tall gray man held up a piece of card the whole crossing had watched them refuse. On the floor. Not a vote. Cross made himself hold the size of it honestly. A man who let a small gain swell into a large one was a man setting himself up to be robbed of it later. The main line had a bench, not a voice in the binding sessions. A place inside the water's sound, not a hand on the language that would come out of the talks. The seating fight had been won, as it was always going to be won. Not clean, not whole, a small concession pried loose from larger ones. But Varad sat down on the floor of the reach accord in front of the center and the frontier and the colony compact and the convening line, with a charter pin on her collar where a frightened person would have hidden it, and the room saw her sit, and the seeing was the thing the 4 moved chairs had been arranged to prevent. Savoth has it on the record, Imeth said, low, without turning. The seating. He laid it down this morning before the binding session, the 2 cards, the wound and the question, then Hallward extended twice and refused twice. The convening line could not unhear it once it was said in the open, and the blocks could not be seen to keep 3 chairs in a gallery after a tall gray man held up a piece of card the whole crossing had watched them refuse. On the floor. Not a vote. Cross made himself hold the size of it honestly. A man who let a small gain swell into a large one was a man setting himself up to be robbed of it later. The main line had a bench, not a voice in the binding sessions. A place inside the water's sound, not a hand on the language that would come out of the talks. The seating fight had been won, as it was always going to be won. Not clean, not whole, a small concession pried loose from larger ones. But Varad sat down on the floor of the reach accord in front of the center and the frontier and the colony compact and the convening line, with a charter pin on her collar where a frightened person would have hidden it, and the room saw her sit, and the seeing was the thing the 4 moved chairs had been arranged to prevent. Velid settled into the chair. The organizer did not look pleased. He doubted she had a pleased setting, and would have distrusted it if she'd shown one. She sat with her spine straight and her hands flat on her knees and her dry, hard face turned to the inner ring, a woman who had blockaded docks for a living, and now found herself, against the grain of everything, seated at a table, and was treating the seat like a tool handed to her by someone she did not trust. Useful, provisional, watch the edge. Below the tiers the water ran in its channels through the stone, because the makers held that a room with no living sound in it grew cruel, and the long, slow lights than Hall preferred lay on the pale crescents without tiring the eye. And for the first time since the crossing, Cross stood in a room that was not failing, not bleeding, not on a clock, and let it be what it was. The Saltier families were through. He had that under everything else, the floor beneath the floor, and it was the part he let himself stand on without checking it twice. The last of them had gone through the night the cross Vane died, the fullest 2 of the final 3 barges threaded on windows, the 7 living Vanes had no kindness left to give. And then, 11 hours later, the 3rd. The barge Cross had set aside in the worst arithmetic the chair had ever asked of him, the one he had said, on the bridge, with his fingers cold on the rail, would be the cost if the junction never gave a window back. The junction gave a window back. Beck's Orse's gang got the 7 Vanes singing in a register that held. The hold steadied a degree past navigable. A slot opened on the west corridor wide enough for one fat old hauler, and the third barge went through it with the families aboard who had spent 11 hours on the wrong side of a closing door, not knowing whether they were the cost. They were not the cost. Cross had stood on the bridge and watched the last barge fold clean to the far side, and had not trusted it until Imeth said, "Through," in the voice that did not lift. And then he had trusted it, and had let half a breath go, the half the chair could afford, and kept the rest for the count that was coming. The count had come. The count was the cost. But the families were through, all of them, every saltier hull, every manifest, every child's name. And on the far side of the crossing there was a marooned colony with a working lane to it instead of a tomb, and that was a true thing, banked, that no finding and no false colors and no choice Cross had not yet made could take back out of the world. He had done one clean thing in 11 days of dirty ones. He held it where Ackerman had taught him to hold a number, plainly, without dressing it up, without letting it stand in for the things it could not pay for. "Captain," a steward of the center delegation had found him at the margin. Not the smooth Geneva one from the staging gallery 4 days ago, a younger aide who had drawn the job of telling Geneva captains where to be. "The minister's office sends word the Accord opening will be entered to the public record this hour, with the seating as it now stands. They wanted you to know the finding on the crossing incident isn't expected before you've made your report. There's no hurry on it, the office says." A pause. The careful neutrality of a man relaying something he half understood. "The office says the opening is the thing that matters today. The finding can come in its own time." "Tell the office I heard them," Cross said. The aide went. Imeth did not turn, but Cross saw the small, still gesture she made with her hands, the one that was not comment and functioned as one. "They are pleased," she said, "that the Accord opened on the seating and not on the finding. A finding lands hard, an opening lands soft. They would rather the morning was the soft thing." A pause. "There is no instruction in it, Captain, only a preference stated by a man who will never have to write the finding to a man who will." "I know what it is," Cross said. Cross did. The Accord was opening on a story in which the anchorage had bombed a crossing, and a brave crackdown had held the lane, and the main line had been graciously, against the odds, allowed a bench. Put the whole truth on the public record now, the splinter right about the lane dying, the combine's overpush that ate the margin of Vane breach finished, the warden who inflated one cell's crime into a movement's guilt to keep the lights on, and the bench went over backward. The crackdown stood exposed as a smear, and a war 2 decades latent tipped hot across a table that had been open for half a morning. The center wanted the soft morning and the open table, and a young aide who did not know what he was carrying had just told Cross there was no hurry on the truth. Cross looked at Vered on the floor, at the small, hard provisional fact of her seat, and felt the choice he had not yet made sit in him like a stone he was carrying up to a chair. But not this morning. He set it down where he could pick it up later. This morning the families were through, and the table was open, and a woman who blockaded docks for a living was sitting on the floor of the Reach Accord, and the gain was allowed, for an hour, to be a gain. Marchetti was in the staging gallery's lower hall when he came down, standing by the long window that looked out over the Concord's curved approach, with a cup of something the convening line's stewards had pressed on her, and a combine uniform she had worn this week at a cost Cross could only estimate. She said, "They convened my board," before he reached her. No preamble. It was not her way. "On Saltier of all the places, the colony I flew the wreck of this lane to keep a door open for. There's a justice in that I'm too tired to enjoy." She drank.
I disobeyed a Combine survey command and put an armed warship onto a junction array in formation with an anchorage hull in plain view of every sensor on the crossing. Mutiny's the strong word. The board's going to spend a month deciding which word it likes. I'll testify, Cross said, to the board, to anyone. You braced the up-mouth axis when one ship couldn't hold the alignment and the door was shutting on 6 barges of families. I'll say it on the record, permanent, where they can't. You said that last year. The corner of her mouth moved, the frontier cousin of a smile. And I told you last year what I'll tell you now. A center captain standing up to praise me is the rope they hang me with. Cross spoke for her. That's the whole case for the prosecution in 3 words. You testifying for me is how the board confirms I went over to Geneva. She set the cup on the sill. Stay out of it. I'll fight my own board. I've got a defense you'd not credit, which is the truth. I kept the lane open. My orders said keep the lane open. I'll stand on that and let them work out the rest. They'll work out the rest. They might. I might lose. I've been a year now flying toward a day this choice cost me something real, and I think the day's arrived, and I find—" She paused and looked out at the curved approach where the delegations had come up off the long stair this morning. "I find I'm less frightened of it than I was. That's the thing the Foundry taught me that I didn't have words for until this week. It's not that you stop being afraid of the cost, it's that you stop letting the fear of it do your arithmetic for you." Cross let that stand a moment. It was close to something he had been circling all morning and did not yet want to look at directly. "I watched you spend your certificate up there, on the upmouth. I want you to know somebody saw it for what it was, whatever the board calls it. You saw it. IMF logged it. Your officer told mine. Who flew which axis and under whose orders, and against them?" Marchetti picked up her cap. "That's worth something to me. The logging, not the praise, the record. You put the part where I brace the door somewhere it can't be smoothed, and that's a different thing from standing up in my board and getting me hanged with your warmth." She turned the cap once in her hands. "You're a man who keeps the record honest. I've noticed it twice now. It's the thing about you that the Cold War is going to make expensive, and I'd watch it if I were you, because the day's coming when keeping the record honest and keeping your people safe are going to want different things from you, and you're not going to enjoy the morning you find out which one you are." It landed closer than she could have known, and Cross took it and did not let his face give her the measure of how close. "You've a low opinion of my mornings." "I've a fair opinion of your mornings. It's the choices in them I'm not sure of yet." She put the cap on. "We're on opposite sides of a line that's getting harder, Captain Cross. The next time we meet, I might be under orders that point at your hull, if my board lets me keep a hull at all. But I'll remember which kind of wrong you are." She put out her hand, and he took it, and the grip was fair and hard and equal, as it had been on a wrecked ship a year ago. "Earned respect," she said, "same as last time. Don't let it grow into anything that'll embarrass us both at a treaty signing." "Wouldn't dream of it." "You would. You're exactly the man who would." And she went, down the lower hall toward the transit gate, and the long ride out to a colony that was going to decide whether she was a mutineer or the only honest captain her block had left. A frontier captain in a Combine uniform, carrying a choice she'd made on a dying junction toward a board that would price it, and toward, though neither of them said it, and Cross only felt the shape of it, some further day down the Cold War's hard road, when the line between them might bend the other way. Cross saw her go, and thought that the Cold War had become, across 2 conversations a year apart, an enemy with a face in it he would be sorry to fire on. Hartley found him on the Concord's outer terrace an hour later, where the long curved approach ran out toward the docks, and a man could stand and see the lantern hanging at the mouth of the fold-junction half a region off, small with distance, working. "Thought you'd be in there making friends," she said. She had come out filthy, engine grease to the elbows, as she came out of everything, having spent the morning not at the Accord, but 4 kilometers up the docks with her hands inside the Lodestar's port coupling, which had held the Cradle through the worst of it, and was now, in her words, filing a formal complaint. "They let you out for air, or did you escape? I'm told the opening lands softer without a Geneva captain breathing on it." Cross handed her the second cup he'd carried out, the real coffee the stewards kept for the delegations and did not offer to engine chiefs, which was exactly why he'd taken 2. "How's the ship?" "Alive, furious. The coupling held the dock, and it'll never forgive me for asking me." She took the coffee and drank it, and made the face she made at anything good, as though pleasure were a system fault she'd get to in the morning. "Nobody specced her for the Cradle. Some yard hand 20 years ago put the right collars and spine and shielding on an Aurora class because the form said to, and saved every soul on the far side of that lane, and they'll never know they did it. I'd buy them the brewery." She looked out at the lantern, small and bright at the mouth of the junction. "We've uncoupled. The Array's people have the holds settled on the 7 Vanes, and they're carrying traffic again. Narrower, dimmer, but carrying." "I saw the board this morning," Cross said. "It's carrying." "It's carrying," Hartley agreed, and for a moment the dry went out of her, worn through by a hard run as it went sometimes when she'd stopped guarding it, and what was under it was plainer. "We did it, Captain. The whole stupid thing. A cruiser docked into a cathedral, a combine captain spending her career, a bomber flying the Array he broke, a repair gang singing 7 Vanes into carrying an 1/8's load. Every single piece of it that I'd have priced at what kills somebody, most of it held." She drank. "Not all of it. Tari didn't hold. One of Beck's gang didn't hold. Beck's held, and it cost her an arm she'll spend a year learning to work again. I'm not going to stand here and tell you it came clean off the books." A beat. "But the families are through. I keep coming back to that, against my own better judgment, which generally tells me to come back to what's broken. The families are through. I caught 17 people in a freight stream last year, and I'll catch them again in my sleep for the rest of my life. And this year I helped hold the door open for a few thousand more, and they're home, and that's—" She stopped and found the dry again, run past where she liked to be in front of the chair. "That's a decent year's work. Don't tell the crew I said so. They'll think I've gone soft and start leaving their stations untidy." "Your secret's safe," Cross said. "It had better be. I've a reputation." She finished the coffee and handed back the cup, and looked at him a moment longer than the warmth between them usually ran, the dry engineer reading the captain as Ackerman read him, more slowly but no less true. "You've got a look on you, though. The same one the XO's wearing. The pair of you stood at that contingency board after the door shut, like you'd both worked out a sum you didn't fancy the answer to." She left it there, not pushing. "Whatever it is, it's not today's. The families are through, and the table's open, and I've got a coupling that wants me. Let today be today, Captain. The hard sum will keep till tomorrow. They always do. That's the worst thing about them." Hartley went back up the docks to her ship, and Cross stood on the terrace with the empty cup and watched the lantern at the mouth of the junction carry the next ship through, and the next, narrower and dimmer and at a price, and let today be today for as long as the terrace would give it. Varad came out before he left, which he had not expected, and walked the length of the terrace to find him, which he had expected less. "They told me you'd not sit in the center row," she said, without preamble, in the dry, hard voice that gave nothing away. "I'm told you stood in the margin, where the machinery stands." She came to the rail a careful distance from him, not companionable, 2 people who had ended on the same side of a gate without becoming anything to each other. "I came to say the thing I'll only say once, because I don't make a habit of it, and you'd be a fool to expect it again. We've a seat. It's a bad seat, and it's half a seat, and it sits on a floor that 2 days ago had children's legs through the rail above it, but it's on the floor, and the floors on the record, because an hall held 2 cards up where the crossing could see them. And the crossing could see them because you wouldn't stand in the door, either door. She looked out at the junction. So, there it is. I'll not say thank you. You enforced a crackdown that put my people in sealed berths and called us terror on every bulletin, and I'll not thank the hand that did that for not also slamming a date. But I'll say it's noted. The charter keeps a ledger same as the blocks do, and your name's in ours now, on the right side of a line for once. It's not as clean as that, Cross said. He had not meant to say it. It came up plain, the way the true things came up plain in him now after Pell, when he was tired and a sharp, honest person was standing next to him, reading the cost off his face. The seat's real. The seat's not the whole of what's owed you, and you know it, and I know it. And there's a part of what's owed you that— Cross stopped. Varad looked at him. The dry, hard face did not change, but something in the set of it went very still, the stillness of a person who has spent a career learning to hear what people let themselves say and what they stopped short of. "There is a finding coming on the crossing," she said, "not a question. On who did what, on the overpush and the bombing and the warden's bulletins." She watched him. "And it's not landed yet, and the center would rather it landed soft, and you're the man who writes it." A beat. "I'll not ask you what's in it. You'd not tell me, and you'd be right not to. And I've learned not to ask a man a question whose true answer would cost him more than the lie. But I'll tell you what I told you at the gate, Captain, since it's still true. You can't stand out of every door. They've worked that out faster than you have. And the day's coming, it might be the day you write that finding, when standing out of the door isn't a thing you can do, and you'll have to choose which side of it you're on, and there'll be no margin to stand in." She pushed off the rail. "I hope you choose the right side. I've no reason to think you will, and one small reason to think you might. That's more than I can say for most of the men with your color." She turned to go, then stopped. "The seat's brittle. It will stand exactly as long as the story it sits under stays standing, and the story isn't true, and a thing built on a story that isn't true has already started to fall. I've a movement to hold together inside a lie I didn't write. So have we both, I think. Mind how you carry yours." And Vard went, back up the terrace toward the floor and her bad half-seat, and her movement smeared and seated in the same morning, leaving Cross at the rail with the finding she'd named open between them, and no answer to it he could give her that the morning would survive. Cross stood on the terrace a while longer. The accord was open. The families were through. The lantern hung at the mouth of the junction, small and bright and working, narrower and dimmer, and carrying ships through a door that had cost a Vane and a man and most of a woman's arm to hold open. It was a gain. He made himself hold it as a gain, the whole hour of it, before the rest of it came due, the finding and the choice in it, and the hand that would or would not move to put the whole truth on a record that lasted forever. That was tomorrow. Tomorrow would arrive on its own schedule, with a console and a sworn finding and a witness at his shoulder. But the terrace was today, and the table was open, and the door was holding, and Cross let the win be a win for as long as the light off the junction would let him, and then went down the docks to his ship to begin being ready for the morning. Chapter 27. What He Won't Post. The finding sat on the day cabin console, sworn and provenanced and ready, and Captain Daniel Cross had his thumb a centimeter off the plate and could not bring it down. A commit took under a minute. The deciding took as long as a man let it, which was the cruelty of the plate. It asks nothing of you except the 1 second you owned, and then it owned the second forever. He had done this 29 times before a corridor called Rivas, and once after,
and the once after was the reason his thumb was hovering now instead of moving. Cross had read it 4 times. It was good, the best the Lodestar had produced in this whole ugly month, and Delgado had built the spine of it, and Imeth the cultural read, and Petrov the part that counted the dead without sorting them into clean piles, and Cross himself had built nothing except the willingness to put his name and his thumb to all of it, and make it stone, the full account. Stentari's cell had breached the anchor vane under load, true, and it had killed people, and the findings said so plainly in the first section, named the dead, named the breach, named the hand on the hull. The next section said the rest of it, the part that had taken 3 weeks and a marooned colonist's stray witness, and a number Delgado refused to round to assemble. The junction had been dying before the bomb. The Combine had overpushed it to keep the lane open and the throughput up and the profits running, and when the Vane blew, Warden Halson took a sabotage that exposed his own overpush and dressed it, fast and clean, as anchorage terror, staged the bulletins, sealed the narrative, hung the whole movement for the act of a splinter the main line had refused and condemned. All of it true, all of it sworn, all of it ready to become permanent and public and his the moment his thumb came down. The cabin door was open. He had left it open on purpose, which he understood about himself only now, with the 2 of them standing in it. "It's ready," Delgado said. He had the slate under his arm, the one with the curve on it that he could not stop drawing, and he had come straight off a watch by the look of him, sleeves shoved up, hair doing what it did. "I checked the provenance chain twice. Every reading in the second section traces. Oru's witness statement, the overpush curves, Bex's gantry logs, Howson's own bulletin timestamps against the actual incident clock, it all holds. A review board could try to pick at the timing inference and they'd lose." He shifted the slate. So, it's ready. You can post it." Ackerman had come in behind him without being asked, and stood now a pace inside the hatch, with her own slate held flat against her chest, and she said nothing, which from the XO was a sentence. Cross took his thumb back off the plate entirely and turned the chair. "Sit down, both of you." "I'd rather stand," Ackerman said. "Then stand." He looked at Delgado, who had not sat either, who was hovering at the edge of the desk with the energy of a man who had brought a thing he was proud of and could feel in the room that it was about to go somewhere he hadn't planned. "Sam, the first section, the breach, the dead, Tari's cell, the hand on the hull, that posts. That posts now, today, exactly as you wrote it. The corridor's people are owed the truth of who breached that Vane and who died for it, and I'm not holding a single name of that back." "Good," Delgado said, and then heard the shape of it, the way the sentence had a wall at the end. "And the second section?" "The second section, I'm holding off the public commit." For a moment Delgado looked at him as if Cross had spoken in null. "You're—" He set the slate down on the desk carefully, the careful of a man whose hands had started to want to do something that wasn't. "Hold off. You mean delay. You want another pass on the provenance? You want me to—" "I mean I'm not posting it." The cabin had the particular silence of a small room 4 decks above a working drive, the pumps keeping their note through the deck, the open vent breathing. Ackerman had not moved. Cross watched Delgado arrive at it in stages, the man's whole honest face working through the possibilities and discarding the kind ones. The overpush, the amplification, Halsen staging the bulletins, the main line being clean, each one laid down like a card. All of it traces, all of it's true, and you're going to leave it sitting on our drives and post a finding that says a splinter put a hand on the hull and people died? He was not raising his voice. Delgado did not raise his voice when the data frightened him. He went the other way, flat and exact. "That's not a narrow truth, Captain. That's a true thing with the rest of the true thing cut off so it points the wrong way.
Halzen's bulletin says the anchorage are murderers. If we post the breach and not the overpush, our finding agrees with him. Our finding becomes his evidence. I know what it becomes. Then Delgado stopped, started again, and the stack came up out of him before he could stop it, the whole ship knew. So the colonies' marooned families went through because we held the door. The accord opened yesterday. We won. We actually won, and the win is real. And you're about to... He pressed the heels of his hands against the edge of the desk. Why? Cross stood up. The cabin was small enough that standing put him almost in arm's reach of both of them, and he did it anyway, because what he was about to say was not a thing to say from a chair. Because the second section is a weapon. It's 3 weapons. Post-it and the Combine's rivals use the overpush to break Helson's block, and the lane shuts inside a year while they fight over the pieces. And Saltier's on the far side of it, and so are 40 other colonies, and so is the town that lives off the crossing. Post-it and the splinters get vindicated. Tari put a hand on the hull, and the official record proves the hull was being killed, so the next cell doesn't hesitate, and the charter that's holding the mine line back from the hull dissolves the day Verad can't argue against a sworn finding. Post-it and the anchorage as a whole gets the thing they've never had, which is the center's own evidence that the lane is being killed for money, and Geneva can't let that stand, so Geneva moves on the movement, all of it, the mine line with the splinters, no hand on the hull or otherwise. He gave it a beat. Every word of that's true too, Sam. The exoneration and the catastrophe trace from the same provenance chain. That's the trouble with it. That's not your call, Ackerman, finally, from the hatch. Level, no heat, which from her was the heat. Whether the truth is too dangerous to print isn't a captain's finding to make. It's a finding to file and let the people whose job it is decide what to do with a true thing. A small pause. That's the whole point of the ledger. You don't get to decide what the corridor's allowed to know. Nobody does. That's the genius of it. You post what's true, and you live in the world where it's true. The day a captain starts withholding the dangerous half for the corridor's own good is the day the ledger stops being a gift and starts being a leash, and I'd rather not find out who's holding the other end. Verad's people are going to hang for this, Delgado said, low, not to Ackerman, to Cross. Not metaphorically. The bulletin's already calling them murderers, and now the captain who boarded the cell agrees on the record. June Verad blockades a dock and quotes a charter at you. She condemned the bombing to my face, and our finding's going to be the thing they read out at her when they shut the anchor hold. I sat across from Oru in a sealed berth on the wrong side of a dying lane, and I took his witness statement down by hand because he didn't trust the recorders, and he gave it to me because I told him it would matter. It's in the second section. You're about to make me a liar to a man who's marooned. I know what the ledger is for. Then you know what you're doing with it. Cross did. That was the worst part of it, and he was not going to pretend otherwise to the 2 people in this ship most equipped to catch him pretending. A year ago, a name in Geneva had asked him, courteous and careful, to hold one unexplained number off the Rivas finding, and he had argued with himself for an hour and posted the narrow version and spent the months since learning the shape of what he'd done. The asking had at least been someone else's. The thumb on the plate had been his, but the hand had moved at another man's word. Nobody had asked him for this one. There was no directive. He had drafted no reply to refuse, because there was nothing to refuse. He had read the whole true finding and decided by himself, in his own day cabin, that the corridor's people were better off not knowing the part that would get them killed. The man who'd held the Rivas number had at least been able to tell himself he was following an order he found prudent. Cross did not have that. He had only the finding and the plate and his own thumb. Sam, he said, the raw evidence stays, all of it. Oru's statement, the curves, Bex's logs, the timestamps, your number. Authenticated, sworn, on our drives, where it doesn't expire and doesn't alter and never becomes a lie. I'm not destroying a reading. I'm not editing the record. I couldn't if I wanted to. You know that better than I do. I'm declining to make it public. I'm sending it dark to the people who can review it over the transport, and I'm keeping the corridor's truth narrow enough that nobody dies of it this year." He held the younger man's eyes. "And I am telling you to your face that I know that's a lie of omission, and that I'm choosing it, and that you were right to want it filed." Delgado picked his slate back up off the desk. He held it against his chest the way Ackerman held hers, and for a moment the two of them stood there bracketing the captain in a small cabin like the two halves of a verdict. "At Rivas," Delgado said slowly, "somebody made you do this. Nobody's making me do it now." "No." Delgado looked at the slate, at the curve on it that ran against the universe's clock and would not go to zero whatever anyone posted or didn't. "That's worse, Captain. I want you to know I think that's worse." He said it without cruelty, the graceless, honest lump of it coming out the only way true things ever got out of him. "I'm not going to fight you on the bridge. You're the chair. It's your finding, your thumb. But I keep the raw file. I never delete the raw file. And someday somebody with the authority to ask is going to ask me what I had on these drives and when, and I'm going to tell them the truth, because that's the only thing I've ever been any good at. Sir, I'd think less of you if you did anything else." Cross sat back down to it. The first section came up on the plate, the breach and the dead and Tari's hand on the hull, the names of the node's casualties in the order Petrov had logged them, so that no one reading it could pretend they were an abstraction. He read it once more. It was true, and it was incomplete, and the incompleteness was the whole engine of what he was about to do, and he found he could not make himself do it fast to spare himself the watching. His thumb came down on the plate. The commit went out around the seams and came back under a minute, as it had come back 29 times before Rivas and once after, permanent now, provable, his, a stone laid in the public record of the lantern that said a splinter cell breached an anchor vane under load, and these people died of it. The confirmation glyph stood up clean on the console. It looked exactly as it always looked. The second section did not go with it. It sat on the Lodestar's drives, authenticated and sworn and silent, every reading intact, and none of it public. The part of the truth that pointed the right way left in the one place where it would never become a record the corridor could read for itself. Then he opened the transport, the ordinary channel, the one that carried orders and weather and a man's mother's birthday, the channel where a thing could be said without being said forever. And he composed the private directive in his own words, no name in Geneva to hide behind. The second section evidence, authenticated and held aboard, classified pending review, retained and not committed. He addressed it to the compartment that handled such things, and he signed it with his own name, and he sent it dark, and the small usable lag of the world swallowed it and carried it off into the network, where no one outside the compartment would ever see it had been sent at all. In a few minutes, and by his own hand, Cross had become the thing that had been done to him a year ago. There had been no name in Geneva this time to argue with, no directive to delete in 4 paragraphs, and then 2, and then none. He had drafted the directive instead of refusing one. He had been, in the same morning, both the warden of the record and the careful hand that closed it. Ackerman had watched all of it from the hatch, the directive sent, the glyph standing clean on the console with the false colors fixed under it forever. Then she brought her own slate down off her chest and turned it face up, and her thumb moved across it, unhurried, exact. "For the ship's record," she said, "Commander Ackerman, Executive Officer Lodestar, I dissent from the captain's decision to withhold the second section findings from public commit. I judge the withheld material true, material, and owed to the corridor. The decision is the captain's to make and his to answer for. I have logged that I said so." A pause, the dry, near joke that landed harder because she did not smile. "It's in the ledger now, Captain. Same as yours. Can't unsay it. Same rules for both of us." "That's why I left the door open, Ruth." Ackerman looked at him for a moment, and something moved behind the exactness of her face. Not approval, and not its opposite, the cold half-satisfaction of someone whose whole function had just been honored, and who took no pleasure in it. "I know. That's the part I can't decide whether to respect." Squaring the corner of her slate against the edge of the desk, the small habit she had when a plan was going wrong, Ackerman went out, and her descent went around the seams behind her and came back hers, permanent, provable, a stone laid in the ship's own record beside the captain's that said one of his officers had stood in his cabin and told him he was wrong and put it where it could not be taken back. Delgado was the last to go. Delgado had not sat the whole time, and he did not sit now. He stood at the edge of the desk with the slate against his chest and looked at the confirmation glyph on the console, and then at the captain. And Cross let him look, a man who had spent his career refusing to round away a true number was owed the chance to look at the man who had just declined to publish one. "The number's still in there," Delgado said. "The second section, the drift. It doesn't care that it's classified. It's going to keep being true whether anyone reads it or not. You know that." "I know that. Rivas taught me that. The junction kept drifting after we fixed everything. The record could decline to carry it, and it drifted anyway." He shifted the slate. "This is the same thing, only now you're the one declining to carry it. The truth doesn't go to zero because you held it off the plate. It just sits there, waiting for somebody to be brave enough or for the thing it's measuring to get big enough that nobody can hold it off the plate anymore." A breath, flat and clinical, the mode he went to when he was frightened rather than excited. "I think the second one happens first. I think it gets big enough, and I think when it does, this morning's going to be a line somebody reads in the record and asks you about. Then I'll answer for it." Cross stood and put his hand briefly on the younger man's shoulder, and felt Delgado not pull away and not soften either, which was its own kind of honesty. "Keep the raw file." "I never delete the raw file." Delgado said it as he'd said it in the cold science bay a year ago. The same words. The immutable record instinct older than the ship and older than the fear that made it. He hesitated at the desk, the slate against his chest, and the next part came out before he'd decided to say it, the only way the true things ever got out of him. "Admired you for the Rivas finding, sir. Not the missing section, the rest of it. The way you'd asked them to tell Pell's brother in a room instead of a bulletin. I thought, there's a man who knows the difference between what's true and what's kind, and won't trade one for the other." His jaw worked once. "I'm going to keep admiring you. I just want it on the record between us that I had to decide to this morning. It wasn't free anymore." A breath. "Sir." And he went, and the cabin door, which Cross had left open on purpose, he now closed, courteous and final, on a room that held one console, with a clean glyph standing over a true and broken record, and one set of drives carrying the rest of the truth in the dark, and one captain who had with his own thumb and no one's order chosen the lie and put 2 witnesses on it so he could never afterward pretend he had done it alone. The pumps kept their note through the deck. Forward, the lantern was relit and threading at reduced throughput, one Vane dark. The corridor's people reading on the public record this morning the half of the truth that would not get them killed, and never the half that pointed at who had let the light gutter. Cross stood in the closed cabin a while longer with the glyph standing clean in front of him. In Rivas, he had done a version of this and not had the word for it. He had spent a year acquiring the word, and this morning he had used it on himself before he ever touched the plate. A lie of omission. He had said it aloud to Delgado on purpose, so that he could not later mistake it for prudence. That was the only difference between this morning and that one, and it did not make him cleaner. It only made him a man who could no longer claim he hadn't known. Cross had been the wrong number, once the thing somebody else declined to post. This morning he had become the hand that declines it. He sat back down at the console with the glyph standing clean over the broken record, and did not look away from it, because looking away was the one mercy he had decided in the last 2 minutes he was not going to allow himself. Chapter 28. The Guttering Light. The corridor reopened to traffic 6 days after the door shut, and from the rail of his command chair, Cross saw the first ship of the new queue thread through a window that opened smaller than any the lantern had given in his lifetime, and hold and take her clean to the far side. Captain Daniel Cross had the morning watch by choice. He had taken the morning watch every day since the Cradle work ended, and the bridge had stopped reading anything into it, which suited him. The Lodestar lay on her old standing station 200 kilometers up corridor of the inbound queue, where the lantern's controller had put her 11 days and a lifetime ago, and from up here the great cathedral of Vanes looked at a glance like itself. You had to count to see it. Cross had gotten into the habit of counting. 9 vanes lit along the outer ring. Vane 6, dark, stilled, cold, dead on the long axis, a tooth gone from a familiar mouth. The cross vane dark beside it, the one Terry had ridden down, drawn in the gray of a spar that had stopped and would not start. 7 working spars hauling at a fold mouth that wanted, a little more each watch, to close, and through the heart of all that machinery the threading lane ran on, narrower than it had run, burning a thinner amber, taking ships one at a time through a door that reopened smaller and would stay smaller as long as it lasted. On the forward display, the status board stood up beside the corridor in its 3 clean lines, and Cross read it as he read weather, except that the reading meant something different now. Hold, steady. Window, narrower, and stuttering at the edges in a way the board no longer flagged as wrong. It was not wrong anymore. It was the weather. Margin. Green, but a green the array's people had recalibrated down to a buffer they would nurse for a generation and never get back, so that the gauge said healthy about a number that would have read red line the morning he arrived. The board had learned the new junction. So had he. Second marshal entering the chain, Imeth said. She had the operations board and the traffic feed both, and she set the words down where she wanted them. The controller has her solutions. She is threading at the reduced rate. The town is calling it good. Is it good? It is what there is. A held beat. The town has decided to be glad of it, Captain, and the town is not wrong to. A narrower door is a door. They were 6 days without one. A far-side hauler came down the inbound queue slow and patient, a fat, ungainly hull built to last 40 years and pretty be damned, and lined up on the lit corridor under the controller's hand, and held, and at a beat no eye could catch, was gone, folded clean through the narrower throat to the colony she would take 40 years to die on by choice, every soul aboard delivered through the busiest door humanity still owned, which was busy now in a smaller, more careful way, like a great hall that has had half its lamps put out and goes on holding the dance by the lamps that are left. That was the first of the gains, and Cross made himself take it as one. The crossing lived. The town that lived off the crossing lived. The Saltire families he had threaded through a dying window on the worst night of the year were on the far side, all of them on a marooned colony with a working lane to it instead of a tomb. And the lane that reached them ran narrower now, but it ran. This year he had stood watch over a morning with no door at all, and a queue of frightened pilots stood down with nowhere to go, and the distance between that morning and this one was real, and people he could name were alive across it. Lanehead's flagged the Lodestar her thanks, Imeth said. The controller, the same one from the first day, she held her post through the whole of it, has asked me to tell you the queue remembers. Her words, the queue remembers. Log it, Cross said, and log mine back. Tell her she flew a beautiful door out of a broken one. She'll know what it cost her. She doesn't need me to say it. He set the dented mug in its shelf, the one that had survived the year. Tell her anyway. Vinter had the secondary plot, and he was not reading it. He was looking at the dark Vane. Cross had seen the ensign come up out of the year changed, quieter at the wrong moments, older around the eyes than a Norwegian boy of his intake had any business being, and had wondered in the watches which way the change had set. A man could come off a season like this one closed for good. The boy had not closed. He had gone somewhere and come back carrying it, which was the harder road and the better one. "She's holding with a Vane dork, sir," Vinter said, not turning. "7 where there were 8, and she's holding." He said it like another man might say a prayer he'd stopped being embarrassed by. "Bex told me the first day. Her daw's line, the door's not the marvel. Any fool falls through a door. The marvel's the holding." A beat. "I thought I had it. I thought she meant it was hard to build." He nodded at the guttering throat, the spars hauling at a wounded fold. "It's the holding when it's hurt. That's the marvel. And there's a hand on every spar of it, and you only ever see the door." "You see the hands now," Cross said. "I do, sir." Vinter looked at the dark Vane a moment longer. "I'm going to keep seeing them." The rest of the gains were happening off the display, in offices and dock floors, and the long, quiet wards where Petrov's casualties were learning what their bodies would and would not do from here. And Cross had spent 6 days watching them happen with the careful attention of a man checking, again and again, whether what he had paid for was worth what he had paid. The Reach Accord had opened. It had opened 2 days ago in the high cultural sprawl of the far Concord, with the mainline delegation seated after the seating fight that had run the length of the crossing, the voided safe conduct restored, and the delegate walked through the door that had been shut in his face. Cross had not been in the room for it. He had been on the bridge where a captain belonged, and he had taken the report from Imeth in her measured voice and heard, under the measure, the thing she did not do instead of relief. The talks were open. The blocks were at one table with the colonists and the main line, and a null mediator who had spent a great deal of patience getting them there, and they would argue, and the talks were brittle as new ice, and everyone in the room knew it, but they were open, and a fortnight ago there had been no table at all. Marchetti had departed with her block, and with something Cross had not expected to earn from a colonist commander who had watched him run a crackdown. A short, flat sentence of respect, soldier to soldier, that he would keep. The accord was a real thing, breathing. Again a man could stand a watch over and feel the year's weight come off his chest by a measurable amount. It had opened because the main line kept the false colors. Cross had worked that out fully somewhere in the last 6 days by living inside it, that the talks could not have opened if he had put the exoneration on the record. Post the section that cleared the principled majority and named the Combine's amplification, and the accord collapsed before its first session, The Cold War tipped over into the kind that did not stay at a table. His mainline contact, who had given him one route and refused to be his alibi, burned along with the survivors she had spoken for. He had tested every clause of it the way Hartley tested a weld, looking for the void, and found none. The reasoning was sound the same way the directive had been sound, the courteous one over the transport that had asked him, not ordered, the language far too careful to order, to post the human truth and hold the one section back, retained as authenticated working data, pending review, never entered into the record where it would become permanent and public and his. And he had held it back. He had sat at the console with the sworn finding in front of him, the node, the keys, the overpush, the dead named, all of it true. Delgado at his shoulder, wanting the number committed. Ackerman in the room to see him do it as she had asked to see him do it, and he had posted the true but narrow finding and declined to enter the section that would have cleared the people who had been right. He had not changed the record. The record could not be changed. That was the genius of the ledger, the reason a civilization could be built across the network at all. He had simply, with his own hand, declined to write a true thing down. The false colors stood, since he let them stand. The main line wore the smear, since he had chosen not to take it off them. The reasoning was sound, and he had done it, and it had not made him feel like a man who had done a true thing. The Board of Inquiries seated at Lanehead, Emeth said, into the quiet, because she had learned, over a year, when the captain wanted the work brought to him to stand in front of. Public session. The splinter cell's surviving members are named on it. Terry is named on it, as the man who put a hand on the hull. The bombing is on the record, sworn and permanent. The casualties are on the record. The overpush, Emeth paused. The smallest pause, the measurement taken twice. The overpush is on the record as far as your finding carried it, not as far as it went. No, Cross said, not as far as it went. Emeth did not answer that, and the not answering was its own kind of report. She had read the missing section by its absence, as the whole ship had, and said nothing aboard, because the annal did not name a captain's choice any more than they named the cooling. Cross had learned this year that her silence was not her agreement, and that he was not owed it, and that he had not got it. Cross went down to the ward later, since that was the engine of him, and the engine of him did not switch off for a man being tired and changed. Beck's Orsa was sitting up when he came in, which Petrov had told him to expect, and which still cost him a beat in the hatchway, because the last he had heard her, she had been a voice on a gantry channel saying, "I hear you," in a tone that had something worse than fear in it. She had her bad arm strapped across her chest in the rig Petrov's people had built for it, and the rig was the kind you wore for the months it took a bone to knit, or for the rest of your life if it did not knit clean, and the set of her shoulders said she had already done the arithmetic on which it would be, and was not going to perform her feelings about the answer for a captain she had met 11 days ago. She was a far-side colony woman who called the Vanes by name and knew the machine better than the people allowed to touch it, and she looked at him come through the hatch as she would look at any man who had been in the chair while her gang bled at the root of her door. Captain. Not warm, not cold. The flat working tone of someone too busy with a real thing to spend energy on the shape of it. Bex. He took the stool by the cot, the one Petrov left there for visitors who knew to sit and not to loom. "I'm not going to ask how you are. Petrov's told me, and I'd rather not make you say it twice for my comfort." That got something at the corner of her mouth that was not a smile, but acknowledged that he had not done what he could have done. "June's dead," she said. "No lead-up." My gang. 22 years I've worked that array, and I've put 4 people in the ground off it, and June's the 4th. And he went in because I went in, and I went in because the certified hands were waved off, and somebody who knew her had to hold the inner work. She looked at the strapped arm as though it belonged to someone she was annoyed with. So that's the count. You'll have heard the count. I've heard the count. Then you'll know the door held partly on what we did in there. She said it without pride and without asking him to soften it, a fact off a manifest. The families are through. I've been told the families are through. That's a true thing, and I hold it. And it cost June, and it cost me this arm, and it cost the lantern of Vane, and I'm not going to let anybody make it tidier than that, least of all me. She turned her head and looked at him directly then, and the look had something in it he had been bracing for since the hatchway. I've also seen the finding. Cross did not move.
The public one, Beck said. The one that's true. The bombing, the keys, the dead, all of it true, all of it on the record, sworn and permanent and good. She watched his face the way her sort watched a Vane that was singing a note it should not sing. And I've worked at Array 22 years, Captain, and I felt her drinking power like the last bar opened 3 days before your man could prove it. And I know what pushed her past where she could hold. And I know it wasn't the bomb that did the most of it. The bomb finished what was already being killed. I had a hand on her. I'd know. It's not in the finding, the why of it, the who. I read the whole of it twice looking for it, and it's not there. No, Cross said. It isn't. You could have put it there. Not an accusation. Worse than an accusation. A working diagnosis, delivered flat. The way she would tell him a splice would not take the draw. You're the captain who ran the rescue. Your finding's the one the corridor will read. You could have put the why on the record where my town could see it, and you didn't. And I've been lying in this cot 6 days working out whether you're a coward or whether you know something I don't. And I've decided it's the second one, because the first one wouldn't have come down here to sit on Petrov's stool and let me say this to his face. She let that stand. So I'm going to keep working a machine that nearly killed me. Inside a story everybody's going to tell about why it nearly killed me. And the story's wrong, and I know it's wrong. And I'm not allowed to say the part I know. The lie's got my face on it now. I'm one of the people it's true about. Her good hand turned over on the blanket, open. I'd like to know if it was worth it. That's all I came up out of the dark wanting to know. Whether the thing you bought with my town's name was worth what it cost my town. There were things Cross could have said. He had the warm forward register ready under his tongue, the one that had never lost an argument. The "here is what I love about this finding," the hand on the shoulder. He heard himself have it ready, and he heard, as he had been hearing himself all year, what it would be if he used it. Charm deployed against a maimed woman on a cot to make her feel better about a lie he had told with his own hand. He did not use it. He had learned the difference this year between feeding the living thing and feeding himself off it. The accord opened, he said instead, plainly. It opened because the why's not in the finding. If I'd put it there, it wouldn't have opened, and the Cold War goes hot. And the lane to your families on the far side is the first thing that closes in a war. He did not reach for her hand. That's the trade. I'm not going to dress it for you. I bought the talks and the open lane with your town's name, and your town doesn't get to know I did it, and the people who were right about the overpush are going to wear the blame for the people who weren't. I think it was worth it. I think I'm at least half wrong to think so. I'm not going to be able to tell which half for a long time, and you're going to be working that array the whole while I'm finding out. He held her look. You asked me a true question. That's the straightest answer I've got. It isn't a clean one. Beck's Ursa looked at him for a long moment, and whatever she had come up out of the dark expecting, it had not been that, and he watched her decide what to do with a captain who had not lied to her about the lie. "No," she said at last, "it isn't clean." She lay back against the cot, and the strapped arms settled, and the working flatness came back into her voice, the register of a woman with a machine to get back to. "All right, I'll keep your secret, because keeping it is the only way the lane stays open and my families stay through, and that's the same arithmetic you did, and I hate it the same as you do. But I'll tell you what I told June's brother yesterday, and you can carry it up to your chair." She looked at the overhead as though the lantern were on the other side of it, which it was. "She's drinking harder than she was. The new baseline. Everybody's calling it the scar and learning to live with it, and it's not done scarring. I've had a hand on her 22 years. I'd know." A beat, flat, certain, and not afraid in the way that was worse than afraid. "It's going to get worse, Captain. Whatever it is, it's going to get worse, and the finding doesn't have a word for it, and neither do I." Cross came back up to the bridge by the next watch, and stood the rail, and let the narrower door take ship after ship through the lamps that were left in front of him. The gains were all still true. He made himself walk them again, because a man could lose them if he only counted the cost. The Accord open and breathing, the lantern alive, scarred, holding, the Saltier families through to the far side, Beck's Orsa alive on Petrov's cot with an arm that might knit, all of it real, all of it standing, and all of it standing on the same foundation, which was a section of a true finding that a captain had declined with his own hand to write down, so that every gain he could name was a gain the lie had bought, and there was no clean place to set his weight where the lie was not under it. Out along the outer ring Vane 6 hung dark, and the cross Vane dark beside it, and the 7 working spars hauled a wounded door open for the families who would thread through it and never count what the threading cost. Cross watched the false colors stand on the forward feed, the inquiry in public session, the bombing sworn and permanent, the why of it nowhere on the record because he had put it nowhere, and behind the feed, through the forward glass, the lantern guttered at the reduced rate, dimmer than it had been, one vein dark, holding the dance with the lamps that were left. "Captain." Emmett's hands had not moved, but her head had come up, and Cross knew the posture now as he knew the tap of his own fingers. "Sevoth's relay from the far Concord." "Operations?" "It is nothing I can put on the board." She set the words down with more care than she set most things, and the care was the report. "The Null at the Concord have noted a disturbance at the deep edge of the survey, well past the lane, well past anything that touches the crossing. A signal that does not answer to a source they know. They have heard it before, Sevoth says, a long time ago, and they did not like it then." A held beat, the measurement taken twice and still not trusted. "He did not explain it. I do not think he can. He asked only that I tell you the Null are uneasy, and that they are rarely uneasy, and that he could not say why he thought you, of all people, should know." She turned from her console and looked at him with the particular stillness of someone laying down something she would rather not lay down. "It is almost certainly nothing, Captain. I would rather note it now than wish I had." Cross held that for a moment, and set it down where he set the things there was no use carrying yet, in the place behind the work. A wrong signal at the edge of everything, heard once before by people who did not frighten, who were frightened of it now. It went where it went. It was not the morning's wait, and he had a morning's wait already. "Note it," he said, "and let it lie until it's more than a note. We've enough on the board that's ours." "Yes, Captain." The bridge went back to its work, and the narrower door took the next ship, and the next, and Cross stood the rail of his command chair with 2 fingers flat on the cold of it,
while the lantern held its dance by the lamps that were left. 6 days ago there had been no door. Now there was one, narrower, dimmer, scarred, and alive. The accord open behind it, and the families through it, and a woman who had bled for it lying alive on a cot below his feet. Every gain of it standing on a section of a true thing he had chosen not to write. His whole life had been built to treat the Reach as a moral good, near to a faith, the proof of his mother's lifetime printed across half a light year in lit amber. They built a way through, she used to say, and the way through was the gift. 11 days ago he had come up out of the dark unable to see the lie in it. He could see it now. It had his hand on it, and a woman's face on it, and a vein dark on the outer ring of it, and it was going to get worse. Bex had said so, with a hand on the machine, and he believed her now as he had learned to believe the people he had been raised to dismiss. Cross pressed 2 fingers to the rail and did not tap, and watched the guttering light hold its narrower door open for the people who would never count what it cost, and did not call the thing he had done by its name, because he had a name for it now, and not saying it was the closest thing to comfort the morning allowed, and he was not sure anymore that comfort was something he had a right to. The lantern took the next ship through the lamps that were left, and held, and went on holding, scarred, at a price it would go on paying as long as it lasted. Cross watched it hold, and found that he was watching it.